to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt of the Streets podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show that you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights to life, liberty, and, of course, the pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I am one of your co-hosts here, sitting here in the brand new studio. I am, of course, joined by my co-host, who, and I already forgot the fucking line. God damn it. You just got back into town, barely made it to the first episode in the inaugural studio because your friends might call you a number of things, but they definitely call you a legendary wingman. Why is that? Because you just got back from Colorado and you brought me two different gifts. A couple tickets to the Beetlejuice musical theater and Lauren Boebert's phone number. Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm your loving Donovan Phillips. Sorry I butchered your intro.
No, that was good. That was worth the wait. I love that. I love that. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me here today, sir.
Indeed, good sir. I'm glad to be here. This is a
Yes.
fun thing. I feel really naked right now.
Oh, I
like,
bet, without cans?
Yeah, like without cans right now. Like we're live. I'm looking at things. I just don't hear myself. It's very, very strange for me.
You seem to be operating well, so I think we're up and running. We had a few.
Indeed.
Obviously, we're a few minutes late today. We had some audio issues that are going on.
Technology sucks.
Yeah, just some learning curves of the new studio. Obviously, you can see things look a little bit different. We're at a different location.
I like new studios because they're an ever evolving type of situation. So this is like a barely put together human right now.
Yes.
And it's just gonna grow into a full grown adult.
Yeah, your wall in particular, you're missing like a ton of art there. So these are impromptu pieces that they're going to be part of the larger piece of art that goes back there, and then we'll have another something on the other wall. So a little bit of an echo on Donovan's mic. Nice.
Yeah, shout out.
Okay.
Good looking, Sean.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, we're still figuring things out here. A hair, so
Interesting.
yeah.
Well, hey, there's an interesting piece of art behind me because, well, there's a couple pieces up there now.
Yes.
We've discussed it before, right? The new what's going to happen behind this wall.
I
Have we
don't know.
really?
I don't know if we've talked about it on the show or not, but it's going to end up being a collage of 7 different pieces of art, 6 different artists, because I did 2 pieces, but yeah, it'll all be a little bit different. So it'll be kind of a big tile collage type deal. And then Jordan's dad is doing another piece that you guys won't be able to see on camera, but as we make different types of content, I think you are both going through Colin's mic.
Oh man.
Do you have the same one hooked up to both things? Like, I know that we
Let's
switched
just
yours,
double
but I don't know
check.
if we ever-
This is
Thank
the
you
happy
guys
fun
for
time
sticking with
about
us. Yeah,
technology.
we're-
Well, that's not. Oh wait, yeah, it is right. Never mind. I'm looking at the camera. Okay, you're on that one.
But is it the right one?
I'm on that one. Yee.
I don't know.
Mic situation too, so things are a little chaotic. Tap your mic, Donovan.
Yeah, I did that just a minute
Okay.
ago, and now we're switched on OBS now. Just that you're under
Yee.
mine and I'm under yours. So,
Yeah. Interesting.
so bear with us, guys. We figured this out. Obviously, we'll do some switching around. Some stuff.
I hate the fact that it worked perfectly fine last night. But hey, if we need to make some emergency arrangements, I'm sure we can.
Yeah.
Can also do the old school, put it in the middle of the table and just yell at it in conference mode.
Yeah. Well, before we go any further, of course, fucking like, share, subscribe, tell everyone about it. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Off and both those things. You can find all of it at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets, youtube.com/saltofthestreets, all of the things. Yes.
What are we talking about today, buddy?
Yeah, well, of course, I want to remind everybody before we can go any further, a double reminder, because I'm pretty sure that's how I introduce the socials as well, to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP. All of these segments are executively produced by Zeke, and we have all kinds of stuff that we're going to talk about today. We have a couple of different local stories that we're going to talk about, some like homeless camping stuff, some Seattle PD body cam footage stuff. Part 2, impeachment inquiry, Hunter Biden indictment. That's very light. It's just kind of mentioning that it's happening. We're going to talk about unions. Big talk about unions. So Brian,
like
if you're
union
around
talk.
for Part 2, there's going to be tons of union talk, which I think will be really good. I think people might be a little bit surprised where I have to come from on this. We're going to talk a little about the F-35, and then in Part 3, Ukraine talk. There's a couple different topics to go from there. And then we have some comments from Jake Sullivan and Joe Biden that I want to go over and discuss a little bit. And then Brian says I am almost inaudible. So, yep. So there's that there.
Gotta love it.
But yeah,
How much like these mics are just they're too OP.
I don't
They're
know.
Too badass.
I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Some comments from Jake Sullivan and Joe Biden that we're going to go over, and then, of course, some immigration talk. So much better. There we go. But a mouth buzz. So the buzz is there. You can hear me better from my microphone. So I
just do one of these every time I want to talk. Just push up the mic, and then when I don't want to talk,
yeah, I have no idea what the issue is. So
we'll work through some of these issues as we go along here.
These are different systems than we were, or different mics and stuff than we were using the last time. So we have a different setup going on. We have different things. It's going to be great.
I'm very interested in hearing what it is you have to tell me about this picture behind my back here.
Okay,
Very
so
interested about this.
so the picture that I did, yes. That's one of the pieces that I did. The other one is not up because I messed it up and I have to fix something on it. This is, some people may know, some people may not. It is my rendition of, it's called a couple different things, like the Pine Tree flag, the Appeal to Heaven flag, different, right? It's called different stuff, but they're all the same thing. So
yeah, when I was looking it up last night, I was like, I tried Appeal to Heaven, and that pulled something up, and then I thought it was like the Douglas flag too.
Yeah.
But it turns out that's a totally different one.
Right. So this particular flag was flown over the first ships that were commissioned or were brought under George Washington's command when he was leader of the Union Army. Right?
By
Or
Joseph
Union
Reed.
Army, Jesus Christ.
The Continental?
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm obviously a little bit flustered with the fucking audio issues. I'm very frustrated. So
I know what you mean.
yes. So I did a rendition of this flag because I thought it was cool. I like this flag. I think it's very, very interesting, and it's starting to come back a little bit. Like this has started to gain prominence. There are more people around kind of Bremerton and Silverdale that are flying it on their house, and so
For real? On their
yeah,
houses?
yeah.
and
Just
stuff?
the presence of the flag has started to grow a little bit, and people are, I think, generally looking into the founding a little bit more, the Revolutionary times, and just learning a little bit more about that stuff.
I think that's really interesting because I have a kind of a goofy let me ask you this for the beginning of the show that I think will kind of go hand in hand with that. Kind of like, what do you call it? Like a true phenomenon, if that's what it is, like a cultural phenomenon of people kind of rediscovering the roots, because it's certainly happening for sure.
Yeah, I also want to know if you guys can hear a buzz from Colin's mic, because if you can't, then I totally just want to unplug this one and just run with the one in the middle, because then I won't think about it, and then I won't have to worry about it, and I'll be able to just move on with the show. So please tell us if you guys can hear the buzz coming from Colin's mic also, or if it's just from mine. We're still figuring this the fuck out. So just yours. Okay, so
Why don't you unplug? We'll do comments mode, just see how it goes.
yes.
Better do it now in the beginning of the show.
So switch it. Yep.
Let's go. This is fun. This is called watching the sausage get made, people.
Yep. Okay. Let us know if this works, you guys. And I apologize. I know that you guys don't give a shit. I'm sure that I care more than anybody else does, but I am super fucking irritated about it. So let us know. Make sure that you guys can hear us this way around.
Yeah, this now it feels super naked. I like this.
Okay, so the Appeal to Heaven flag. The reason that I did this, like I said, because I just thought that it was cool. And as you guys can see, the letters are fucked up. The top of it is fucked up. It's very hard to read on here. You probably can't even read it at all when you're looking at it through Colin's deal. But it does say an Appeal to Heaven at the top. Here we can see it in studio. It's dark. So,
But it is. It's noticeably smudged.
yes. Okay. So I went to do it the first time, and first I drew it and realized, oh shit, I have to paint this white before I can paint any of this stuff. So I had to paint over the letters that I had already drawn, which looked really good. They were spaced out and all that type of stuff. And so then I painted it white, and I went to do them, and it looked fine. And in pencil and it looked fine, and then I painted over them and it looked like shit. They were very inconsistent. Some of them were super thick and thin, and then it was running up at an angle and I just couldn't get it right. And so I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to sand all of this off and then I'll redo it and that will be fine. And so I sanded it off and I sanded like halfway off. So this actually looks kind of sick. Like I kind of look this like this worn thing, So I'm going to redo them again just to darken it again so I can sand it intentionally, right? So I do the letters again and I go to paint white and it fucking smudges it all to shit just like that, right? So I'm getting super frustrated. I'm like, why is this not working? I don't understand why I can't get this to work. Like it's just letters. I want this to just look the way that I want so I could just get this art done, right? I was cramming in the last couple of weeks to try and get all of this stuff done. So I was also just very stressed over time and everything. So I sat back and I'm looking at it, just thinking, okay, appeal to heaven. This is an appeal to heaven. This is what we're doing. This is, why did I pick this? Why is this flag relevant? Why did it come here in the first place, right? What is this a reference to? I'm just trying to think about this flag just so that I can just try and process through what the fucking issue is. So the origins of this flag, right? Like I said, it was flown on the first ships that George Washington had under his command. The statement, an appeal to heaven, is from a John Locke writing in which he talks about, and I'll read this piece really quick and then we can talk about it because this will kind of get me to what I'm talking about. So the phrase is a particular expression from the Right of Revolution used by British philosopher John Locke in chapter 14 of his second treatise on civil government, which was published in 1690 as part of the two treatises of the government refuting the theory of the divine right of kings. And this is the passage. And where the body of the people or any single man is deprived of their right, or is under the exercise of power without right, and have no appeal on earth, they have a liberty to appeal to heaven, whenever they judge the cause of sufficient moment. And therefore, though the people cannot be judged so as to have, by the constitution of that society, any superior power to determine and give effective sentence in the case, yet they have, by a law antecedent and paramount to all positive laws of men, reserved that ultimate determination to themselves which belongs to all mankind, where there lies no appeal on earth, viz. To judge whether they have just cause to make their appeal to heaven, right? Okay.
That's a powerful statement.
What he is saying, right, because it was a lot, it's very wordy, as are things in the revolutionary time that are written, right? What he is saying is, when you are existing under a government in which you have a constitution that is supposed to give you rights, but those rights are being infringed on by someone who believes their rights are above yours, their power is above yours, you have the right as a man as a human being whose rights are instilled in them by God, to appeal to that God, to appeal to heaven, to get those rights back, to regain them, right? So this is what underlines and justifies the Revolutionary War. That this is past you now. You are infringing on rights that you have no right to go over. We are now appealing to heaven because we have for years tried to appeal to the crown so that we can work with you and make sure that these rights are being followed by you and we can feel happy with what's going on.
Because up until this point, the highest point essentially was always going to be the king, because the king was ordained by God anyway.
Precisely.
So,
and as we've talked about with Sam Adams throughout the reading that I was doing, right? He agreed and was a fan of government up until the point that they were infringing on your rights. So they were trying to work with the crown the entire time until they continued to fuck them, and that's when they finally rebelled.
And now it's time to go off,
yes,
bro.
People I don't think recognize how long that actual process was. Like
it was decades, wasn't it?
Decades, yes, over 20 years of them speaking with the crown about different laws that are being passed and taxes that are being passed and stuff like that, right? So.
Because everybody always assumes, I think falsely, that like there was that shot heard around the world, bing, bing, boom, and then that's when it all kicked off. But this was like that's why they talk about like the redress of grievance and all that stuff, is because, we've been trying over here, and you're just over here swinging your big dick crown energy around.
Years and years and years. Okay, so after I'm thinking about all this stuff, I'm like, okay, this is my issue. My issue is that, and I'm going to get emotional. I was getting emotional. I was talking to Jordan about it. My issue is that with why I can't get these letters to look right is because I don't believe that I have a right to make that appeal, right? I am not a person of theocracy, of religion. I'm not an atheist or anything, but I don't pray to anybody. I don't think about God. I don't anything like that. right? So this appeal that when I'm making this thing, I'm like, this is great, this works for 2023, like we need to take back our rights, all this type of stuff. I don't have the ability to make this appeal to heaven because I don't have a God to appeal to, right? As I'm starting to think about this, I get upset. I'm like, that's dumb. Like, that's dumb that would be the reason why I can't do this, right? So I started thinking about it more. I don't think that as a nation, we have the ability to make this appeal anymore.
Definitely not.
We have lost, and I'm not saying it's Jesus Christ. I'm not saying that it's any particular thing, right? And because we talked about this when we answered like Jake Lyons' question a couple episodes ago, right? I'm not defining it to a particular religion or a particular God. We have lost God. Whatever that looks like to whoever you are, we as a society have lost that guidance. So this appeal that they made during the revolution to a higher power, we don't have the ability to make that appeal. We are completely disconnected from the people that we are saying we are deriving our rights from.
And this is the danger of like a completely secular society, right? Yes, I mean we can have because I'm definitely in a very similar situation. It kept me out of the Freemasons, for God's sakes,
right?
Because one of the prereqs to join us, you have to have a faith in a higher power, AA style, right? You got to do the higher power. Pick whatever one you want, Ramaswamy style. You could be a Hindu, but you still believe in a God or something like that.
Right.
But for, like you said before, not even really as an atheist, because I'm not really an atheist necessarily, but like I'm not a man of faith. Because it's not like I haven't been able to struggle with that. I've studied and this, that, and the other thing. You know, I've gone to various different churches and ceremonies. I had a roommate in Long Island when I lived there. Go up to his parents' house all the time on the weekends and shit like that. We'd hang out, and then every Sunday we get up, we go to Catholic Mass.
Yeah,
did nothing for me. You know, I've been to all sorts of stuff, but I do get the argument essentially that I think it's the same argument more or less that like Jordan Peterson pushes. And why he's kind of gone down that road. I mean, you hear the Daily Wire people talk about that shit all the time, that like there's a reason there was all the God language in all the founding documents, right? And whether or not you prescribe to that necessarily without an ability to appeal to heaven somehow, you stop at the king because that's the highest power that you know of. There's nobody higher than that. And when we've had deep discussions about rights and where they stem from and how to understand them, and they require at least an acknowledgement that being born as a human being is something innately special as it is, which gives you those rights. But even then, you can't appeal to biology as a thing to be able to like justify your pushback against authoritarianism.
My opinion, in this new line of thinking that I'm going down, right? We have to acknowledge that there is something before us and after us for those divine rights to be an ethereal concept that travels through all human beings. Otherwise, we're only working for ourselves. That is why we are running into these issues. If you don't identify with something outside of yourself, you can't think past yourself. You're only thinking in a defined timeline of whatever your life is. Or if we have multiple generations who are only able to think about themselves, you can't sustain a country like that. You can't sustain a race like that. You know, like I don't mean like the white race. I mean the human race. Like you can't. Human beings cannot survive if they don't think about what happens past them. And so when we have this push to move to secularism, coupled with the push away from having children, you truly only think about yourself. If you were a godless, childless individual, you will truly only conceptualize your own life.
Word. That's okay. So this is fantastic.
And like you said, the highest person you can appeal to is the fucking president. That's it. That's the top. Is the government. The government is who gives you these rights. That's how you get to this distorted point of about guns, about how they give you this right and they do this. That's how you get to the distorted point about taxes, about fucking income, about what the government owes you. It's because that's who gives you this, right?
Yep. Ooh, what's up, Zeke? Shout out, Alex.
Blessed are old people who plant trees knowing that they shall never sit in the shade of their foliage. Yes.
Precisely.
That's it.
Precisely.
I was trying to think of what that line was. It's like, yeah, that you plant the trees that you'll never sit under,
Yes.
or whatever it was. But
Yes.
Alex, of course, always a master of soliloquy. Nails it.
And like I said, that we're not turning into a fucking Christian freedom podcast. Like that is not what's happening here. I'm not telling anyone that they need to go to Catholic mass or they need to go to mosque. I'm not saying any of that type of shit. I don't, because another issue that I think when I was talking to Jordan about it last night, that with some of these older religions, they are unable to or unwilling to identify other religions that are newer or arguably older, or to identify them on the same plane. So if you are of like a whatever fucking Wicca or whatever, any of these fucking random ass religions, right? That are
like,
religions, but they're just earth-based theocracies that
Yeah.
are very, very different from a traditional Judeo-Christian, you
Yeah.
know, very, very different.
I know,
It's
I know
the
some
same-
modern day druids. You know
Precisely.
What I mean?
It's the same thing, though. At the end of the day, those people are recognizing a God in nature and in like a higher. Jordan calls it like the source. You know, that's what Shia. But that's the same thing as God, as a Christian going to church and praying to God. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
And
It's the same motivation that like put motivation in like Viking warriors,
Yes.
thinking that think they're going to go to Valhalla if they die a brave, and stemming back throughout all of history since essentially the advent of like the god Marduk and all that stuff of the old days. This is the first time I think in any kind of human society where we've ever actually been a completely godless society at mass. And
Right.
it's not just. It's America. It's all over the West. It's pretty much just over the West, and then also actually China too.
Yes.
The whole communism thing. That's never worked out well.
And I think that the key is not necessarily an embrace of those smaller, like lesser known, lesser practiced religions, but an embrace of the concept of theological equality, that you don't have to, not only do you not have to be a part of one of those larger religions, if you are part of those larger religions, if Jesus Christ is the God that you identify with, right, you don't have to practice this faith in the prescribed fashion that structure hands down to you.
No.
I don't think that even is required, so long as you are actually able to identify and believe in something outside of yourself. Like I don't think that
Yeah, you don't need to prescribe to any specific religion necessarily, but
no.
for lack of a better term, to be like a God-fearing person of some kind, to have
Yes.
some kind of faith in a higher power.
Because even if you pick Jesus, I'm not saying you got
that
to go to
would be
church
the
every Sunday.
foundation that you would have to rely on and actually truly believe on the inside
Yes.
to actually be able to properly, what's the right word I want to use, properly understand the concept of rights.
Yes.
Because there has to be a higher power on the other end that is not made of man.
Yes.
And whatever that is, you'd still have to have that. And you'd still have to believe in it in some capacity,
That's what I think.
which is troubling to me. Because it's not something you could just do.
No.
You can't like logically find your way there. Some people I guess can, but at the end of the day, there's like they call it a leap of faith for a reason. Like you're either a believer or not. You can lie to yourself as much as you want, and that might be better than the alternative, I guess. But you're still never actually going to be able to truly feel attached to like the foundation of rights.
And to me, when I think about it, it feels like enough for me to know what that source is for me. Whatever that is, whether it is Jesus Christ or it's fucking Muhammad or it's the source or like Durga, like this goddess of equality that I was talking to you about not too long ago. That's from Hinduism. Like whatever that is, like I'm fine. I would be content with just knowing for me who that is, and that to me feels like enough to form a relationship with that entity and to be able to make that appeal.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that not only can we not make this appeal, You can't go anywhere when we try.
Fucking talk about kicking off the podcast with an existential crisis, good sir. Like, because it's something I've struggled with for a lot of years. For the most part, I'm pretty good just throwing it in the back and just it'll pick up at some point. But I mean, there's been moments in my life where something has like struck awe in me, and that's the closest I've ever been able to get. And it's usually when I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere, just staring at the majesty that is the fucking world around here. But it's a fleeting situation, and then every time I get back to, oh, dude, it happens every time. Even just like if I go out to Chelan or something like that for a weekend, and you spend some time out there where there's not a lot of people,
Yes.
and you're out there just seeing like massive rolling hills for miles and miles and miles, and then as soon as I get back and I come down fucking Tiger Pass and I get back into the, you know, whatever that Fife area is or whatever, and I just go, man, we fucked up. There's no way to find anything existential when you're surrounded by steel, concrete, and glass.
Yeah.
But it's raining outside. I forgot it's supposed to fucking start deluging all week.
Yes. You can hear so much more shit in here.
Yes, and well, I don't have my cans on too,
More
so my
connection
ears
to
are
the
fully
outside.
loaded. But this entire conversation kind of has sparked a question in me. And so I told you I have two. Let me ask you this. They're going to dovetail pretty well with this one. The first one might be a slight derailment, but you'll get it. So
Okay.
without any further ado,
With that, let me ask you this.
I just have to watch that one because I can't hear for some reason.
Well, it should play over the speakers.
It
right?
should. I might not have set the speakers up again after I plugged them in, but hey, we'll figure it out during the next break.
Just won't play any audio clips.
Yes,
until
not this
then.
time. So, my first question to you, good sir, and like I said, take it with a grain of salt because this is kind of a joke, but how many times a day do you think about the Roman Empire? And do you know why I'm asking this
I
question?
have seen this discussion begin to happen online. Yes, so I've seen the references to it.
But also, I want to know your answer.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a daily thing, but it's certainly consistent. You know,
Okay.
I would think weekly is probably like fair. You know,
Why? What are you thinking about when you start thinking about the Roman Empire? You thinking about the collapse? You thinking the rise of? You thinking about how it used to be a republic? I mean, what avenue of thought, or you just in general be like, and then Romans kind of had something going on.
collapse and warfare. I think about Roman warfare like a lot. It's just a cool deal. It's just a cool concept. You know,
Word.
I like the swords and shield thing is pretty fucking badass.
Oh,
And
dude, that's rough business when you think about it. Back in the day when warfare was just,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go murder you with a knife,
Right.
a long knife, but I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
That's one of those. If you had a time machine, you can go back and like go experience something. I'd want to go watch something like that just to see the fucking true horror of it.
Yeah, and ever since I read the Rubicon book, you know, I think like I don't think I did much before then, but after that, you know,
Once you get introduced to the concept of, it's hard to kick it out of your brain.
the more spread out we are.
Yes.
You know, every time I hear about us in another country, I'm like, you shouldn't be doing that.
You shouldn't be doing that.
You shouldn't be doing that. I know you know this, but you shouldn't be doing
Oh
that.
man, like if foreign bases all throughout the
Yeah.
world to be able to control as much territory as possible, the whole thing. There's so many great avenues. But that, as an aside, that's kind of like you've definitely dipped your toes into the cultural waters of the internet if
Right.
you know about this. So the real question is, I've seen a lot of, particular on obviously the right wing of things, if you will, in political Twitter or culture war Twitter. This, and we've talked about like TradCon wives and stuff like this. There's a big push into people like becoming very opaque about their religion, particularly like young Christian women, or even, just say young-ish people that are looking to get in like the dating market, or some of them are a little older. I've talked about her before, Melanie Mack, formerly of GameStop TV.
Yeah, okay.
She started doing some, video game review type stuff, and then she got heavy into the culture wars. And now she's gotten to the point where, she's got the cross on her Twitter bio. More than half of the tweets she puts out now have to do with Jesus.
Do you think that's
she
real or
starts
fake?
sing- that's my question to you, really.
Okay.
Is there so much of this now? And I don't know if it's an honest resurgence. I see a lot of memes that are like, which way, Western man? And it's like a woman that loves Jesus or a woman that loves, partying or something like
Right.
that. It's, it'll show two pictures of two different chicks or something like that. And I'm going, this feels like a pendulum swing.
Yeah.
This feels like an overextended pendulum swing that's, I feel like, too much. But given our last conversation, maybe it's not. Maybe just the concept of it blowing up like that is actually, I would imagine the pendulum will settle back down again, but if these people have embraced some form of faith and then has made that a cornerstone in their future dating prospects and all this stuff, maybe you're at a 10 out of 10 on, maybe you're at like a 2 or 3 out of 10, but either way it's present in your world and you're making it very opaque that this
Right.
is what you're looking for. Is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing for society? Or even trying to get more people into the ranks of, say, more conservative thinking?
So I think there's I can imagine a couple different layers to it. And one of them being, okay, well, I'm just trying to think about how exactly I want to form this. So I think that part of it is disingenuous, but part of it is I think very real. If you are submerged in the conservative or conservative adjacent culture for long enough, like us, for example, I think if you're really about it, if you're really about freedom, if you're really about liberty, you find your way there like I just did. You find your way there. Eventually you think yourself to a point where you're like, okay, I'm missing something. There's something that is a disconnect here for me that is causing me to not be able to meet this end goal. If it's as simple like, and I don't think, obviously my end goal is not to fucking finish this painting. I think that this is a representation of an internal issue that I'm having, and I believe that it's also representative of a larger issue the country is having. So,
Entire society, really. I
Yeah.
mean, all of Western society, really.
it could very well, I'm absolutely thinking out loud, it could very well be the first act of whatever that source is for me, showing me you're fucking up. Like this is the message that I'm giving you to tell you need to sort yourself straight. It could be me being a fucking shit ass artist, and this is the way that I'm interpreting the issue that I'm having with this painting. Either way, you get yourself to this point, I think, if you're really about it. You know, a lot of people will. Some people are going to logic their way to just secularist
Doing the thing.
egoism, anarchism that is like, my right is derived from me. I'm the only person who can do that. This is not real, so I can't, take it from a God that I can't prove is real.
Yeah.
So the only person who defines what my right is me.
But then you run into problems with, well then, okay, if there's no rights based off of, for lack of a better term, Judeo-Christian values,
Yeah.
like are talked about in all of the founding documents and all the, the little wings of the founding documents, you still lose sight of the overall meaning of it.
Yes,
And that usually just tends toward nihilism.
there's a little bit of
Dude, going heavy first part, dude.
a little bit of kind of bullshit you got to accept if that's where you're coming from.
Yeah.
If egoism is like really where you're at, there's a little bit of a bullshit that you kind of have to accept of like just logical fallacy that exists in that line of logic. That's fine, and if you're okay with that inconsistency at the core of the argument, then I think that's fine, and that's how people can get there. I also think that if you're into just more traditional values in relationships, like I was, an easy avenue for that is girls that are religious, because they're going to have been raised with those ideals already. They're not discovering them in their mid-20s like you just did. I don't mean you, but I mean whoever the person is that's seeking a partner. So they already have that. You don't have to worry. You don't have to convince them into that. You don't have to find a girl who's a leftist and try and date her for 10 years until she wants to have kids and she figures it out for herself, because that's generally the way that it goes.
Yeah, and what a roll of the dice that's going to be.
Precisely. They could just be shitty. It could not work. There's any number of things, But that's, Jordan and I were both very, very left when we got together. It's very much not that way now. Part of that is really natural. Part of that is me fucking, bringing her to the dark side of liberty. But so I think
here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Because I've heard this argument talked about by a lot of people. I mean, everybody from, say, like even a Timcast people to Ben Shapiro, regardless of whether or not you're a believer or a member of a particular religion, like finding your way to church is a good way to at least put yourself in the environment to find those things.
Yes.
Is that something you would be interested in doing? Because different perspective, obviously, because I'm coming at it obviously from a completely different turnabout. You already have an established family. Is that something that you or Jordan would entertain?
Going to church, you mean? Just
Some kind of.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think I would just like go to random churches.
Yeah, I feel like there'd be a lot of research involved beforehand to at least try to start off on the right road.
Right, because I think that I can kind of open a door for myself by myself. With at-home research, I think I can find myself to a point where I'm like, okay, this one is speaking to me, and then find a religious center to attend that that God aligns with. That's probably more where I'm at with it.
Interesting, because a lot of this stuff brings me back to like our old Jake Lyons conversation. Because there is something to be said about having that cornerstone of where to appeal. Yeah. And there's a lot of the people he suggests and stuff like that. These are like online people that make videos, and there's no shortage of. There's 1,000 different avenues of that to pursue, but there's also a place that you could start pursuing down those types of roads without going to like your local Unitarian church that may or may not be flying a pride flag out front, which I always think is interesting.
Almost always are. Funnily enough, I think that conversation with Jake Lyons, we could have talked ourselves almost to this point had we not got so hung up on that, like, okay, but how, like, you're asserting a point that you can't prove. We got like very stuck in that point.
That was nothing but that was our version of the original Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris 3-hour long discussion that got nowhere.
It was super bad. It was super duper bad. Yeah.
We just got so stuck and couldn't get around it.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting thought, because again, to take it all the way back, like I've been struggling with this for a very long time, and particular with things that have gone down in my life relatively recently. That stupid fucking saying of, it's very, very cookie cutter and kind of colloquial, but like there's that God-shaped hole in your heart that you can use to derive meaning from things.
Yeah.
It ain't wrong. Whatever that is, like that faith of in a higher power of some kind, whatever that is. If you don't got it, you don't got it.
Right.
And without it, if you look too long, you'll feel it. And it's a struggle. It's a struggle. So I'm right there with you. I really like that. You talked up the story about that a lot yesterday when we were doing initial setup.
Yeah.
Paid off big time.
Excellent.
Yeah. You set a high bar, good sir.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. So I have two. Let me ask you this question: a single silly one, and then a more serious one. So I was watching One Piece with Jordan the other day.
I almost gave you a One Piece line to start out with, but it's we're still workshopping it.
And she's in like just a fantastic story arc. She's in Water 7 right now.
Okay, let's pause button real quick. What episode are you on now?
Roughly 550.
And what episode is she on now?
She's closing in on like 300, I think.
Damn,
yeah,
still.
She's doing good. I watch way
I'm on
more
episode
than,
10.
Yeah, I watch way more than she does, obviously, at work and everything. But she's doing really good for only watching at home. 300 is that's very good.
Yeah, juggling 2 kids at the same time and everything else in the household. That's pretty strong.
Water 7 is super duper sick, and that's where she's at now. So there's
Water 7.
Water 7, yeah. Water 7 is...
it's an island.
Yeah, it is an island. It is a shipbuilding island. That's like where they're just the best shipwrights in the world to live in Water 7. And so they have to get a new ship, and they go there. And there is a woman that they are traveling with named Nico Robin, who ate a devil fruit. I don't remember what the hand fruit. And so she can make like arms and shit appear on anywhere that she can see. So she can also do like eyes and stuff like that. So she can like it's like a chain of arms that extend out of each other's hands, and then like put an eye at the end of it.
So
she
if I
can
need to like
see super
put a
high.
flag at the top of the mast, I could
Precisely. Yeah.
Okay,
Arm after arm after arm. So
Okay. that's interesting power.
it's very weird. It's kind of cool though.
Good for engineering.
Yeah. So she is wrapped up in this whole deal that doesn't make any sense to explain right now. But the real question is, eventually she is at a point where she's holding 4 guns at somebody because she has 2 extra arms that are coming out of her side. So she has 4 guns, and the guy that she's holding up, he has 1 gun, right? And he's pointing it at her. And so I'm watching this happen, and I looked at Jordan and I said, is 4 guns really scarier than 1 gun?
Yeah, naturally, because we all know.
You'll die. You can die. You can get killed from being shot 1 time.
No, I know. But I mean, if somebody rolls at you with 4 guns out, that's pretty freaky.
It is. That's
All
true.
I'm saying. That's scary. I think it's scarier than 1 gun.
Yeah.
You know, if you're dual wielding, you're a little bit crazy, and so your 2 guns are worse than 1. Actually, my odds are probably better because you're not going to be able to handle those
Right.
guns very well.
Double akimbo.
But also, I mean, are we talking? Do we all have proper placement? Is that 1 gun stuck up underneath her
He
chin?
was
I mean,
like sitting on the floor pointing up at her, and she's kind of standing over him with 4 guns pointing at him, you know? So he could definitely be pointing right at her face. Like,
Yeah. Also, this bitch got 4 arms. I'm terrified.
I think that guy's name is Icebarg. I kind of think he has a devil fruit power, too. I don't remember, though. He might just be a dope-ass shipwright.
Well, you know, sometimes people are dope ass shipwrights, and
He's
that's
like
their
the-
power alone.
He's like the mayor of Water 7 or whatever.
Well, and obviously, in a completely meritocratic system like they have on Water 7, he's probably the best engineer, too.
He's the best shipwright.
There you go.
Him and Frankie.
That's how people make it on that island, right?
And yeah, Frankie joins the Straw Hat Pirates. That's the guy he's the cyborg in the front half of his body.
Word.
That's that guy.
That's healthy.
So the other question I have, there was, we're sticking with the gun thing, but it's very different. Robert Kennedy, right?
Yes.
There was the dude that supposedly tried to assassinate him earlier this week, or was like a would-be assassin, was a whatever, right? He's posing as a U.S. Marshal and then tried to slip into a security detail and like
And
I
look,
guess
it
got
had the
close
part,
enough.
man.
Well, I guess got close enough that he like spoke to Robert Kennedy, but then one of his security team recognized that he was like, "Who the fuck is that guy?" And then he got him away. So I was listening to Matt and Shane this week, and they're talking about this, and they're talking about people dying and stuff like this. And so my question is, as far as the CIA goes, right? If the government is going to try and kill somebody, how do you think they're going to go about doing it? Because in my quote unquote, I don't even know whatever. They killed JFK, right? Shot him in the face from not that far away. And
Indeed, they
then
did.
There are questions about things as recent as was the guy Seth Rich, right, in his house, like or wherever the fuck he died. That was really weird.
yeah.
And then there's the other guy who worked for the Clintons and had the Epstein ties that he was hanging in a tree and had shot himself in the chest with a shotgun. Like there's this is weird, you know. And so there are obviously some people who believe this person was killed by
The body count.
the
That's-
body count, by the
Yeah,
you
and
know,
I'd say that's probably the
whoever.
biggest distinction, right? Is when it comes to CIA level assassinations, I don't, because I've heard some more discussion on this exact topic lately. I don't know
I bet.
if we're even at that level anymore,
Right.
because I don't think the CIA would be fucking around with that anymore. I think they would probably do modern day like character assassinations, make this person just completely and utterly irrelevant.
Ruin you.
You know, some people are running with this narrative when it comes to like the Russell Brand takedown that's going on. They're going after fucking homeboy Tim Ballard now because he just got he copped a bunch of accusations. Yeah.
What kinds? Some Me
Of-
Too ones?
Yeah, some.
Get
yeah,
outta here.
We're Me Too 2.0 now. I think this is what we're entering into because they're all coming at a very interesting time altogether. But again, there's always the argument maybe this is just because if one person comes out, it starts to pave the way for more people to come out, and they're. I don't know. I've never been in that situation. I'm assuming there's legitimacy in that, but I don't think the CIA is in
Kills
the
people
business
anymore.
of assassinating high-profile Americans anymore.
Word.
And I think all those other cases we brought up, that's a body count list that doesn't belong to the CIA.
Right.
I think that some people still fuck around like that.
It's almost like a
I don't think
PMC.
I don't think the CIA does. I mean,
Yeah.
the CIA could easily just maybe call somebody over at the NSA and put some CP on your computer, and then you're gone forever. Nobody cares. Done. And like, there's so many better ways now to just get off totally scot-free, not have anybody's hands dirty, and take somebody off the playing board. Playing board? Battlefield? Playing board? No.
Game
Take them
board?
off the board.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, whatever that is.
I agree. The CIA can't be so blatant with assassinations anymore. I think it's way more effective to ruin their reputation. Yeah, I think that's because also.
And now, you could take away their entire livelihoods too, because a lot of people that are going down these roads and getting hemmed up for one reason or another, whether or not those accusations are true or not, all of their income derives from like being on the internet through various platforms. And you cut that away, now all of a sudden they can't work in anything in the public eye anymore. They can't even make money in their old job. They have to go out and start bagging groceries somewhere when the fucking heat dies down and nobody knows them someplace. I mean, the level of character assassination just seems too light-handed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like they're destroying a person's life, doing everything but taking their life.
Well, in the general, there's enough mental illness in the general public, and they're wild enough that if someone might just kill him anyway.
Yeah.
A member of the public might just try and kill that person anyway because of whatever they believe that person did. If you can convince them that I don't know.
Get the activist crowd riled up enough that somebody deranged is going to go off and do something fucking stupid.
Right.
Kavanaugh, when that dude got picked up, he was just brainwashed to the point, was fucking nihilistic and totally lost in fucking pure secularism, part of the fucking woke cult, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a god. His god is the ideology that just is ever changing.
Right.
But I mean, he
Another
got
issue.
to that point where he was ready to go kidnap and probably murder.
Yeah.
You don't convince enough people to think a particular way, and if they're deranged enough, they'll take care of your business for them, and then you got a real legit fall guy.
I wonder whatever happened to the guy that hit Paul Pelosi with the hammer. Because that was fucked up. That was a bad video.
It was a super bad video, and we never heard nothing about how that ended.
He just showed up real fucked up in the face like 2 weeks later.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, fucking at the thing with that weird hat during the, what was the State of the Union?
Yeah, well, he's probably fucking a whole different person now.
I would certainly imagine
I
if
don't-
he's even if he's a person anymore, he might
Get
just
hit
be a
in the head
fucking
with a fucking
vegetable.
hammer.
You never know. And they're not going to tell us. They're not going to let us know about that. For God's sakes.
Show us Paul Pelosi.
Yes. Show me Paul Pelosi. I did good. I didn't pound on the desk. I almost did. It's another interesting one. I'll save it for the grab bag, really, because there's a video to go along with it. But do you remember the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? The dude whose fucking
Yes.
army blew off?
Yes.
That dude just got hit and run like a motherfucker.
I saw that.
I don't know how that dude's alive, but he's alive. But I don't want
He
to give
got
away
hit
the
in-
ending.
He got hit and ran over. I saw that video.
He got hit and
fucked
drugged,
up.
dude. Ooh, yeah. It's rough business. But hey, he's got to GoFundMe out. So
Oh, of course he does.
can you?
I don't like
Dude
the
gets
GoFundMe
shot up,
thing.
and then like a couple years later, gets fucking taken out by an SUV. I mean, brother, you got to be doing your karma's real bad right now.
Yeah.
You got to start coming correct, I guess.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's weird shit, man. Yeah, CIA definitely killed MLK and JFK, and probably a number of other
Yeah.
political dissidents. So
Well, the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, was like they'd sent Martin Luther King Jr. a letter trying to convince him to kill himself.
Yeah.
They fucking
dude,
yeah.
sending him the recordings of the sex tapes that he was doing. Like,
Just
here you
kill
go,
yourself, Martin.
dude. That's dark. But yeah, I don't know if CIA fucks around like that
Government's
no
on some wild shit.
more.
Y'all are wildin'.
Wildin' out there.
So we got a couple of local stories
Dude.
that we can do. Either one. With the Seattle PD one, there's a clip, and so we're going to want to have the audio. So
Yeah.
either we can save that for the beginning of part 2, or we can take a quick look at the speaker and do whatever. So I can introduce either one with the Bremerton camping one, and then Seattle PD.
We'll do Bremerton camping. It's a very localized issue that I know some people that listen actually care about because they fucking live here.
So it's a rough one, guys. I'm not as hot about it as I was earlier this week, which is a good thing. It's a good thing for all of us. So there was a vote earlier this week on a city ordinance for the city of Bremerton that had to do with homeless people camping on public property, right? And so the initial ordinance, the one that got people so upset, the one that made this initially a topic here, came with a map that laid out certain parcels of city-owned property throughout Bremerton in which homeless individuals would be allowed to camp if there were no shelter space available or no shelters open.
Yes.
Right? So the map got like leaked or it was published or it was whatever. I think it was published because it was part of the initial thing that they were going to put out, right? So the map made people very upset, including myself, because the parcels were like all over the place, and they were in random ass neighborhoods. Like a very good example is
Makes me question why the fuck the city of Bremerton owns those particular parcels in the middle of a residential area.
It's very weird.
Not a fan of that.
Because like two of these spots were on the road that I live in, or the road that I live on. There were legit 3 blocks down the road from my house. Another one was just a couple of blocks up from that. We'll get to the map in just a second, Brian, because this particular piece of ordinance was not voted on Wednesday.
Yeah.
They replaced it with a different piece of city ordinance that would just make it so that it is legal to camp in public areas, quote unquote, like parks and
right-of-ways,
and
stuff like
shit
that.
like that, when there is no shelter space available, right? So that removes this map that they were talking about that made people very upset.
But essentially is the same exact thing, right?
Very, very similar, yes. I think the only difference is there isn't... I don't know. I guess the only real difference is that there isn't a list that they can hand out to the homeless people to say, these are the places you can go.
That seems about the only difference.
Because
Because the language is essentially the same.
Right, and so my understanding would be that if they understood where the city property was blocks from my house, they would be able to camp there. That's my understanding.
Sure is.
Right?
That's my understanding. The language seems pretty clear.
So...
Just doesn't spell out, hey, here's the list of properties.
Yeah. All right, well, let's read the article a little bit, and because I have it on my computer, too, so that I can
Kitsap Daily
read it
News.
from here from us, and we can...
I got a hold of one from the Kitsap Sun again, but I'm not paying those fucking commies any money to read their shit.
Yes.
Last night, I had it pulled up, and I was like, oh, that must have been my free article. Hopefully it'll last till tomorrow.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So this article is entitled Bremerton OK's Homeless Law Now Waits on Mayor. And after I read this, let me preface this, right? When I think I heard about this law like 2 weeks ago, or the initial ordinance with the map, right? And I just think we just didn't get to it on the last episode. And then when I came home on Wednesday, a member of the community had placed a typed note with a map inside of the handle of my gate that told me, hey, I don't know if you know this. I'm paraphrasing in not so many words. I don't know.
So this was not like a from the city.
No.
This is a neighbor, just somebody in the neighborhood being like, hey.
Was typed
FYI.
up on Word.
Okay.
And then printed out with the map of like this particular area, this kind of like whatever 4-block radius.
That Google Maps all them lots, man. They're
Yeah. And I
real
found
fucking close.
I found the map too. And so this person said, this ordinance is going to get voted on Wednesday. That's going to make it so that it's okay for people to camp in these properties. I also think that the map thing was just like, it's okay to camp here. Like, it wasn't contingent on whether or not there was shelter space available. It was just okay to camp at these places. That's my understanding of the
And they've
initial
gone back
one.
and forth with this ordinance now since, I believe, we're talking for months.
Yeah, I think
And so
almost years, actually.
it would not
There's a
surprise
lot
me.
more background to this than I understood, and I kind of think that it is incumbent upon us to speak to some of these people, because Greg Wheeler may have made a mistake in exposing to me precisely how accessible he is to members of
Yeah.
the public because
Sorry, bud.
Because this,
You don't know who you called.
it was a
back.
bad choice. It was a bad call, probably on his part. I'm glad he did it, but it was probably a bad call. Considering now,
Yeah.
looking forward to the future, it's
I
probably a
got
bad
your number
idea.
now, Greg.
But
Greg Wheeler being the mayor.
the mayor of Bremerton, yes,
where the people are.
This
So we need a mayor.
Exactly. This note that I got said that I should email or call Greg Wheeler and tell him how I feel, or call the city council. So I called Greg Wheeler. It was like 5:30, so he didn't answer because it's just his work number,
Mm-hmm.
And I left a very spirited voicemail about like
You?
I'm
No.
not cool with this. I'm vehemently against this. I don't see why this is acceptable. I have children. I work a lot of hours, and now this is happening, right? And so he called me back like 15 minutes later, and it's like, hey, I listened to your voicemail, and I
Also,
appreciate
shout
you
out to the
calling.
mayor, dude. Calling
Yeah.
you back after hours like that.
For sure. Shout out Greg Wheeler. I appreciate that you called. I told him about the show. He may or may not. I also told him that I would clip this and let him know. So it wasn't a mistake for you to call me back, Mr. Mayor, but
Shout out Greg Wheeler.
you will be hearing from me in the future is kind of what it's feeling like. So
I have some thoughts on this
He
city.
called, told me that he understood what I was saying, and the city council needs to know this because they're rushing through this ordinance, and it's from them, and so I don't get to vote on it, and they're going to do it like they shouldn't be doing it. People have been calling me all week, telling me they don't like it. Email the city council. So that night,
Because on a city level, let's just break this down real quick. The city council's like the legislature for the city.
Yes.
He's like the executive of the city. So
Yes.
he doesn't necessarily get to just do like what most presidents do and just go, bang the gavel, this is what we're doing.
Right.
Not on all things.
and he gets to vote on some shit and not other shit. I don't know what it is that defines what he does and does not get to vote on, but
Yep.
I feel like I'm really feeling like we're gonna have to sit down with Greg Wheeler and just do an interview with him because I think that it's gonna be very easy to do.
Yeah. Be interested.
And
Lots of-
we'll go to him. We'll just bring
Yeah.
cameras and go to him. It's for and we'll just pre-record it, and
Indeed.
he can have. Well, he not get to cut anything, but but he can look at it before he put it out if he wants. I'm not gonna let you cut anything, but you can look at it though. So I was gonna say he can, ask me to cut anything, but I wasn't gonna say that because that's not true. So he called me back, told me to email the city council. So I emailed the city council that night, said very similar things to them. Not cool with this. I don't know why you think this is acceptable. Blah 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 blah. They voted the next day and passed the ordinance that we discussed that makes it so that it is okay to park or camp in these public areas if there is not space available. So we can read some of this article and then we have a better understanding of it.
Indeed.
But I am feeling like it would behoove us to sit down with Greg Wheeler, to sit down with a member of the Bremerton City Council, because they're probably just as easy to sit down with as Greg Wheeler. It shouldn't be fucking any more difficult because they're even more of a regular person. You have a regular job and then come here and do this shit. And then Jordan's stepdad, Leif, works with a nonprofit company who works directly with the homeless. So he would also be a good person to sit down with, and he would come here and sit down with
We
us.
need Greg Wheeler, mayor. We need the city council person that voted no.
Yeah.
And then we need Leif.
Yeah.
All three of them.
And so I think those would be good individual interviews to get kind of different piece of information, because as I started to read this, there's a lot more going on here, and I don't know that I necessarily trust the sentiment that Greg Wheeler reached out to me with after I read this article. So
Sounds very interesting.
yes. So we can read part of this now. Like I said, this is called Bremerton Okay's Homeless Law Now Waits on Mayor. It took well past the 4-hour mark at another drawn-out meeting of the Bremerton City Council September 20th, but the city has finally passed its new camping ordinance by a vote of 6-1, banning camping in certain public places when and if shelter is available. The law...
See, that's the way they word that.
Yes.
The way they word that is to spin it in the say pro homeless sentiment, right?
Yeah.
They passed it 6-1, banning camping in certain public spaces if shelter is available. But what they didn't say is that the shelters are always going to be at capacity. So really what they did was pass an ordinance that made it okay to start camping in the streets.
Yes. The law bans camping in parks, city-owned properties, and public right-of-way. Councilman Quinn Dennehy was the sole vote against, though he could have just as easily been joined by the councilwoman Jennifer Chamberlain, who showed extreme...
Hesitancy?
No, I can see the word.
Okay.
I kind of think that woman was my math teacher.
Certainly could be.
I kind of think that she was. Who showed extreme hesitancy in giving her vote of approval. Now it's Mayor Greg Wheeler's turn to act. Quote, He's briefed that he's working on it. This is a tough thing, but to be clear, it is on the mayor now, Council President Jeff Coughlin said. It's been more than 6 months, and we knew even before the Salvation Army closed, lack of shelter was an issue coming. So why I'm saying that it's been more than 6 months, because the Salvation Army closed 6 months ago, and I'm pretty sure that Mayor Greg Wheeler purchased a property, or the city purchased a property like 2 years ago, where they're opening up a new shelter. I'm pretty certain. Leif will know all of these things, all of this stuff, and it will be very easy for us to get Leif here to sit down and talk with us, because he fucking lives 5 minutes from here, and he's my fucking father-in-law. But the other people, I think it will be easy too. If we try and reach out to him like during December, coming close to Christmas time when they ain't got shit to do anyway. That's right. It'll probably be easy to just sit down with them for an hour or two and just talk with them. Councilman Eric Younger added his disappointment with an apparent lack of communication, saying, "Mayor, we're going to pass this ordinance hopefully tonight, and it's on you as the administrator to put in this overnight camping shelter. It needs to be a decent place with better living conditions than what people living in the streets have now. It is not clear when the law goes into effect, but under current conditions, such an ordinance would begin with the enforcement suspended, which means that they wouldn't actually be arresting people or giving out tickets. They would just be telling people, hey, you can't be here because there's a shelter open at this point," which is what they do in fucking Seattle, in any major city. They just tell you, hey, you can't be here. We can take you to this place if you want. But
I mean, that seems to work out pretty well, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I also like the fact that, like, hey, this is on you now, so you need to figure out a way to put up these shelters.
Yeah, so Wheeler reiterated his promise of additional shelter space by November 1st, but he was also one of few public officials calling for a vote not to take place that night. After I read that, it was like, but why, though?
Mm-hmm.
Because
that means it's on him to act.
Because
now.
He didn't say any of that shit to me. He didn't say anything about, like, I can't vote on this, but I am doing my part to make sure that... And why the fuck not? Why not?
Yeah, because
isn't that going to give me comfortability as a member of the public to know that this is a good thing that they're probably going to pass? Because that's the sentiment of what he said to me is like, this is going to pass, but you should tell them that you don't like it, because it's happening too quickly. And that's what he said, is I don't like how fast this is happening. He wasn't opposed to the law itself. He wasn't in favor of how quickly it was happening and the lack of like public outreach that had happened before it was being voted on. That seemed to be what the issue was, based on the conversation we had. I'm not trying to, when you're watching this, Mr. Mayor, I'm not trying to mischaracterize this is the sense that I got from the discussion that we had, because that's what he says. Yeah. I also don't like how fast this is happening. So,
but how fast this is happening is a problem with me.
Yeah.
Because I don't care how fast something happens if it's a bad idea.
Right.
That's really what I would care more about.
Right.
I understand that he's probably very concerned with, I don't know if he's got some kind of election or anything like that coming up. Maybe you can give that a quick goog.
Yeah.
But I mean, at that point, why would this be too fast for you? Unless, of course, you're not ready to meet the obligations that are required to go with this ordinance. Which again, just is not. That's no way to govern at that point. You can't be hoping an ordinance doesn't pass or a bill doesn't pass because you're not ready to take action on it. If you, as the executive, are not ready to take action on it for whatever reason, legitimate or otherwise, then there's no way that the city council should be voting on something like this to happen, because they should know as the city council that they don't have either the resources available to make this thing possible or what, and know for a fact that if they just pass this ordinance, all they're really doing is making it legal for people to camp in public places.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, that was their intent from the beginning. That's what the red flag is for me. Like, who cares how fast things get done?
It's a 4-year term. Mayor's elected.
And he was just reelected, I'm pretty sure.
2021 was the last election for the city of Bremerton. He is elected at large for 4-year terms. The mayor officially speaks for both the government and the community as a whole.
So it'll be...
he is a presiding officer and a regular member of the city council and has all the powers and duties of the office of council member in addition to those of mayor.
Except for some things I guess he can't vote on. Which is really interesting. The whole thing is seems very dirty to me.
Yeah, so I did find out he didn't say anything to me about that. Mm-hmm. That he wasn't like, but also I'm going to have this shelter that's going to be opening on November 1st. So feel confident that there will be places for them to go, and we will be telling people that they can't be there when the shelter is open.
Do we know what this new shelter is?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't. Leif would know for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sure he would. Because obviously the newest one that got built by the house that you were looking at beforehand,
Fucking Pendleton Place.
that's real. I mean, that's been around a couple of years.
Just a couple years. And that's why I was doubly irritated, was because I purposefully didn't buy a house in a different part of town that was right next to Pendleton Place because of its location. It was a better house.
Yep.
It was a bigger house. It would have worked better. I wouldn't have had to do all this fucking shit in here for this studio. I would have just had to slap some shit up and would have been fine. But I couldn't move my family in there. So I bought this house that was smaller and not as good and more work. And now they're fucking trying to do the same damn thing even closer.
Which, when you really think about it, if anybody knows that they can camp there, that's a worse off situation than having Pendleton Place next door, I would imagine. Because there's zero facility there. The cops aren't going to be used to coming around there yet, like they probably were over in that neighborhood. Because then the problems that come from stuff like that, they probably are regular visitors to that area. And that's not the case with like standardized homeless camps that just go hang out in the woods.
Yeah, not a fan.
Nah.
Not a fan of this idea.
Nope.
Quote, I've received hundreds of emails since last Wednesday, he said in a September 19th letter to the council. Our community does not have a clear understanding about what the council will be voting on tomorrow. A vote on postponement of action failed 4-3. Unlike the law provided before the public 2 weeks ago, the one the city council okayed does not include a map of city-owned undeveloped properties where the law could not be enforced if there was no available shelter. When the map came out and people saw that list of sporadic properties, they freaked out, and reasonably so, Coughlin said. We tried, but the rest of the city obviously did not want that, which is why we changed and went back to a simpler ordinance that is more in line with all the other cities around us. We tried. They tried that, right? Why did they try that? Because I guarantee you, without knowing who any of these people are or where any of them fucking live, that none of these parcels of land were anywhere near any of their fucking houses.
Oh,
so if people
guarantee
chose
it.
to camp up in every single spot that they put on the list, it wouldn't have made a damn fucking difference to any of them when they went home.
Except for maybe Coughlin.
They'll just put on their fucking security systems and just walk away. It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't make any difference that I have 2 children that live in my house, that I have a wife here who stays all the time, who's at home. It doesn't matter that I leave early in the morning and then when I go, I have to leave knowing that there's potentially a whole lot full of fucking homeless people that are down the road that are potentially mentally ill. They might be on drugs. They could be fucking anything. All the shit that I have outside of my house now, I can't have anything outside of my house now.
Nope.
I gotta bring everything inside because it could get fucking stolen. I could have my children's toys stolen out of my yard because people are fucked up and it's funny to take a thing.
I mean,
That's like
and
this is
that's
where
a
we're at
regular
now.
occurrence at homeless encampments, by the way.
This-
a lot of kids' toys for some reason.
This is where we're at now. That it's not enough for me to have a fucking 6-foot fence. That I have to have a chain and a lock around it. I have to have all this shit. I can't have anything outside of my fucking house. Can't keep nothing in my fucking truck because someone might just break into it. Because now there is an increased population of people who are in poverty, who are in need of things, and who are willing to break laws to get what the fuck they want. And I just have to deal with that, right? Because I have to hope that you come around often enough to regulate this area.
And we
Because
all
I,
know
certain,
that's not
I
gonna
certainly
happen.
can't defend my property the way that I want. I'll go to fucking jail. I'll go to jail if I choose to defend my property the way that I want to deter people from coming here.
Yep.
I will go to jail. Because you know how I would do it? I would stand there with a fucking rifle and point it at them. Get the fuck away from my yard. Get away from my house. If you come in my yard, if I see you on the camera, I will fucking shoot you.
Yep.
I will shoot you in the fucking street if you come by my house. I'll go to jail for that.
Yep.
I can't do that, right?
We have a proof
that-
positive multiple cases over the last few years of people going to jail for specifically that exact reason.
Yeah, is that because I want to fucking shoot a homeless person? No, it's because I don't want to have any interactions at all that are any type of negative. And if I can scare the fucking piss out of you away from coming near my house, that's easier for me. Because I have to leave at 4:30 in the morning to go to work.
Yep.
My wife is asleep for multiple hours after that. My children are asleep in their rooms on the side of the street multiple hours after that.
Yep.
I just have to go. I just have to just leave and be cool with that. Fuck you. Absolutely not.
And this, it also, at the same time, illustrates another important thing to remember. A lot of people talk about how important local politics is, right?
Yes.
And you made the point that I guarantee you none of those people have those properties sitting next to their houses, right? And this kind of illustrates to you that, I think it should illustrate to everybody, that regardless of how local your politics are, this shows the class lines even between them and us. They probably aren't a bunch of millionaires.
No.
They probably don't have giant ass houses or private security forces like the federal members of Congress or this and the other things. But
They're on the Bremerton
they
City
are
Council.
better than you,
Yep.
and they know it. That I think is really illustrated in all this shit.
Yeah.
Because who in their right mind is going to vote for the ability for a homeless encampment to pop up at any time next to their house?
Yeah.
Nobody will.
Just 1 second.
Nobody will. Indeed. I will carry on reading this.
Hello?
See what we said. So he says, now the law relies solely on its covenant of needing available shelter space for the homeless in order for encampments to take place. Such options could be both inside and outside Bremerton, provided available transportation. So in that case, we're looking at maybe some other county-wide shelters or in neighboring municipalities if they have. If the city has the ability to, through public transportation, transport them to those facilities, in essence, this ordinance would still allow law enforcement to, or agents of the state of some kind, to be able to relocate those people away from that encampment, making that encampment an illegal encampment. Let's see, where were we? The votes were conducted before a crowd inside the Norm Dix Government Center. Again, the most expensive building in Bremerton. That was just as dense, if not more so, than the crowd that filled seats. And then some 2 weeks ago prior, when the council delayed its expected vote, with the law vote listed as the last item on the night's agenda, residents would be in for another long wait for over 2 hours before any public discussion. So they had to get through the rest of all their regular business before they'd even talk about that thing, which is always usually a deterrent coming from any form of like public inquiry, is because if you can wait and put the most, how would we want to put that? The most controversial talking point till the very end, and then you slow roll the rest of the process. By the time you get there, a lot of people might have to go home. They might not be able to stay for the same thing, and then you might be able to whittle down some amount of that public outcry as we go along. See, during the same time, the issue of homelessness in Bremerton snowballed, and we skipped something here. Still, the majority waited. There we go. A testament to the long wait of 9 months already endured by the public since the council announced its intent to prioritize the growing homelessness crisis, and 3 months since the council's first documented discussion of an updated law in late June. So this has been going for over 9 months, but going hard after it over the last 3 months. During the same time, the issue of homelessness in Bremerton snowballed, with the causes ranging from a lack of affordable housing, check, and emergency shelter, to a heightened drug epidemic. Quote, "This is the worst it's been here," Mike Simpson said. "Again, the room is filled with people because the particular issue, and most of the homeowners just want the encampments gone. Do that." Yeah, that would be a nice way to, I think, handle it at the end of the day. Is we don't allow, generally speaking, people to camp on public property because it's public property and the public uses it ideally. I mean, when they're talking about the right-of-ways, we're talking about sidewalks. We're talking about, vacant lots that are in, bus shelters or bus stations, stuff like that. There's a lot of property in and around those things that are usually kept up with a lot of natural vegetation and little forested areas and stuff like that to try to maintain the green standard of beauty throughout the city and the counties. It's a very necessary thing when you're talking about future development. And so there's lots of public property that I can think of. Again, there's a massive bus transportation depot relatively near here, and I'd say probably a good third of the property, we're talking a couple acres at this point, is just natural woods and a forested area. And I know from doing work in that same area that there's a homeless camp back there. And so that's ideally what we're talking about here. All good in the hood?
Hey, George's car's fucked up.
Oh, no.
Yes. So I gave Riley's phone number to start there.
Okay.
So, because she's out in CPAC.
Word.
So.
Well, we just finished reading the article. It's I don't like any of this stuff because this is no way. You can look at 1,000 different test cases around the country in every single major city that has some form of a similar light-handed approach to the homelessness problem. And we have, like, look at Seattle. Seattle has only gone one direction with all these various attempts to legalize or decriminalize homeless shelters in public spaces. It only goes one direction. There is only one way to fix it, and it's to remove them and to make it illegal, to make sure you can't do that. That doesn't solve the homelessness situation. It solves the homeless encampment situation.
Right.
Solving the encampment situation does not solve your root problem. So you still have to figure out how the fuck to deal with it. Affordable housing is always a go-to for anybody involved in the talk about homelessness. And I think that's about the most ridiculously empty talking point I've ever heard. When you think about just what is affordable housing, are you talking about government built, run, subsidized houses that are like in the Section 8 type situation? Or are you talking about homeless shelters? Or are you talking about just making the development and construction costs as low as possible so that anybody can actually affordably build and sell a house that people can actually afford, especially considering like the interest rates for mortgages?
And that also doesn't solve there's
so many problems,
many different facets of that issue. And I think what you're talking about with the homeless encampments, that's what bothers people on the ground level the most. Like that's what, because even if you aren't like, you're like disgusted by homeless people, you're just like, this doesn't look good. Like it doesn't look good for our city. It's unpleasant for me to go places. There are buildings that I don't even want to go to because there are tons of homeless people outside.
And it's inherently more dangerous.
Yes.
You know, whether you like the aesthetics or not, obviously that it's, I mean, some people's houses and their owned properties are just as rough, if not rougher, than some homeless encampments I've come across. But at the end of the day, you're talking about a severely high case of possible crime to take place. That's a huge deal, not just with the aesthetics, but just the pure nature of what those things are. You're going to be raising crime in that area.
Yeah.
Period. That's just the way it goes. So, definitely not the way to solve the problem. Not even really a Band-Aid, if you ask me.
No, it doesn't help
All
people.
it really does is fuck everybody that lives in the area.
Right. As far as the people who are going to be camping there, this doesn't help them not be homeless. It doesn't. All you're doing is getting them out of your face. They're just not in front of you anymore, and that doesn't solve anything at all.
Yeah, you can only sweep it on the rug for so long.
Yeah, no, especially if you're jeopardizing other people's situations and infringing on their personal liberties and rights to try and get it done. Like, that doesn't help you. You know, that doesn't help anybody.
It's like just what a whole mountain of issues you're causing with this one situation. Well, I guess we'll just see what happens. I mean, I'm curious to see what his action is, because it doesn't sound like he has any kind of like veto power.
Greg Wheeler?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
It doesn't sound like that's a possibility. It sounds like it's just on him to make something happen. So I guess time will tell with this one, and unfortunately, Bremerton will just continue to become a hub for more homeless.
Is it a homeless problem or a mental health problem? It's both.
It's both.
Not all homeless people, I mean, certainly in this area, but in general, are not all homeless people are mentally ill. There are a ton of mentally ill people that are homeless, but
there's also a bunch of homeless people that aren't mentally ill.
Yeah, there's a big overlap there. Drug addiction is a huge part of it, which you could call mental illness if you want. I know, but it's, you know, you could classify it a bunch of different ways. It's certainly a medical issue that people are addicted to drugs that they can't get off of. But that I would say is. I don't know. This, I think, is why it would be a good thing to have those different people in here, because I don't know. I don't know exactly what those levels are. Like someone like Leif, who's working on the ground level, they'll be able to tell us not only what are the biggest contributors to this? Why are most people homeless? What do you do about that? What are the ways that you can try and help those people not be homeless anymore? I don't know any of those answers. I don't do this shit, you know? So that's, I think, would be helpful to have someone like that come in here. Because
for sure,
I can't answer that, you know, and I think a lot of us.
I don't think almost anybody really can.
No, and that's, I think, a lot of us, for one reason or another, have a ton of misconceptions about what the issue is, who the people are, all that type of stuff, you know.
And
we
really
don't fucking know.
And the really shitty situation is, I think, if you were going to attempt to tackle something like that, the only way to do it is because everybody's individual case of how and why they got there and whether or not they'll be able to, what kind of rehabilitation they might need in their lives, economic, mental, whatever it is going to be so individually based. You have to do it a person at a time,
Yeah.
which is not something the government can do, unfortunately. Not in my mind anyways. So we will obviously be keeping our ear to the ground on this one and seeing what's happening, because it is it's about the most local issue of local issues around here. So
Yeah.
but I think with that, good sir, we can call this first segment to a close, and you can handle some business for a second.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, we
Shit
have
happens.
we can test the speaker too and make sure that
Oh,
works.
actually, yeah.
Um,
Why don't we do that right now? Because it just wasn't turned on.
yeah, 35-year-old son, bipolar and drug addicted. He's chosen homelessness in Austin 15 years. Yeah, and I think that is a very common theme. I can only really speak from this area because that's the biggest reporting that I have seen is from here and in Seattle and in Bremerton.
Mm-hmm.
I know that so many of the people that are homeless there, you can offer them assistance and they will decline it. They will decline a shelter for one reason or another.
Yep.
In Seattle, there's a lot of inconsistency in the type of shelter space there is. So, some of them you can have a dog, and some of them you can't, and some of them you can have a wife and you can't have a wife, or they only women, or you have to have a child, or you.
Yeah.
And so
you
there's a
have
lot
to
of
be drug free in this one.
Yeah. So it's very difficult, and I know Dave said that same deal that his girlfriend Cecile she works in the hospital, and they'll deal with people who are homeless that are there for a long time, and then when they finally get placed, she said people decline placement because they can't use drugs at that facility. So I don't want to go there.
Yep.
So you'll choose to go back on the street instead of going to this facility with a bed, with food, with everything. So that's very common. You know?
Yeah.
Which
Tim Pool's talked about that when he was doing homeless work. He talks about that point a lot.
yeah.
A lot of people are just, this is what I do now.
And what do you do? How you can't, it's the same thing, the same concept as drug addiction. You cannot help someone who does not want to be helped.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just fuck it. You literally can't. You cannot get someone clean if they don't want to be clean. If they don't have that drive for themselves to become clean, they will not succeed in rehab. They cannot do it.
Yep.
It's not possible. And it's the same deal with homelessness. You can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves.
It's interesting because it is, in a way, it's kind of like a form of nonviolent civil disobedience. I'm not going to participate in the system that you want me to do.
Yeah.
Stop me. This is what I've decided I'm going to do.
Right.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
And I think that if you did the shit old school style where you just were in the woods or outside of town, then no one would really fucking care, But there's that level of, would be an interesting thing to try and to talk about where it comes from, because there's going to be as many reasons why as anything else, but as how you get away from that to where people are leaning on the government assistance instead of that reliability. Because I've seen people at campsites who are obviously living at the campsite.
Yeah.
You're obviously living there. They're not making anybody uncomfortable, though. They're just living at this fucking campsite. They're just living outside. That to me is perfectly acceptable. You're not affecting anybody else's life doing that. When you start to move inward, and not only are you leaning on government sustainability to make sure that you can still exist, you're also living next to somebody's house. You're living outside of their fucking business. These are ways in which you are also impacting other people's liberties and freedoms, and this is unacceptable.
Yeah.
That is when this choice that you're making of civil disobedience becomes uncivil. This is not okay anymore.
Because now you're infringing on somebody else's property rights, somebody else's rights at all.
To remove yourself from society, that's totally civil disobedience. If you want to fucking Ruby Rigid, that's the government's fault for infringing on what you're doing. If you want to be by yourself and not fuck around, that's on them that they did that.
Yep.
If you're doing that, that is civil disobedience, complete separation. But when you're trying to do that inside of a city and you're leeching off of government resources and you're fucking with people when you're just living, this is no longer civil. This is uncivil disobedience, and that's shit that we're not going to have.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
Shut it down. All right, so on the way out, you guys get a bonus little video to see if our stuff's working.
I love this.
This is a great one. This, I believe, was from the conference where him and Kamala announced their new government department, their new executive department of gun control or whatever the fuck it's called. I got it for later.
Yeah,
It's-
she's
it's-
the head of it, right?
Yeah, of course she
I've
is.
seen lots of memes that are like, "Don't worry, guys, we got nothing to worry about. Kamala's the head of the gun
Exactly.
department."
You've seen what she's done on illegal immigration.
Yeah.
That means guns are going to be ubiquitous, right? So let's see if this works.
Many things. It's proof that despite the naysayers, we
This
can
one's fucking
make
great, though.
meaningful progress on dealing with gun violence. Because make no mistake, sit down, you'll hear what I have to say. You
Just shut him down, dude. Well, good. I'm glad that works.
I love that.
All right. Let's kick out of here. Plug the socials, baby. Let's roll. Actually, don't plug the socials. Plug the socials, but I'm not going to show the screen because I didn't add the mic there. I caught it last time, but
Oh,
yeah, so
okay.
I got to do that in the break.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2 of Salt of the Streets. We have lots of great topics that we are going to be going over. I'm very, very excited for some of the discussions there. Brian, stick around for the union talk, obviously.
Woo!
We'll be back in just a few minutes. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Don on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Off. On both of those things, you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and share. Go to the Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets, so that you can become an executive producer just like Zeke. We will see you in a few minutes, guys. Thank you very much. Peace.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Salt of the Streets, Part 2, Episode 157 in the new studio. We're thrilled to have you. Thank you again. You can follow us, obviously, on our social media that you just saw there. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. It's Part 2. We got a lot of stuff that we're going to be talking about this time around.
Dude, so much.
Yeah, we
So
have like
much.
some Biden impeachment stuff. Okay, really, we could just kind of touch on those two things because there's not a ton to really talk about. There's a formal impeachment inquiry that's been started into Joe Biden and his Ukraine stuff and his business dealings with Hunter Biden. So
His massively corrupt business dealings.
yes.
That you can. Ooh, I'm gonna pull that article up actually.
So we'll see where that goes. It has been pretty funny to see all the Democrats come out and talk about how this is purely political and it's obviously nonsense and they're doing everything they can not to call it a witch hunt because that's exactly what their impeachment inquiry and subsequent impeachment trials were called. So that has been very funny to watch. And then Hunter Biden is... Sorry, go ahead.
I would say if anybody wants to do a deep dive onto the inner workings of the corrupt business that is the Biden family, Politico Magazine wrote this story back in 2019 called Biden Inc. And it details all the influence peddling, the fact that Joe got his brother no bid contracts for over in the Middle East during all that shit. Of course, Hunter Biden's inner workings with Burisma and, just anywhere possible that Biden can put somebody to get money for the family, he does.
Yeah.
And Politico did a great job a couple years ago back in 2019 when people weren't really thinking he was really going to run for president.
When they thought
it's
his
a good
time
one.
was done,
Yeah,
huh?
we all have liked to memory hold this thing, but it's right there. Just Google Politico, Biden Inc. You're in business. It's pretty great. It's pretty great.
I hate it. I just hate that it's the information has been there in
For the whole time.
in a corporate news article, and all these Democrats are still like, this is absolute nonsense.
This is nonsense. We shouldn't be wasting our time with this bogus witch hunt impeachment inquiry,
Yeah.
says Chuck Schumer. I love somebody put out a clip. It might even be in the grab bag at some point, but there's a clip of him back in 2019 saying how important the impeachment investigation was against Trump, and then cut to him saying this impeachment is a witch hunt and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude.
He's a piece of shit.
They're all pieces of shit, dude.
He is a piece of trash.
But the indictment came out. The indictment for
it
Hunter
did.
Biden came
It
out.
did.
He
Okay.
he got indicted last week.
Okay.
Gun charges,
Yep.
which don't make me defend Hunter Biden. But the charges were lying on the gun form
For being addicted,
for being addicted to drugs while he's
Yeah.
doing that, trying to do that. So it's a bunch of nonsense bullshit, and it's so perfectly encompassed by Jerry Nadler, that fat fucking Jabba the Hutt looking piece of shit in Congress, that made a statement during a hearing the other day that was like, this is an unjust indictment. People all the time have gun charges. They get caught with gun charges for nonviolent crimes, or they have a gun charge attached to something when the gun wasn't used in the assistance of the crime. You shouldn't be going after Hunter Biden this extreme.
So,
bitch, please.
check what I've been seeing, especially coming from local news, is also, if you fucking get high on weed and you own a gun, then you probably are guilty of breaking this law too.
Sure are.
because
It's
get
a
the
level
fuck
1
outta
controlled
here.
narcotic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great, man. The duality of it really just comes out whenever something like this kind of goes after one of their team.
Yeah.
Whoever they are, whatever team it is, it's in Republicans and Democrats. I mean, if it's the same shit that they've been coming after somebody on the other team for starts to affect them, it's like, well, I don't understand what you're doing here. I don't know why we're making a fucking federal case out of this. It's the same shit. It's all a bunch of bullshit, but this is the one time I got Hunter Biden's back, dude. Two ways, bro.
All gun laws are infringements, but also fuck Hunter Biden.
There it is.
Is where I'm at.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. Everybody deserves the same rights, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying hem him up on the gun charges, but fuck him is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The gun charge, to me, I don't see anything. The gun charge is like an excuse to charge him on something. Because,
Yeah.
hey, we can get him on this, and, we'll watch as the case actually develops, because an indictment's just an indictment. He hasn't got a trial or anything.
I think it's an Al Capone on taxes type of thing. Just whatever they can get him on.
No, I think it's more of a, we need to get you for something, young man, because you done me dirty for too long. I'm not going to let my son bring down my entire legacy and this entire organization we've built. So I've been working with the DOJ that we've got the right guy. We've got a prosecutor in place who's solid, who's coming after you, who's going to give you a slap on the wrist, and you're going to be fine. But that way the public will see us doing the right thing by, giving you some justice. But really, at the end of the day, you'll be just fine. Hunter, this is just another thing you need to take in the rear for the family.
Yeah.
Because then we get off scotch-free, and then we get to continue on with the rest of our dirty dealings.
That's pretty interesting.
I almost feel bad for the guy. Because the Biden legacy is over at this point. He doesn't have anything left. The only thing he's got left, the only thing Joe's got left is his fuck-up son, Hunter. It's over at this point, His brother is old as shit, too. I mean, the whole legacy is over, dude. It's all done.
Yeah.
At least we won't have to be, waiting for the Obama's kids because everybody's going to be waiting for the Obama's kids to grow up so they can get into politics. We've got another fucking Kennedy working his way in, to politics.
There's more talk.
The Bushes are at least hanging out for now, which is good.
There's
Chelsea's still not there yet.
More talk about Michelle Obama being pulled in to 2024.
Yeah.
Which I just don't understand. I've heard all these people make arguments for well, she'll win. If they pull her in, for why? For why?
Because she's
Barack's
popular.
wife? That's what I'm what? Because I don't understand. Because there isn't a history of politics to ruin her on. Who gives a fuck about Michelle Obama? She's also not a politician. So why would? What makes her I know the same arguments that we made about Donald Trump. In what world is she qualified to be president? Because we know who she is. That's not a good reason. I don't understand why all these people are making the argument that she would instantly win against Donald Trump. Because she's a black lady? We want to boil it down that bad that she's a black lady so she'll just win? I don't think it's that easy.
It's not that easy, but I think it's more along the lines of all you got to do is find somebody that people can, the masses in general, can like more than Orange Man. That would be real easy to get the suburban wine moms to just vote for Michelle Obama compared to trying to convince them to vote for T-Dog.
Yeah.
Because they might not want to vote for, Mr. Joe again. I'm still holding out. I don't think he's gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna make it, dude. We got another year till the actual election goes down.
There has been some weird stuff, people saying, I don't know that I'll be around to see Hunter's legal trial. The weird stuff, just very odd comments about that different. Some a Democrat said too about how he's not going to be around for, I don't know, just weird shit about his life not being that long. It's very odd.
It's only weird if you don't look at his age and what he looks like when he's moving around the world. That dude is now starting to act and talk like somebody who knows they're dying.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later. And I've got my money still there. He's not going to make it till the second term. What happens after that, I don't know. Whether or not they maintain power through Kamala, however that works out. But the old man himself ain't going to make it. I'm telling you, I got a feeling. We never did the death pool, but pretty sure he's real close to taking the top spot.
Feinstein looks bad.
Feinstein looks real rough.
She looks really bad. She's not even walking anymore.
More or less in vegetable status.
Yeah, she's not even walking. Dude.
How can you be? Let me just ask you this random question.
It's so bad.
How can you be a United States senator if you don't even have your own power of attorney anymore?
Right.
When you have to give it over to your daughter, and you're being wheeled around the Capitol by Nancy Pelosi's daughter, told which way to vote by your staffers because you can't comprehend what's actually going on.
Right.
How can you be a senator?
Yeah, I think it's even outside of age, If you're just not with it,
mental acuity,
you can't even advocate for yourself on a legal level. In what world should we be allowing you to craft legal policy that the entire nation is then going to follow? And I'm sure she's not prolifically writing bills or anything anymore, but it's not really about that. She's still in control.
Yeah.
She's still on committees. She's still
technically the job is to craft and vote on legislation, right?
Yeah.
Technically it is. We all know staff does that, lobbyists do it, whatever it is. Like, these people can barely form a sentence.
Yeah.
But still, I really, like, just on a technical level, you can't do the one thing you're supposed to. You can't even vote, man.
Yeah.
You don't even know what's going down.
Should be doing that.
At least John Fetterman's got it. He's starting to get it back together now. He's
got a
talking all
mustache
sorts of
now.
weird shit. Yeah, he's been real goofy, and yeah, he's loving this whole impeachment thing. Because, yeah, you see him walking around the halls now. Every time like a reporter catches up to him, you could see the speech app on his phone, which is kind of cool. He'll kind of look at it, you know, and then he just kind of goes off on this weird like lurch rant. And he starts yelling and screaming and moving his arms, and it's not a good look, man. It's not a good look.
So awesome. I love it so much.
So I'm here for it, to be honest. The entertainment value is fantastic. He's up there. You know, I appreciate today you're sporting the Fetterman look. You got your Carhartt hoodie on,
Hey,
Carhartt hat. You
Man
know?
of the people. Pretty sure Fetterman is a representative from Bremerton, so
I mean, he sure looks like
we're
it.
the people, all right?
He sure could be, dude.
Definitely looks like a Brumlow.
Yeah, he could. You say Bremolo?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's a deep cut. Hopefully somebody
Like
gets that.
Like a dude Brumlow. That's nice.
I explained to somebody a couple weeks ago what a Bremolo was.
He looks like someone's uncle from Belfair. That's what he looks like.
Yep. Yeah. He used to cut down trees for a living, and now he's retired to
He used to work
Bremerton.
with Riley. It's him and Riley working together at Anderson. That's awesome. Okay, do you want to talk about unions next or F-35? Because hello from Finland. What up,
Shout out.
dog?
Shout out to the Finns, bro.
Welcome to fucking NATO, right?
The Finns are badasses, bro. That's
you
all
go.
I'm saying.
Happy to have you. Thank you for joining us. New studio. So do you want to... Because the unions thing is going to be longer than the F-35 thing. So do you want to...
We do have 35 stuff real quick.
Okay.
Because it's interesting. I'm very interested in this whole story.
Yeah.
Because they recently just...
Thanks, he says.
Yeah.
Welcome to NATO.
They recently just released the quote-unquote redacted version of the 911 call, which is hilarious. So long and short of it
The
is...
911 call?
Yeah.
From the person who was in the plane?
We'll get into it, yes.
Get the fuck out of here! What do you mean?
Let me explain.
He's in
this
a
to
plane!
you. He was.
Oh my god.
So,
okay.
Yeah, earlier this week, or was it like last Friday, I think.
Something like that.
Something like that. But
Within the
an
last 10
F-35, I think it was a B. It's like the new model. It's not the ones that
They call
the
this
Swedes
this
have.
is a 5th generation air fighter.
Yeah,
it's
it's
I don't
it's
know.
weird.
Whatever the fuck that means.
It's
Brian will
crazy
know.
shit.
Brian, correct us. Make us feel dumb for not respecting this airplane.
It's a $1.2 trillion project from when it first started.
The overall project.
Yeah,
Okay.
to create and get these things up and running. Let me pull up some of my things here.
Oh, like F-35 in general, or just this 5th generation version of it?
The overall F-35 project.
How long have we been flying F-35s?
I don't... Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know shit about airplanes. They're all this. Why I am here? Why are you here? Is that what you're asking me?
Why I am here? This is a good question. Why are any of us here?
I'm not sure, but I appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Is this the article? Okay. So the long and short of it is we lost an F-35. It was on a training mission out of one of the Carolinas, South Carolina, and for whatever reason, the pilot was forced to eject, and the plane went missing. And the U.S. government decided to put out like an SOS, and asked the public to call a hotline if they would have found this jet. So people did, and nobody really saw the whole thing, but they did end up finding the crash site for it. Let me see if I can pull this up here. The wreckage, they found the wreckage site in South Carolina. After the pilot ejected, there was a 911 call made because he had just ejected out of an airplane and landed in somebody's backyard.
He had he called from their phone, or he
Called from their phone, went
Okay.
into somebody's house. The homeowner called 911. It was very, very confusing. I did not have a whole lot of faith in the 911 dispatchers.
Who discovered the ejected pilot of an F-35B Lightning II fighter jet in their backyard.
So I think
he
this is
saw
the-
them in the backyard. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The address of the emergency.
Let's turn this up just a little bit.
Can you tell me exactly what happened?
I guess we got a pilot at our house and he says he got ejected. So he ejected.
He got ejected. That's so awesome.
Yeah, he got ejected.
Oh, that's not. I don't know what I was expecting.
But
I
not
have
that?
no. It wasn't that though, and that makes it so much better.
Oh.
He said he was ejected. That's so fucking awesome.
And the video will show like the area of the crash site that the government has essentially set up shop at.
He gets ambulance, please.
I'm sorry, what happened?
We got a pilot in the house, and I guess he landed in my backyard, and we were trying to see if we could get a ambulance to the house, please.
Okay, so like, how, okay, what is the phone number that you're calling from? Okay, we're getting help on the way. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
So you kind of hear him in the background a little bit, but eventually he takes over.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Yeah.
And that's supposedly the debris field from the plane.
Yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of down trees, there's some burned stuff.
It is very Shanksville-esque.
But you don't
said.
see-
It's very,
You don't see any
yeah.
things.
Okay, how old is the patient?
You'd expect there to be some debris.
We had a military jet crash. I'm the pilot. We need to get rescue rolling. I'm not sure where the airplane is. It would have crash landed somewhere. I ejected.
Okay, how far did he fall?
I mean, this lady is not understanding
She has
what's
no
going
fucking
on.
idea what's going on.
Wait a minute. None of this makes sense.
No.
I was at 2,000 feet.
Okay, and what caused the fall?
You dumb bitch.
An aircraft failure.
I ejected from the airplane, like I said.
Okay, is there any serious bleeding?
I don't know. I can't see myself.
No, he's just fine.
That guy's retarded too. Look down,
What did the
bitch.
other person say?
I feel okay. My back just hurts.
I fucking bet.
Okay.
Has there been a report of an airplane crash?
Just how bad did I fuck up?
Dude.
How bad is this situation? Oh, that's awesome.
See, I kind of feel like he's like, lady, I'm trying to help you out here, okay? I'm a military pilot. I ejected out of a plane. Has anybody? We need to get rescue. This thing is going to crash somewhere.
That's
People
so
might
funny.
die. You got to get some rescue going here.
Have not seen any come up yet. Okay, what part of the body was injured?
Like, I'm fine.
Ma'am, I'm a pilot in the military aircraft, and I ejected. So I just rode a parachute down to the ground. Can you please send an ambulance?
Yes, sir. I've already told you they're on their way. I'm just required to ask these questions while
That's
they're en
pretty
route.
awesome.
Pretty awesome. So I don't know how much of that call obviously was redacted, but definitely not the whole call. So I don't know.
So what are they saying? What is the government saying the issue was?
The government
Haven't said shit yet?
haven't said shit yet.
Right. 'Cause
They
Brian-
had a 2-day safety stand down throughout the
Right.
entire eastern seaboard, and none of these planes were flying. They were going over stuff like this. I've heard different things.
Yeah.
I think I talked to you about this the other day, but
Because that's what Brian says. From what I've heard, he was literally ejected. The airplane was like, nope, you're done.
yes, and that. I've heard that. I've also heard that essentially somehow or the autopilot was able to engage without the pilot's input, and he was unable to take control of the vehicle again, and then just through sheer, going down the checklist, I don't have control of the aircraft anymore. I have to eject.
Yeah.
Bing, bang, boom.
We've also heard
there's been some
things as
hacking things.
nefarious, as
Indeed.
hacking that the actual jet was hacked and the autopilot was engaged and that the pilot was ejected unwillingly.
Yes.
We obviously don't know any of that stuff. The people involved in making these planes are getting their asses chewed. I fucking bet.
Oh, I bet. Oh, yeah, because they've had no end of problems with this entire program for so long. But thank God the local news is doing their best work out there, and they actually found the closest thing to an eyewitness that was able to be discovered from that heard the plane go down.
So I did my due diligence as your co-host and saw this video and purposely didn't watch it.
Yes!
So that I could watch it first here.
Okay.
And, like, it came up my feed and I was like, oh, this must be what Colin's talking about. I was like, oh no, I can't watch this. Like, I have to fucking wait.
You can't. So I give to you, everybody, the glory that
Fire that dispatcher. She's
the
incompetent.
local
Yeah,
news.
she's fucking dumb. That woman is an idiot.
That was not great.
In the bathroom taking a shave, and I heard a screeching, saw that between a screech and a whistle. I said, what in the world is this? And I heard a boom. Then my whole house shook.
White says he didn't realize it was a plane at the time, so he didn't call anybody.
The first thought came to me, I said,
It's supposed to be, it's like a super duper crazy secret plane, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's a
has-
stealth fighter.
Yeah, so it has like, there are like paint that you can't fucking see and like all the things, right?
Yeah.
So I bet if it's crashing, it does sound wild as fuck.
Oh, for sure. You ever been to an air show?
No, I've been under like the Blue Angels before, but
Yeah.
not like a big one than that.
Them
Only is-
motherfuckers are loud
Right.
as shit. The day we were recording a podcast, and they had the
Yes.
flyover super
Yes.
low, the whole goddamn house shook, dude. I was like, okay, when's the plane gonna crash on us? That's how loud it was.
The project is 1.2 trillion, and they have been 50-50 in terms of being capable of completing the mission. Oh fuck!
it might come out of space or something. And I said, well, if the airplane, it needed a report, but the thing is flying is too low.
The F-35B airplane wreckage created an extensive debris field. The wreckage is located off Old Georgetown Road. Military security is very tight, with numerous red and white signs on the...
So that was
The debris
the
field
local.
that is weird. It's okay, so it's not.
They're probably just not
uncharacteristic.
allowed to show it.
I mean, the things we've seen of the debris field. It's not uncharacteristic of the military. So, like, I'm not like it's weird that they fucking picked everything up. That's not weird. But it is, like I said, it's very Shanksville-esque. It harkens back to a time in which we were also hesitant about what an airplane crash looked like. So,
Indeed. There's a little bit more footage there
who
that
knows?
we
I don't even
were
know
able
what
to find.
What does an F-35 look like? You want to see a picture of one?
Oh, dude, yeah, they're fucking mean looking. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have one in action that I have
Why is he
saved.
wearing a dentist radiation vest? Because he fucking just heard an F-35 fly over, bro. Who knows what's happening after that?
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
He probably thinks it's a bulletproof vest. He's like, it's made of lead. That's metal.
It's metal. It's fine.
That'll do it. It is a weird thing that he's wearing. You have a picture of one somewhere?
Yes, I have a video of them somewhere.
Oh.
And I might have thrown it into international because the Swedes just got some. And there's a picture of them doing a...
From us? We make these, right?
Yes. I think this is it. Loading. Yes, okay. So this comes from Reuters, right? This is a Lockheed Martin F-35A. So the one that crashed was a B, the newer model stuff that's going on. But it lands on a lands on motorway.
It can.
We don't have motorways in the United States, right?
Take off from like still or some shit, right?
Yeah, it can do vertical landings, vertical takeoff.
That's pretty wild.
Yes.
For a plane.
Yes. So there is a picture of one here.
And it shoots missiles from like underneath it. Well, it don't really shoot shit, right? Because it's a stealth plane. Well, it does.
I mean,
It's a
you can,
fighter
yeah,
jet.
you can put missiles on.
You shoot stuff
for sure. But they had the video. Maybe they'll play it after this commercial here. Let's just fucking roll past it. Yeah, here we go. So we've got a pair of them that were landing on a highway over in Sweden.
Because you just fly them over.
Yeah, and so yeah, you can really reduce the ability to land on a very small piece of land or something like that.
Yeah, that was right.
And now think about the use of that as far as like military strategy and tactics to say, I don't know, in the Pacific Ocean that are full of super tiny islands that we all fought for no fucking reason other than to build and maintain an airfield on in World War II.
Yeah.
Now you cut the size of that required airfield in,
like
at least in half.
Or whatever, yeah.
Because you can do
That's
that.
pretty wild.
But yeah, the concept is pretty dope, right? But there's just been no end to issues.
I know a man who was making
mean-looking fucking planes, though, man. I gotta say,
engine cones for F-16s this week.
Oh shit!
Pretty cool.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, that is mean-looking.
Yep. So that's the F-35.
I
But
do
yeah,
like how sleek it looks. That's very cool.
that's what makes it so hard to find. If you
Yeah.
lose one, radar can't pick them up.
There's no angles on it or anything. That's weird, bro. I don't get it. Planes are weird. Flying is weird. None of this shit makes any sense.
No, nothing makes sense to me
It's
anymore.
fucking magic, bro.
But yeah, it was a pretty wild deal. Just the fact that lost control of an airplane, of a fighter jet, over our own soil on a training mission.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, pilot had to eject.
Can we
Not a good deal.
can we shit on breaking points for a second?
When can we not do
Because
that?
when they were talking about this, they were talking about, so irresponsible that they, lost this multi-million-dollar jet, and I can't believe they would let something like this happen. It's just so crazy, and all this shit. So they were very, very up in arms about the loss of this one military plane over domestic territory, right? But will still to this day defend the pullout from Afghanistan to the end, and not one time mention the literally billions of dollars in equipment that we left over there for
Yeah.
the Taliban to just do whatever the fuck they want with. The
Yep.
Blackhawks, the missiles, the armor, the guns, the everything that we left there.
All the things.
Not one fucking mention of that. That doesn't matter at all. The multiple hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment that we left there, that doesn't matter. This one plane that was potentially hacked by a different nation, this is a travesty. This we cannot stand for. I just
Cannot
don't,
stand for this.
In what type of consistency do you have? None at all. Absolutely none. That you're going to make a whole segment about this thing, but nothing to say about the multiple billions of dollars of equipment we left after spending trillions of dollars, over $1 trillion over there, walked away, leaving a couple $100 billion more. What are we doing? What are you doing with yourself?
Did you happen to listen to that Dave Smith episode I told you about?
No.
Oh, okay. So it's fantastic because he did like his own little version of breaking down breaking points, and it was primarily geared towards a segment they had from like another person on there. So he was talking about minimum wage, this, that, and the other thing. But I think he classified them right because he said he's very, very disappointed in what they have done, and essentially they've become a leftist propaganda channel. Like the things they talk about, the things they support, are not what breaking points used to be. And I was like, Dave knows what he's fucking talking about. But that's how you can't, anything Crystal Ball looks at, right?
Yes.
Is only through the lens of one issue. Doesn't matter any tertiary issues that go along with it. And they're incapable of looking at Afghanistan as anything other than we had to pull out of Afghanistan.
Right.
Didn't matter how it was done. It just is done. So that is good in their minds. Whereas you and I both have a brain and a couple brain cells we can rub together to create a little electricity. And we can say, yes, it is a good thing that we pulled out of Afghanistan. Boy, was this the absolute worst and wrong way to do it.
Yeah.
And how atrocious was it, and how a sign of a fucking crumbling empire it is, and all the callbacks to Vietnam and all this shit. We can look at the picture in like a very holistic manner. But breaking points, due to, I'm assuming their audience capture, is only allowed to look at it through the lens of, doesn't matter what happened, doesn't matter about all the money and guns and equipment that we left over there, all the reverse engineering that's going to come from that when Iran comes in to work to really insert themselves.
Let me get the tally scientists in there.
Yeah, the tally scientists
Take that
will do
fucker apart. Tell me how it works.
Yes, but they can't even begin to think about that in that nature, because then they might have a small thing in their head and be like, well, maybe we shouldn't have done this, and they can't handle the fact that maybe we just should not have shut down Bergam Air Force Base and then pulled out of there with a nice transit, overturn, maybe a changing of command with the people that we had trained for 2 decades over there to protect their own country, but instead of just pulling the colloquial ejector seat and get the fuck out. But
set up a big ass fence with a ton of 50 cals on it. Bring all the shit inside of the walls in a fucking in a line and just fly it out. Just a series of fucking continuous fucking flights until everything is gone.
You had
that we don't need.
Yes, you had a secure air base. You had a secure air base that you could have fucked with, but you didn't. But yeah, breaking points, they're not capable of doing that, because then they might have to entertain other inconvenient truths in the rest of their narratives.
They are just the worst.
Yes, can confirm. It was so bad over the last 2 weeks. I struggled to. We don't have any breaking points clips this week because they were all just so atrocious. It was like easy. It was too. You can't do it. There's not a hair of truth to be had in any of their shit. Over half of their programming now is just dedicated to, 2024 is in full effect. It's all fucking here now. So all we're going to do is talk about polls and then how you shouldn't trust the polls. But then here, let me talk about this whole thing as a poll. I don't know why. I don't even know how they have any relevance, man. It really, really bothers me. But it was a perfect example when they were talking about the F-35, like you said. Not even to mention the fact that we did this, 2 years ago, Afghanistan?
Closed around 2 years, yeah.
That's it? And you can't even remember what actually happened?
Right.
Remember all the videos of all the fucking Taliban coming in there, going into hangars, and there's just guns everywhere, and there's all this shit, and, flying around Black Hawks a couple days later.
I like them working out. That's why I like that one a lot.
Yeah, that was real good. But they can't even comprehend that because that'll just fuck with their narrative too much. It'll mess with their fragile little minds and egos too much. Might piss off all the Californian viewers.
It's the same deal as like when Jan 6 happened, the day that it was happening, or like the episode after we did that.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, listen, if you were all types of up in arms about fucking what happened in these other federal buildings over the last 2 years, like, you should also be upset about this.
Yeah.
Like, this is also an issue, if that's what your issue is.
The 100 days of firebombing.
You're right. If you were upset about that, you should also be upset about this. This is not a good look. That's not good.
Low column A, low column B.
Yeah.
It's real nice, man.
It doesn't feel good to have to shit on your own team, but sometimes you got to do it. Like, that's just what that's part of being a fucking good human being.
Yeah.
It's being like, we fucked up. That was really bad that we did that.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't necessarily think of yourself on a team, and you should just think about truth. That might be a good thing to focus on. The reality of the situation.
What a beautiful transition into unions. Talking
Indeed.
about teams, right? So
The
there
teams.
are some big union
Team
strikes
stars.
going on right now with the UAW, the United Auto Workers, with the largest auto manufacturers in the United States. So
as they call them, the big three.
The big three, right. So
we're talking about Ford, GM, and it's like Stellaris, something like that.
Own
that
like
encompasses
Jeep and fucking GM and a bunch
Jeep,
of random,
Chrysler,
right.
a bunch of them things. Probably Dodge is in there somewhere.
Yeah, bunch of random shit.
Yeah.
So there has been strikes in not the largest or most productive factories in the big three, but like some middling factories that are some of the best-selling vehicles, but not like the highest profit margin vehicles. And so this is part of...
They also started striking, I think, on Friday at parts manufacturing.
Yeah, and
plants.
I think we're closing in on a month of, or maybe 3 weeks of strikes that have been going on. Because I don't think they were happening actively the last time we recorded, but like right after that.
Yeah.
So we're closing in on 2 weeks, 3 weeks of strikes. There is a series of demands that the UAW is proposing to the big three, and there's also been obviously a series of various negotiations that have happened and different deals that have been offered back. So I have an article that we can go over if you want that is from...
Let me pull up my signals.
Plan Sponsor, and this reads to me as a union-friendly website, but it provided good information as background, because I got very confused when I was trying to learn about this earlier this week. Watching Breaking Points, they're talking a lot about shit that happened in the past that I don't know about. 2008 financial crisis, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
I was fucking in the 8th grade when that happened.
Yeah, because
so
their narrative on that, and I'm not going to recall whether or not it all went down exactly like that. But during the bailout session of 2008, the major auto manufacturers got bailed out by the government.
Yes,
and in order to pay back said loans, the United Auto Workers unions collectively passed up on raises and certain packages and stuff like that.
Yeah, pensions was the biggest deal.
Pensions was a huge deal, so that the companies could pay back their loans, and then everything would go forward from there.
The companies were then supposed to reinstate those benefits in the coming negotiations, which has not happened, and that's part of the emotion behind this and the motivation as well is that those benefits that were promised after the bailouts have not been renewed.
Yes.
And so pensions is one huge deal of what they're asking for. Another deal is like the pay. And so we can go over, we can scroll down a little bit because it's broken up into sections, and we can talk about the union's demands first, and then we can go over the different parts of it. So the union's demands, Wednesday was day 6 of UAW strike against the Detroit 3, and the UAW president Sean Fain announced that the new deadline for the automakers to reach a deal is Friday, which was yesterday, September 22nd at noon. If Ford, GM, and Stellantis, that's what it is, have not made substantial progress towards a fair agreement, the UAW will call on more members to join the stand-up strike. Let's pause here for a second. There has been a series of different tactics being used by either side of this strike, right? One of them is what they're referring to as stand-up strikes, and that is where they are calculating and selectively, very carefully choosing what factories are going to strike so that they can have more options. Like I said, they're not doing the highest profit margin vehicles right now. They're doing the best selling. So they still have like another big hit they can take at the auto companies. Like you said, now they're doing like parts manufacturers. There's a whole bunch of different facets of the UAW that encompasses different companies that have anything to do with auto manufacturing. So it could be that you make engines, that you actually assemble the cars, that you said make auto parts, that you fucking weld pieces, that anything that could be in windows, like all kinds of shit. That's
much like many of these large unions, not all the members of the UAW actually work on like cars and trucks. Some of them are working on other vehicles or vehicle parts, sometimes in the aerospace industry and stuff like that. But I would imagine as the selective stand-up strikes go forth, they're not going to mess with certain shops that aren't directly involved with the three, the Detroit 3, if you will. And
in response to the stand-up strikes, there has been kind of intermittent and random layoffs that have been happening within that same network.
Tit for tat.
Yeah, the UAW is claiming it's happening only in response to the stand-up strikes, which could very well be possible. Unfortunately for them, the auto manufacturers do have a very good business argument that if certain parts of their supply chain are being disrupted, then it only makes fiscal sense for them to end or halt other parts of their supply line, because if you have people who are putting together door panels and they don't have the windows or the fucking the roll-ups to make the doors, then it doesn't make sense for them to be there because they can't make doors.
Exactly.
Right? So
those are only contractor vehicles.
That's right. So
they still come with AM radios only.
So that is the other half of this stand-up strike thing. As a response to that, there has been a series of disinformation that is being put out by the UAW about factories that they are going to strike at, but they don't really strike there.
Yeah.
And so
dirty, bro.
It's kind of fucked up. It's all
dirty.
I have all of these things under the title of shady tactics because none of this feels very good. Like all of this is bad shit that you're all doing, you know? So the intermittent, the disinformation is that the UAW is like letting information leak that says we're going to strike at this factory, and this factory. And so then the big three, the auto manufacturers, will then shift around equipment and resources and stuff so that they can still continue work. But then the next day, it's other factories that are shut down.
Yeah, I go, oh shit.
Yeah, so then a bunch of the shit they just moved, I think in the last time, was like in a factory that then was striking.
Yeah.
So then they also didn't have a bunch of the shit that they needed to try and fix.
Dude, it was great. And that shout out to Breaking Points actually, because they had, when they were talking about that, they showed a local news clip that was talking about, so it's looking like, from our contacts, within, it's going to be this shop. They listed a bunch of them, and then when they actually called the stand-up strike, none of those.
All wrong.
They were all wrong, which is so funny.
Just kind of fucked, but also, none of this is good, right? We'll get to all that.
No.
So, in result to that, there's been a bunch of strike-busting consultants, quote-unquote, that have been brought in to just try and help the auto manufacturers calculate how they're going to do this shit to break up the strike. It's all fucking bad. None of this is good shit. So,
because this is a healthy employee-employer relationship, right?
Totally.
Super healthy.
Very, very, very healthy. It's nice.
This is why whenever you talk unions, nobody's an individual, first of all. That you can't take that out because you're a communist collective at that point.
Right.
But then it's touted in the same Marxist language as the oppressors and the oppressees.
Yes.
It's the workers and the bosses.
Yeah.
And when I hear Sauger in his fucking suit start talking about how bad the bosses are, I said, you need to hand me your suit and give me your conservative card because you're now a leftist.
Right.
Congratulations. You fucking sold your soul to the Marxist devil.
I'm completely on the side of the unions on this. The automakers have been fucking their workers so hard the last 30 years. And I can't disagree with you, right? So when I first started reading about this, I just was like, I just don't like this. Like, I don't like how any of this is happening.
No.
It's not
This
rubbing
is
me
just
the
what
right
happens,
way.
dude.
Yeah, the more research I did into this, I kind of arrived at the point, like, I can't blame you for what you're doing. Like, I understand it
to a point.
It's not. So we'll get more into it because I'm very, very excited to have this discussion.
Yeah.
So let's read a little bit more of this and then we'll get into it. So the stand-up strike, as of September 14th, GM has proposed a 20% wage increase over the life of the contract with a 10% boost in the first year, as well as contributions of $500 to retirees and $1,000 to active employees, defined benefit pension plans. We'll get into that in just a little bit, the difference between those, because that was one of my biggest hiccups over this. Ford is also offering a 20% raise over 4.5 years, and Stellantis offered a 17.5% increase. Beyond just making some cash infusions, the automakers are not going to do anything with regard to restoring those former pension programs, Masters says. They're not going to balloon their balance sheets. The UAW is, however, pushing for a roughly 40% wage increase for its members over the length of a 4-year contract, and Masters says he would be surprised if they accept anything less than 30%. This push is being driven in part by the success of their unions, such as UPS and American Airlines, that have received similar increases this year. UPS workers were able to secure a 2.75 raise per hour, and American Airlines pilots successfully negotiated a 46% pay raise, which included an increase to their 401k contributions. Auto workers also gave up cost of living adjustments in their negotiations during the 2008 financial crisis and are now pushing for a reinstatement of the COLA protections to ensure wages keep up with inflation over the course of the next contract.
Yeah, think about all that COLA money you lost out on during the last couple of years when inflation was fucking rocking 18%. Right. You're like, oh, all them Social Security people got a nice boost, but your cost of living didn't. That's tough.
The automakers have put some COLA proposals on the table, but Fain has rejected them, saying they do not meaningfully protect against inflation. Masters says it seems likely that the strike could lead to the end of the two-tiered system that is currently in place for wages, healthcare, and retiree benefits. In 2019, the companies agreed to an 8-year program scheme allowing a new hire to eventually work their way up to the same day as a longer-tenured colleagues. The UAW is now pushing for a 90-day progression to the top rate. So far, the companies have countered with an offer for a 4-year progression. So those are the demands in general that are being leveled from UAW to the auto worker or to the auto manufacturers. These are things they would like.
Now, the NPR's up first this morning gave an update on this stuff, and I guess Ford is the only company right now that has actually, from the union standpoint, essentially entered into negotiations on good, what do you call that, on good graces or something like that?
Good faith.
Good faith. And they think that there is a solid path forward with Ford, from what I picked up this morning. But I also heard that the new wages that essentially they'd be getting out of this would make the average salary for a Ford UAW union employee average $86,000 a year, plus benefits, plus retirement.
And so there's been some weird, like, some of the way these numbers have been given out have been really fucky. You know, they're saying there's a $300,000 per year complete fucking whatever, and that's when they're saying stuff like that. That's when they're talking about rolling in healthcare benefits and like all of the shit that goes into it.
Yeah, it's like when the UPS drivers. I mean, it became a fucking super good gig now to become a full-time UPS driver in a brown truck. Dude, they're making stacks of cash.
Yeah, and there's I don't remember exactly what the wage. Like what the bracket is for working there, somewhere between like 13 and 22 an hour, something like that. Like the high end is not really that high, you know, and that's obviously comparatively blah 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 whatever the fuck. But yeah, somewhere between like 13 and 22 an hour or something like that. And so like when I first heard the numbers 40%, I really don't like the way any of this is being presented, because all of the numbers and statistics are presented in a way to everything to make it seem more extreme, you know, and that's why they're using the biggest number they could possibly find to like make it. What does that say?
Yeah, so this is some Bing shit over here. The average UAW salary is an hourly wage of U.S. auto workers and manufacturing product lines. According to different sources, this wage ranges from $18.54 to $28 an hour, or $38.5 thousand to $58.24 thousand a year as of 2023. So this is before any of these negotiations go along.
Yeah.
So when you think about that, with a proposed increase of 40%, you'd be looking around, you know, between say $60,000 and $80,000+ a year.
Right.
Which, and because those wages right there, That's like average manufacturing wages.
Right.
Non-unionized.
Right. So to me, like the 40% is not that wild. Like that's not that much. It sounds like a lot when you present it like that. 40% over 4 years. Like it sounds like a lot.
Well, especially if you haven't gotten a raise essentially since 2008.
Right. It's not that much. And when I was talking to Jordan, when I was like running numbers for my own personal life, you know, I was like, that's not that much. Like 40% over 4 years. Like that's not that much. Dax was born 4.5 years ago, and
you're 40%?
That way more than that. That's not that much. So that's not that much, right?
Yep.
And that is look up Ford plants using temp workers for years on end to avoid it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And that's a whole that's absolutely one facet of this is that the
scabs.
The UAW is also trying to push out of the part-time employment because that's absolutely you're correct.
That's how you
Brian,
do it, man.
That is how they have been this clock that they've been talking about for. What is it? The companies agreed to an 8-year progression scheme. And so that progression scheme they're talking about, you don't start on that progression scheme until you hit full-time.
Yeah.
So if you work part-time for fucking 9 years,
fuck you.
Then you start working full-time there. Then you have finally hit the 8-year gap to when you can start making whatever the top-end wages is and getting the full pension benefits, right?
Yeah, it's really too bad that like as a UAW auto manufacturing worker, I have zero other discernible skills to take to any other company that doesn't hate me that much. You know? Like, right. I really couldn't better myself and find another job and put these assholes out of business because they make shitty cars anyways nowadays. Yeah. But hey, that's fine. We better just make sure they pay us whatever we tell them to pay us.
So there's two different avenues.
I came hard on that one.
There's two different avenues that I kind of want to go through with this. One of them, let's talk about the wages in particular for a moment, right? Mm-hmm. Let's talk a little bit of freedom and liberty on the aspect of it, right? To me, this is an issue with unions, this wage thing, mm-hmm. right? This is an issue with allowing somebody else to negotiate for you the wages that you should be getting from your company,
yes.
right? Because the wages that you and I just discussed for myself, I would not be able to obtain those were I in a union.
Nope.
Between the company that we're in now, right?
No.
It is only because that I am an ununionized worker who speaks only for myself and represents myself that I was able to obtain those wage increases over this time,
yep.
right? That's the only reason. So this to me is a negative aspect to a union, is that you cannot represent yourself. And this is not just a negative aspect, it's evidence of a negative aspect, that your pay as a group has been held back because you can't argue for yourself. Mm-hmm. Even if you're the best fucking worker in your building, you should make the most, feasibly by any form of logic, you can't.
Nope.
You are capped by what everybody else is allowed to make, right?
Until the contract ends, yes. or it gets close, and then the union negotiators go in to negotiate something that's better. You take votes on all.
Yes. Yep. Again, I understand the reason behind it. I understand mm-hmm. the argument behind it. I'm telling you, this to me is where this loses out. I get the argument. This is where it doesn't work out for you. You are capped on what you can make by what other people are deciding.
Yes.
That's not good. You shouldn't be limiting yourself to be part of a group. Nope. That's not how this should work, right?
Nope.
When we're talking about the actual pay that they're requesting and these low wages that we're discussing now, right? For years, especially leading up to the 2008 financial crisis, even though they were high-paying jobs for the time, they were not the highest-paying jobs that you could get even without a diploma or without like a degree, right? They were generalized manufacturing jobs. Part of the reason this was accepted was because of the type of pensions that they got. They were these defined benefits programs that they were talking about, right? Have you looked much into these two things, the defined? Okay.
No, the pensions, no.
This is what sent me down this
usually
pathway, right?
Because from any pension program that I have examined for the nature of possible employment in said union has never been something that gave me a warm fuzzy, because again, you don't have any control over it. It just is whatever it is set forth by the union, which is where I get off the boat. But,
right. So the way that these used to work is they were called defined benefits pension programs, right? Mm-hmm. And that is when you were going to get a set amount every month after you retired. This is what you're going to get. Mm-hmm. You're going to pay in, and we'll figure it out. But no matter what, if you're working here full time for this period of time, when you retire, you're going to get this much per month every month, right? Instead, we have this other type of retirement program, which is by far the most common now, which I don't remember. It's called like direct something. It's not direct benefits. It's something different, but like direct contribution or something like that, which is an IRA or 401k. It is
Everybody
a
pays
profit
into
sharing
it.
or matching program in which your company puts in, you can match them, and then you control that money.
Yes.
Most people give that money to Edward Jones or something like that so they can manage it for you, because who's going to fucking do that? But that's what the other form of this is, right? You will not get as much money out of, you are very unlikely to get as much money out of your 401k, your IRA, this direct contribution program, as you are from a direct benefits program.
Yes.
Or a defined benefits program.
And one of the
right?
best places to go look at the side effects of that is over in the UK. They have a specific.
France.
We have most European nations. We have a very interesting system here, right? So it's very different, and we do have a block of voters known as pensioners, right?
Yes.
We just usually call them people on fixed incomes now,
Yes.
but some of them are pensions, some of them are just other retirements. But if you look at like the UK, part of the reason why their economy is so terrible right now and everything's falling through the fucking floor in most of Europe at this point is because all their pensioners have been told they're getting X amount of dollars and legally are required to receive said money when said money doesn't fucking exist anymore.
Yeah.
Because you can't centralize control over a giant, massive economic block like that and just assume everything's going to stay static for multiple generations of humans.
Right. So, for decades, people who worked for the auto manufacturers were willing to take slightly lower wages comparatively to other manufacturing because they could look forward to these defined benefits packages at the end. So it made sense to them. It was worth it to them because when they retired, they were going to be fine. They were going to be set.
The military.
Right?
The military is the same way. You get low pay for the most part while you're there. You get a lot of benefits on top of that, like housing and all that if you need, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, once you reach retirement, there's no sliding scale.
Right.
Whatever you get X amount of percentage towards whatever your base pay was at the time through perpetuity based off of how many years you went past 20. Bing, bang, boom. That's done. Same style of program.
Yes. So after the 2008 restructuring and the buyouts, they switched. Anybody who hired after 2007 is not on a direct benefits program. They are on this defined benefits program. They're on a direct contribution program. So the people who agreed to that were fine with that at the time because they expected that over time they would regain that defined benefits program. That
like
never happened, right?
Yeah.
Again, the same deal as before. This is an issue with allowing other people to negotiate your working situation for you. This is an issue. You have chosen to become a part of a group now who is making bad decisions for you because they want to keep in this industry. That's not good. You shouldn't be allowing other people. I guess I don't want to say that because it's not an inherently bad thing to be part of a union, but it takes away the choices and liberties that you have that I personally am unwilling to compromise on.
Yeah.
And it's because of the lived experience that I have being successful in the private sector where I've been able to bargain for myself and been able to barter for myself and make that case.
Yes.
So I'm unwilling to make that trade. I don't blame anybody necessarily for doing that, but if you do, this is one of the potential consequences that you stand for that, is that they could negotiate a bad deal for you. And it might even seem good at the time, but if they can't hold those companies to the fire to make sure that they come back and actually live up to those expectations, you might get fucked, and it's because you let somebody else negotiate for you. So
yeah, like Brian says, it's the business' fault if they can't pay their pensions. Correct. Our pensions are not the pensions of Britain. Correct. But my point being there is that the systems of being a pensioner like that, it's a fixed situation. You're getting a return. In Britain, it comes from the government.
Yes.
Here, it comes from whatever particular company made that deal at the time. Ours comes as a company that was part of your pay. It is the responsibility of the company that they maintain this fund and were promised to lifelong employees.
yes, you are not wrong about that, and that's why I'm saying this about the issue with the wages now. Is because
Is there no legal recourse? I guess would be my point at that point. Is that
No,
at
because
that point
it was-
you broke contracts
it was
because you're not
negotiated.
paying us.
But it wasn't in the contract that they would go back to it. That was like a handshake deal that we'll take this now. Because you can't write in a 4-year deal, in the next deal we'll do this.
Yeah.
This CBA only covers this defined set of time, So you can't write in it, then in the next one we're going to do this.
Yeah.
It's just a handshake deal that we will bring these back in the next CBAs. But it never happened because they don't have to, right?
Yeah.
So again, corporations are going to corporation. They're going to do
right.
what they're going to do. They're going to try and fuck you no matter what. So I don't think that it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Brian says zero recourse. My grandfather lost the entire pension because his aerospace company went under.
Yes.
Word. Yeah,
Yes.
if the company goes on, you're banking on the future of your company to maintain enough profits to be able to afford all those pensions, to be able to reliably continue to give them out, and that the company's still going to be whole at the other end.
And as life expectancy goes up, you have to take that into consideration. And the people that you
Social
thought might
Security,
die
yeah.
at 70 are going to live to 95 now. You have another 25 years of paying them, and you have to keep doing that.
I mean, they do live in Detroit. They're probably not going to live that long.
What I'm saying is people move,
Yes.
But yes, that is a huge issue they ran into, and it's unquestionably there's an argument that it's part of what ran their company aground. They had these pensions, but Brian is also extremely correct and more correct that it is the mishandling of their companies and other economic circumstances at the time that led to the default of those companies.
Check.
So at this point in time, this is when I want to start talking about CEO pay and stock buybacks.
Oh, word.
Right? Because I'm just
I got a little look inside the Alaska Airlines situation too.
I'm just beginning to understand the stock buyback thing. Just in the last fucking 9 seconds have I begun to. I'm just getting just
Lay
in
it
the last,
on me. Lay it
just
on
in
me,
the last
baby.
few days, right?
Put it together for me.
And it is because I heard a quote from one of the CEOs or the executives at one of the big three, and she was talking about how her pay is 90% of it is decided by the
board?
The production of the company, like how well it does,
Okay.
right? That's what her salary is based on. 90% is how good the company is doing, right?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
because she had the
So-
ability to negotiate her own contract.
Right.
Sorry.
So hold on, right? A stock buyback, because I didn't even understand what the fuck this was or how it worked or why the fuck you would be doing it, right?
Yep.
So, in the case of these particular CEOs, because a ton of CEOs have their pay set this exact same way, that it is dependent on how the company is doing. I think it's a whale, right? Is that a whale that's eating things?
Something like that.
Nom, 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 nom.
I like it. Didn't know that existed.
So, we have this record profit thing, right? And we talked about this in the past. A record profit's kind of a misnomer because any year that you make more money than last year, it's technically record profit. So it's kind of bullshit. It's still kind of true because you're making a fuckload of money.
Yeah. And it's
but
also your sole duty as a corporation.
is to make more money. That's the whole point, is to do that every year. So if your pay is 90% dependent on the production of the company, right? And I don't mean like output. I mean the money that they're making every year. It behooves you for the stock to cost more money.
Yes.
So when you receive huge profits, record profits, if you will,
Indeed.
it then also behooves you, to take some of that money and buy back some of your own stock and then increase the stock price, because that's what that does. If you buy it, there's less of it. That's basic economics. It's going to cost more.
Yes.
Right? Without doing anything other than using your own money, you have increased your pay for that year because the stock costs more money. The stock cost has gone up. Your pay is dependent on what the stock cost does. If it goes up, your pay is going to go up.
Gotcha.
Right? It is a vicious cycle the CEOs are in, that have placed themselves in this structure in which they only benefit by making the stock price go up more, and so it only makes sense for them to spend money that way in their own minds.
Oh, for sure.
Because they're shitty corporate shills, right? If they had any morals at all and were if they had not filled the God-shaped hole in their heart with $1, right, and instead they had filled it with God, then maybe they would recognize that money should be distributed back in large amounts to the people who make that money, right?
Or,
I hate to sound like a communist about it, the people who are producing that wealth, right? Hate to sound like a fucking commie about it, but if this is what we're doing, the moral thing to do is to reinvest in that company and the people who work there, like they're doing in Japan. Japan's a fucking great example, right?
Or another car manufacturing plant company named Tesla. Because one of the things that Tesla has, they score on the low end for hourly wages for their employees, right?
Yeah.
But as part of their benefits package, you get benefits in stock. And if your stock goes up, everybody in the company makes money.
Right.
So if you were to be in a position to be a corporate shill who is into the stock buyback programs, if all of your employees are given stock by the company as part of benefits,
yeah.
if if the CEO's pay goes up because they bought back into the stock, her contract goes up because the more money he's making, and every other one of the employees that gets stock from the company also their whole value increases too, and that could be looked at as a retirement type of deal. You could have full access to it, and if you're smart enough to hold on to it for 10 years and you believe in the company, next thing you know, the stock's gone from $2 a share to 115.
Right.
You can cash that shit out and just sit fat and happy. That would be.
That's one.
Not
way to
that
go
that's
about it.
happening.
Right.
But that could be an excuse to allow stock buybacks.
But that's not.
But
what
also,
they're doing. Yeah. But that's
that
not
isn't what
these,
they're doing.
That's not
and
what these people are
you're
doing.
manipulating the entirety of the market by doing that.
Yes.
You're inflating your own stock
Yes.
by doing that, which makes hedge fund managers very happy. It makes all these white collar pieces of shit that do nothing but suck up our hard-earned dollars for
Right.
themselves.
It also
That's not a
places-
commie thing to say, by the way. That's not a commie thing to say because you're literally fucking over everybody that is helping you become richer.
Right.
That is an immoral thing to do. It's not a communist thing to do that like you need to spread the wealth to the workers. From a moral standpoint, it is the correct line of thinking to say doing a stock buyback to increase the C-suite salary is an immoral and terrible thing to do,
Yeah.
and you should be reinvesting that in the business. Or our company, we have extra dollars every year from all the profit. What do? We do a profit share at the end of the year.
Right. Right.
Something like that.
There's a tons of different ways to go
Tons of
about
the way to
it.
do
Yeah,
it.
that's one of the Amblemen. He works for like a very small, like general contractor. And that's
Yeah.
they do the same thing. They do
Yeah.
they do payouts, like
Yep.
quarterly or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just
It's a thing that happens.
Yeah, and so there's a tons.
That's
of
the
different
way I
ways.
used to do it at my company.
Yeah, there's tons
Quarterly,
of
giving
different
my
ways
fucking
to-
my employees that work their fucking asses off for me fat checks once a quarter,
Yeah.
as long as we had the money to do it.
Right.
That's what we did.
Yeah, tons of different ways to go about that, and it doesn't appear any of them are being executed within the auto industry. So that's they say that they invest back in the employees, and I'm sure they do in one way or another,
Yeah.
or soda machines, fucking whatever the fuck. But when you leave a company with stock options, you're totally forced to sell back the stock. That's how my last 3 companies have worked. It's your incentive to work harder. Yeah, and that's if you leave them. There's like a time window or whatever. That, if you leave before this time window, then you have
gotta
to
get
sell
rid of
your
that
stock
shit.
off. And that's like I understand that argument. I would not be sold by that because if I work there past that window and then I leave and I have a bunch of stock, like I don't want this. Now I have to I have to hold on to it or sell it or do whatever so I can make money. I don't want to deal with that. I would rather just get payouts for my company than to be given stock, because I don't want to. If I'm just trying to make money like I am now, I don't want to worry about long-term fucking whatever, blah, blah, blah. I already have my retirement in that shit. Like, I don't... So maybe you could just fold it into retirement and then, like, still not worry about it. But I wouldn't take less pay for that, I just want more money every month and then let me decide what I'm going to do with it.
Yeah.
Me personally, but I don't... There are plenty of people who would go the other way around.
Yeah.
Who are like, well, I can live on less money if you're going to hook me up in retirement with this,
Yeah. Why you don't drink Prime, Donovan?
I don't...
I don't fuck with none of that.
I don't know. I like this guy. I'm into it.
Why you don't drink Prime?
Yeah.
I don't drink energy drinks anymore.
It's good for you.
That isn't fucking one of the Paul brothers own that. Yeah, I'm not trying to make him any richer.
Yes.
Do we have a device that can open a bottle of beer, or is this a twist off? Nope. She's classy.
I got a lighter.
Got something on my keys too. Maybe I don't know. We're running it's a new ship, dude. We don't know where anything's at right now. Yeah, that is a knife that's just stuck into the wall.
Yeah, let me see that.
I was wondering what was going on with that. It's the new bottle opener. It's the giant fucking pig sticker right there that you just keep in the wall.
I had it in here. I took it off my kit. We talked about this. I took it off my kit and I wasn't sure what to do with it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Hanging out in here.
Hey, it's a good place for it. Would you lose the bottle cap?
I dropped the. Oh, it's right there. I thought I dropped.
Oh, the sheath.
But
Yeah, keep it sheathed, brother. So, I don't know. I feel like I want to take the next point of conversation. I kind of want to take it to a bigger area. But so if we're not ready to get there, we can continue on with more. Of the
Nope. I'm
defined
ready
things.
for generalized discussion.
Okay.
So
Because I have major problem with all of this, right? I understand. I fully understand that it is a very difficult thing to relocate someplace. I understand that it can be very difficult to move away from a company that takes advantage of you because it's your sole income or it's the only thing I know how to do, blah, 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 blah. But at a certain point, we have to realize that if this is a failed system, it needs to be abandoned. And if it's a system of how you run a corporation or a company is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
If this...
You're not talking about unions, you're talking about the way that the company's being run.
The union is the same type of system.
Okay.
But if you have to rely on a union to be able to get a wage you're okay with, a benefits package you're okay with, and a quality of job that you're okay with doing, why would you want to work at that company? Because your father did and your grandfather did? Well, it's not the same company they worked for. These people are pieces of shit now who have just been invaded by a bunch of corporate fat cats, at the risk of sounding like a lefty, that are doing nothing. They're out for nothing but to screw you and make sure the company continues to grow. Why would you want to work there? Why would you want to be subjected to this shit? Why would you want to give up all of your bargaining power to a giant group of individuals who have to advocate on your behalf and have to tell you when you're allowed to go to work or not?
Yeah.
I mean, at a certain point, we all have to realize that no matter how deep we are into this fucking sham game that we're playing with all these old corporations that have been around for 100+ fucking years, that the only reason they're around is because unions had to be created to support the quote-unquote workers that allow this company to run. All those things are band-aids on a corrupted system that is doomed to failure if allowed to run in the free market.
A system of what? What exactly are you talking about?
Say, we'll just pick a company. We'll say GM, right?
Okay.
Or Ford. Ford, we'll go with Ford. They were the OG fucking, the T1 or whatever it was. For a long time, those were great jobs, right?
Yes.
And I would imagine at a certain point, it became not so great to work there, which is why a union was formed to protect the rights of the workers that worked at that company, right? Already there's a huge problem there because the company at that point is already screwing over its employees enough that they feel the need to band together to be able to protect each other. Coal towns, shit like that was a huge deal back then.
Yeah.
At a certain point in time, it all made sense. But why do we continue to prop up this system that relies on collective action to protect its employees? Doesn't that seem like a company that's not worth keeping around?
You're talking about letting the company falter if they're doing so bad of a job that a union is needed to represent the people. That's what you're talking. Is that?
Well, I'm not saying not necessarily just for a union to be.
Well,
that raises red flags, and at that point, the company, by having the employees get together and form a union, that might send up enough enough warning to the company that they need to change their practices and they need to make this a better place to work and offer the right benefits packages and blah 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 and make it a good place to work.
Right.
But every fucking 10 years, we go through this shit. At every large major corporation that relies on union workers, right? I mean, it happened with the team. It happens every so often as certain contract negotiation, when certain contracts ends, new ones need to be entered into. Why can't Ford as a company be a good enough company to work for without a union? And if you can't, as a company, become a place non-union workers want to come work for, maybe you shouldn't be a company anymore. Maybe people should not go work there anymore. Maybe you shouldn't be a slave to this system to go work for this faceless corporation that doesn't care about you and take your labor somewhere where it's fucking appreciated.
Yeah.
Maybe a new car manufacturer would come up. I don't know what the future looks like, but you can't just be stuck in the same system of corrupt business dealings between these two giant organizations with thousands of workers caught up in between where their whole livelihoods are at stake of the next contract negotiation. It seems like a really bad place. Ford shouldn't exist anymore if they're that shitty of a company that we're talking about thousands of members of UAW, right? If not probably tens of thousands, if not even more.
Right.
It takes that much power to push back against these corporations just so that they can get a fair deal, maybe that company shouldn't exist anymore.
But people buy the cars. The workers don't dictate whether or not the company exists. People are buying those cars. They want to buy Ford cars. They want to buy Ford trucks. They want those things.
They wouldn't have a car to sell if nobody built it, right? If nobody wanted to go work there.
But people will... Okay, so this is when we have to enter... So I agree with the generalized sentiment of what you're talking about, but it also... You're missing the forest for the trees, I think, when you're talking about why people are going to work there. When you're talking about places like Detroit, there's no fucking other jobs there. The best job that you could get in a lot of cases is to work at that auto manufacturer. That's the best job in that town if you don't have some form of higher education.
So your whole goal in life at that point should be to leave, right?
Do you want to leave here?
I got a good job.
That's not the point. I'm asking you, if you were in that situation, we were in the point where we're going to leave. We didn't want to. We don't want to. That's not what I want to do.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be forced to leave somewhere because that's not the best job.
Because there's no place to work.
There is a place to work, is what I'm saying.
There's one place to work.
That is the best job around, is that one. You can work there, or there are other places to sustain yourself, and it's similar to here. It's this federal government. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can replace it with that. We choose not to work there. We could work more money there. We could live a more comfortable life if we worked at that job.
Lockheed has been sounding good these days.
We are willing and able to make that decision. A lot of people are not. You know, we're very lucky to have this job that is a viable option as opposed to the other ones, right? So there are individual circumstances that you need to take into account, and I get the
tough business. It's tough business. People are stuck in a shitty situation.
You're Tim Pooling it right now, telling people to get up and leave. It's not that easy, and you know it.
I'm not okay. So this is I don't want to go directly to that line, but how much longer? How do I want to? Is it a necessary evil to have these giant manufacturing corporations be the only place people have to work?
No, it does not need to be this way.
But unfortunately, that is not anybody's... Nothing that anybody... I'm just thinking out loud, right? There's nothing that any worker, any employee at Ford can do to bring investment into Detroit, to bring new companies, better jobs, whatever it is. Right now, they're just in the shit situation. To boil it all down, you have one place to work, and it's for one of these three motherfuckers. And if you're not doing that, you're working a really shitty job at a convenience store, or whatever, some mom and pop shop somewhere.
Even if you're making the same money, you don't have retirement, you don't have a pension, you don't have that's going to be part of it. Also, that's going to drive people there. Is that even if there are other places that you can work and get the same money,
it might be a crap game, but it's the only game in town.
Right, the benefits are different. That you could work at fucking Popeyes your whole life, and you might make a higher wage as a general manager when you're done. But if you don't have as good of benefits, then it doesn't really matter because you're 65 and now you don't have any fucking money, you know? So,
and also get uncomfortable with, because ideally, the way to solve for X in this situation is to put, it's not what I'm going to advocate for, but I'm going to say this is an idea, to put regulation on on the executives of, say, any unionized company, corporation, that have salary caps in place, that dictate how much money like the executives can make, and any other amount of profit goes directly to the employees.
Yeah.
And the executives, why not? Everybody gets their cut. That would be one possible way to lift up all ships in this rising tide. But without some kind of state involvement at that point, you can't do anything like that, because obviously the contract negotiations, the power of the union isn't going to be enough to force something like that.
And I don't know enough about corporate involvement with their employees in other countries to know. You know, I know that like in Japan, the employees who work in those large manufacturers receive a higher profit share than they do in America. I don't know if that's government mandated or if that is by the culture of Japan that's how the corporations operate. I truly don't know. Regardless, there is enough government regulation that flows through corporations
so much, especially in the auto industry,
to trade one for you're not allowed to fuck your employees out of the money that you're making, and you can't take it all. Like, 1,000% understand the uncomfortability with that, and I'm on the same page. Like,
I
don't like that at all. I don't know how you combat these choices in a corporation without this. The only option in this type of society that I see in our capitalist society is a union, and it is fucked and bastardized because of the way that unions are involved in politics and the way the corporations are involved in politics.
And how corrupt they can be too.
If they were separate completely from politics, I think it would be a cleaner operation.
Don't worry, Brian. The union conversation is never going to go away.
Let's hit a couple of comments. Scroll up just a little bit to the first thing that Brian said. He said, "What about the other side? A union gives you more concrete, better security, higher wages, and better benefits compared to their non-union counterparts. It's not like the scabs make more money. It depends, and that's we've talked about it in the past. Like, there are examples. I'm not trying to like nitpick or pick really small ones, but like, I'm not in a union, and if I was in a union now at my job, I wouldn't make as much money. I might have better benefits or something, but I wouldn't make more money.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't be in a necessarily better position in a union in my company than I am now. Maybe if I went and found a union job, I might, but I also don't think that you should. Let's read the rest of the comments and then we'll get into that. Because corporations would use slave labor if they could. And that's true when you're talking about why should people continue to work there, because there will always be someone who will take less money to work somewhere if it's an option. There's someone who will always do something for $1 less than somebody else because they need the money more. They're willing to. They got they have no dignity, whatever it is, right? Someone will always do it for less if there isn't something to step in their way.
Or maybe their cost of living, for whatever reason, whatever lifestyle they chose or in the circumstances they're in, maybe just require less money to maintain their lifestyle and are willing to go someplace else and work for an extra $1 more because,
less government involvement would fix a lot of the symptomatic issues that go into this.
Yes.
Right? Would deal with a lot of that if the government was not involved. I completely agree. Yep. We did that in 1900 and the Rockefellers made trillions while people starved. Unions and regulations came from necessity. But I agree. I also want to make sure that we're not hyperbolizing the issues that we have with unions now compared to what was happening then, because it's not the issues that we have with unions now is not the same thing as the literal fucking coal wars that happened in like southern West Virginia. Like, this is not the same thing.
I mean, frankly, we have very extensive labor laws at this point on a nationwide status, so that's a factor. But I like the fact that at this point Brian and Zeke have picked sides, and Brian's more on your side, Zeke's more on my side. I'm about it.
I disagree on it. It is that easy to get up, and people need to remember what it means to sacrifice. People need to stand. And I agree, and I don't. Like, it is. You can in fact sell all of your shit and then go. It's just not. But that's a very like black and white view of it. That is possible. You are correct. That is possible. The situation is not always that simple.
Yeah, and most of the time,
that's what I'm saying.
It's not.
And that's what I'm saying.
And it's not even like economic, not necessarily. Maybe you have alien parents that you can't leave. Maybe you have a custody situation you can't. Right. You literally can't.
It's not always that simple.
Yeah, so without giving up seeing your children.
Precisely. I do agree conceptually it is that simple. But in real life application to everybody's lives, it is not always that simple. Keep running away, you'll never win. Same with gun control, homeless debate, you'll never beat $1 trillion corporation alone. And I'll admit, Brian has been a huge... For some reason, him and I talk about this almost every time that I see him. So he's a big convincer for me. He has kind of won me back over to that side of like, this is your home. So I have to give him even more credit because he's not from here, and he made me question why I wasn't fighting more for my home.
He's adopted it as his home.
Yeah, and that's a personal deal, but that's how I feel. Wish the conversation happened when I was on. You have to come back. Not every industry needs unions. Like people in grocery stores, their union are what are called soft unions. They are bad for workers. Yeah, and I've talked about
Starbucks.
Before. Like my mom used to work with adults with disabilities, and she was in the machinist union. This should not be happening. You know, how is the poverty in Michigan and Indiana not similar? I am not sure exactly what you're referring to, just because I've talked so much since whatever the
Yeah.
last thing that I said is. So if
The
you give
poverty
more context,
in Michigan, like Detroit, obviously.
Yeah.
That's tough business, especially if that's like your big city. If Seattle was Detroit and Seattle's our big city for the state, that's rough. Indiana. What's the big city in Indiana?
I have no fucking idea.
That might be it. Yeah, shout out, Zeke. Where you at?
No. No. So I want to talk about the
I get the
union thing
nuance.
for
I just want to say this. I do get the nuance. But at some point, we need to address this situation. Indianapolis.
Colts.
Gary, Indiana. I hear tough things about Gary.
Look at you guys. I don't know fucking dick about geography. No, Joseph. The idea of a union is great, but the practice they are immediately corrupted upon formation.
Unions are like communism.
I don't know
there
that's
it is.
necessarily true, but
it's good on paper.
Going back to what Brian said, if you go back to the roots of unions, like there is a lot of good shit that exists in there, and that's another thing that I wanted to say about when you're talking about the cycles of corruption, right?
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't always happen because we don't always see strikes. They happen consistently in some industries, yes, and we could probably do a whole show on like just the auto industry, right? Because
construction workers in this particular area, them motherfuckers ain't ever going on strike because they make dollars.
And when you guys are talking about, you and Zeke in particular, the free market dictating whether the company survives or not, that already tried to happen and the government bailed them out. That is a step in which government involvement ruins, and I agree with you, but that's
a good point.
Where government involvement
They already did
ruins
fail.
that whole concept. They did fail. They did fuck up partially to their own choices and partially because the economy was so bad that gas was too expensive and no one was buying vehicles and they couldn't fucking find anyone to work for them. So
yeah, we should have probably just let them die and then everybody just be driving a nice, reliable Hyundai or Toyota.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. The same thing, we talked about the same thing with the fucking airlines, you know, when all this shit happened during COVID. Fuck them. If you fucked around so bad that you can't sustain your company with no employees, then fuck you. It's not our job to save you. It is not our job as the taxpayers to find $800 billion somewhere in the budget and hand it over to you because that's what happens, you know?
Yeah, and I think a really good way to look at this situation, right? Because my problem with the generalized concept of unions is it usually fucks over private industry. But when there is no private industry in any particular industry, right? I mean, there's, you know, there is no real independent car manufacturers in the United States except for Tesla, which is a different deal because it's a different thing altogether, right?
Different deal.
The whole EV situation,
right? When they talk
totally
about
different
non-unionized auto workers, they're talking about people who work for like engine manufacturers, like shit like that. Not people who work for Ford, GM, and whatever.
Exactly.
Those are smaller factories that are in the supply chain of the auto working.
And they brought it up on NPR this morning when I was listening to it, like Toyota and Hyundai. They're non-unionized shops, and they have facilities down in the south of the United States.
They're balling, bro.
Tesla doesn't have it either. But again, Tesla's making a totally different product. Another issue that I've heard come up about these particular unions.
My truck was made in America.
Word. Not Mexico?
No, America.
Okay,
apparently there's something in the...
Oh, wait, no,
the
Ford
VIN,
had a big...
The VIN number that, you can tell of what plant it was made in. So Brian looked it up for me.
Yeah.
Tomas, as funny as it is American made.
There you go. So I want to just cap my last little union thing with this, right? Because if there is one thing I need to remember about the concept of unions, in particularly in certain industries, that unions are much like any other giant organization, including the U.S. government, that there is an idealistic way to run things, and then the only problem that happens with that is when humans get involved, and then people over the years make selfish rules, demands, change how systems work, and they kind of slowly corrupt systems to make it not fulfill its function and its original purpose and stuff like that. Well, I understand the need for certain unions, particularly, especially when you have a combative relationship with whoever runs the companies. Not real cool to be living and working in that kind of environment. That would pretty much suck ass, but
it's inherently
it
combative.
is what it is. And then, at the end of the day, you got to try to get by the best you can. And if the union's the only way to do that, it might be a crap game, but it's the only game in town. Just because your union's, some of your leadership funnels $2.2 million from its members over a couple of years, that's a thing that happens sometimes. Right. That doesn't.
And that's why they bring in new leadership.
Exactly. But all this stuff makes me feel dirty, man. It really does.
I agree. And
I have to pee now, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
There's a couple other concepts that I want to talk about. One of them is this push. It's coming a lot from Breaking Point, but from a lot of other people, that the idea, I'll give you the idea and then you can go pee, and I'll talk about it a little more. The idea that, we should be increasing the amount of union jobs that exist in the United States. And so think about that, and I'll couch that a little bit more. You can go pee. So when they're talking about in particular is with government money is that first of all, the union should be more expansive. That we should be trying to increase unions and unionize more businesses and unionize more places and unionize this and that, and that everyone should be trying to get a union job. The other thing is that they're talking a lot about when the government is putting out contracts for people to bid on and get those contracts, we should be demanding that that money goes to union jobs so that we can ensure that it's going to fair wages and fair pay and stuff like that. But that's, again, assuming that that's what all unions are doing, but that's neither here nor there. So the issue that I have with this is that I don't have an issue with unions. We just talked about that. I'm totally fine with that. I love the idea of it. I don't like the idea of having to work in a union job to have a good job. Because as Colin, I think, will have a lot to say about it, the increased presence of unions does put a squeeze on the private sector. The people who have small businesses, it's extremely difficult and increasingly difficult for them to compete with unions that are growing. So the larger that union presence is, the harder it is for small businesses to exist, let alone grow. As far as the government to push for that only increases that same concept. If we are flooding government money, which is always huge amounts of money, into that same concept that we're demanding that it goes to union labor, we're going to put a shitload of small businesses out of work. And I don't like the idea of that. As someone who aligns more with the concept of personal responsibility, personal freedom, personal advocacy, I don't want to work in a union. And I don't want to have to work in a union to get a good job. It shouldn't be that way. And I think that idea, that thought process comes from a misunderstanding of what a union should be. And I think that Brian's comment of union shouldn't be something we seek, it should be a last resort. That speaks way more to what I think they really should be. That to me, a union is a threat and a stick to deter poor treatment from your company. That's what that is. And if to combat that, we should be incentivizing good relationships between employees and employers. And the proliferation of unionization doesn't help with that. If more companies are afraid that, it's just unions are just rolling all through fucking town any minute now, my company's going to be rolled into some random union because that's what's happening. That doesn't help. They're going to be they will be. It's going to boost the tension between employee employer even that much further. So I think that the only unions that should exist should be trade skilled unions. That's literally the only time I am okay with it. Teachers unions corrupt, police unions corrupt, UAW corrupt. I cannot name it. So first of all, Zeke, I actually disagree with you wholeheartedly. But if we're talking about public sector unions, right, those government unions, that's a really bad deal. I don't remember who was talking about the Border Patrol union or something like that. I will fuck with the UAW 1,000 times before I even consider the fact that a government employee union should exist. They're literally bargaining against taxpayers. Government, dude. They're literally bargaining against taxpayers. I don't agree with this concept at all. This is not how this should be. Yeah, we can't do that. It shouldn't be lucrative to work for the government. That's not how any of this is supposed to work. Mm-mm. It's supposed to be a little bit of a shit detail. All of it. All of the jobs are supposed to suck a little bit. Service. You're not making that much money. You're fulfilling yourself. That's why you've chosen to do this. I get that's idealistic. That's whatever. That's what a government is. A government is idealistic. If that's what you want, you need to fill it with people who are idealistic and are willing to take a fucking few dollars off to work in the government because they love it so much.
Let's go.
That's the fucking idea.
That's how you clean up the deep state.
If you can't fill the building with that, you either need to make the building smaller or fucking fire a shitload of people. Like, I don't know, but I don't know what to tell you. It's not lucrative. You're not supposed to make a ton of money. It's supposed to be kind of a bad job.
Look at that shout out Maz in the chat. Back from the horse trip. What will take Zeke?
Imagine trying to shit on the UAW when they're trying to bring their people out of poverty. I would love to have Zeke and Brian both here in studio. It would be amazing.
Besides, if you're going to talk any kind of... The reason I would fuck with the UAW over like a skilled trades labor union is because...
Over a skilled trades labor union?
Yeah, why I'd side with the UAW over, say, like the local Teamsters that's running all the construction sites in town type of thing, right?
Kevin, we're talking about unions. UAW
talking about unions.
Specifically, but unions in general now.
Yep. Yeah, we're coming on the tail end of it. But UAW is a very specific industry. It's a very specific skill that is required to do that job,
auto workers.
They're auto manufacturers. They make fucking vehicles. They go vroom vroom. Right, it's a huge, and there's a million different parts and aspects of it, blah, 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 and you're punching out product at a high level. Skilled trades is electricians, plumbers, carpenters, skilled trades like that. The only thing, so mom and pop shop cannot start a car manufacturing company in today's world. You just can't do it. The government has made sure you are not allowed to do that. You have to be a billionaire, turn around and start one with all your billionaire money. Hence Tesla, that kind of shit. There's no new startup fucking car manufacturers that are going to... The amount of capital required to create an assembly line to make a fucking vehicle that's going to go out on the road, like exponentially different type of company, right?
Yeah.
A skilled trade company can be a dude that has a skill from on-the-job training somewhere. That hires other employees to help work for him or them, and then he will train them up to do the same thing, create another generation of those people, and that can be done from a dude who has a truck and some tools and some know-how.
And then they can join the union.
The problem is they can join a union because my point being, let me finish painting it out here, right? The problem there is that by creating skilled trades unions, right?
Yeah.
The electricians local 101 or whatever it is, right?
The dudes in our building.
People just like that. They exist all over the place.
Right.
And they pull so much business away from private companies that are trying to do something with themselves in the world.
Right. That's what I'm trying to understand is
they
why.
Completely devastate any mom and pop shop construction company that wants to get up and running whatsoever because
contractors.
You just cannot compete with the level of fucking capital that these unions have in their trade shops to be able to pay their employees $50-some a fucking hour to go swing hammers all day to do the same exact job that you can't get the private industry to support that style of wage.
Because hold on, let me ask a question. Because it's a skilled trade unions like that, all the people who are in that union now working for the union, like as union workers, but because they're all technically or can be general contractors, they are like they can get hired under the union as a union electrician, and then can get hired out for union jobs. Like the electricians union.
Some do.
The electricians union can bid on contracts, and then they get their...
What usually works, the way it usually works is that...
I don't understand this
concept
yet.
You will have like a trade union hall where the union is based, that all your members have to show up to pay dues and do all that stuff, but they will be hired on to companies that are run by union workers, right? So the company itself, Dana's Cooling and whatever that fucking company is, they're privately owned.
Yeah.
Every single one of their employees is a member of the union, not the owner of the company. To work at that company in any capacity, you have to join a union. And they have a specific union. I think it's a Teamsters union in that particular company. But that requires the business owner to pay them specific wages. It's like $40-$50 depending on depending on what it is. The one they tried to rope me into was at like a $23 an hour, and it never got better. But
why?
But what happens is that at that point is like, let's say I want to start another, heating and cooling company, right?
Yeah.
I want to run air ducts and get AC pumping and all that. I got the
Don
know-how,
Rocky's
this, that, and
AC.
the other thing. Well, that means I need to hire a workforce that I have to pay something to, right? And based off the amount of business that I can procure and how much money it takes to keep the business going, and I will set my employee's salary at whatever I can to try to keep them around, maintain, give them whatever kind of benefits package I can to try to maintain a good relationship with my worker at that point, with my employee. And then we go out into the world. I bid on jobs at specific prices that'll sustain it'll sustain my employee's paycheck. It'll give me a paycheck so I can survive,
Right.
and it'll give me enough money to invest and grow the business even more. The problem is I'm directly competing against a bunch of skilled trade unions that have way deeper pockets than I can. So they can go out there and bid on a job that they'll bid lower than I would have to.
Even though they know
So
they
it-
can eat the cost.
It costs me, it just eats me out of the market.
So
And that's the way most of these things go. I can't bid on jobs that the union companies bid on because their customers have way deeper pockets than, say, the family down the road that wants an air conditioner installed or something like that.
So let me ask you, why would the owner of Dana's Heating and Cooling want to have a unionized workforce as opposed to people not in the union? Like, why does he do that?
I'd imagine you can make a lot more money.
Just because you can go for bigger jobs that way.
Yeah. You get bigger contracts that way.
Yeah.
It's super easy. And you got the support of the... you don't have to really try to weed through employees. You don't have to do any of that because you can just call
the union.
You can call the union. Hey, we got an opening for another 3 or 4 guys coming up in the next 6 months. You got anybody in the pipe you're interested in, that could use a job, blah, blah, blah. Boom, bing, bang, boom. You're removing an entire section of the private industry.
Yeah, I don't really
getting it out of there.
understand. This one I don't understand.
Okay.
No. I get the concept of it. I don't understand.
Let's say one of the
like,
best paying jobs that I could have ever tried to get, right, is working for like the tribe is doing a job.
Yeah.
They have to open up bids. Bing, bang, boom. Every company out there that wants to bid on this thing, come out here, throw us your number, throw us your timeline, whatever you're doing, right? I have to look at all what it takes me to do this particular job. What's going to take me and my company to do this job?
So
it's
the
going to
only
cost me
thing-
X amount of dollars.
The only thing I'm not understanding is how these unions come about.
The trade unions?
Yes, because I get how a labor union comes about. Obviously, you're disputing with the company. They're treating you like shit. You need representation so you can get fair wages.
Because
if you are individuals who can set your own wages, right? If you're an electrician, if you're a certified electrician, you don't have to work for anybody else. You can technically, you can just start your own company and just go out and do your own bids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Why
in the section of the market you're allowed to bid in? Because
Right.
you'll be outbid by a giant section of the market is already taken up by union shops.
What I'm saying is, before they existed, why would
they unionize?
Yes,
Because
they
much
set
like
their own wages.
Much like any other company, especially back in like the 70s, 80s, and I worked for a couple of these people growing up too. A lot of contractors are pieces of shit.
If you don't work for yourself, right? Okay, all right,
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right. I
When you
understand.
don't work for
I
yourself,
was missing a step, but I got it. All right,
but
all
if
right.
you're trying to
I'm
have
just like,
a new
if you're an
company
electrician,
up
why
and coming,
wouldn't you fucking work for yourself? But you might just not want to deal with the
Most-
bullshit. You just
most of them don't.
That makes sense. Okay,
Because
That's just missing
the minute you're a skilled laborer, right, that has like a skill, the minute you decide that you don't want to work for somebody, you want to go work for yourself somewhere,
right?
You generally don't get to do very much of the skilled labor that you enjoy doing.
Right.
You have to go run a business now, and that's not the same fucking job.
Unless you're just working by yourself.
Yeah, you might be able, but even then, now you're doing 3 to 4 times as much work, and the vast majority of it isn't going to be the actual out there running wire or doing whatever it is that you're doing as an electrician, right? That's a part of it, but then you got the permitting side, you got contract side, you got the ability to actually how you run the company, the legal side of things, dealing with regulation.
Okay.
It's real complicated. But if you're a skilled laborer, why not go take the check from the union shop that's going to pay you 3 times as much, and all you need to do is go out there and run your fucking equipment all day and have a great time.
None of this feels right. Like something's missing here, you know? Brian said unions aren't new. Oh, yeah, they used to be called guilds for centuries. Adon, what up,
Yep.
Adon? There were some big non-union electrician shops that can't compete with the union, for sure.
As long as you're big enough.
Why does my non-union at Subaru make more money than a UAW? Hell, I get free healthcare and free dental and childcare. I don't...
Sounds like a pretty good company.
I don't understand. Like, I don't... This is...
This is the big thing.
This
There's
is
a
to where the point that
clusterfuck
I'm
of
like, that
everything.
people shouldn't be made to be in a union. Like, it's not best for everybody, you know?
Yeah.
I don't... I wonder if Subaru is just a better company than these other automakers.
Probably.
I don't know. Like, I'm just... That's the only thing I
Yeah.
can think off the top is why
I even know
Zeke as a
Subaru
non-union
is-
member. Because that shouldn't make that big of a difference. Like...
It shouldn't.
You know, it shouldn't. It wouldn't. That wouldn't go from the near poverty they're talking about to these benefits that Zeke is, because he also supports his family. So he's making at least, I don't know if his wife works or not, but he's making at least, he's not a fool. So he's making at least a decent wage.
He's doing good.
So we are only
4% market
4%
share.
of the market share.
There you go.
Right, but good cars and shit like that. That doesn't mean that what I'm talking about is the actual company. If the quality of the company is better than the other companies.
When I bought my Subaru, right?
Because we also work for an extremely small company. It's a very good job.
Very good
That's
company.
So, in my personal experience, the smaller company you work for, the better experience you have. That's my personal experience.
It's 'cause you're a real life
his
human
wife
at the
doesn't
end of the
work,
day.
so he's working a good
There you
job.
go.
So there has to be just a stark difference in the generalized treatment of the employees between.
I know that
Ford
Subaru,
and
when I bought a Subaru, right, I went to a Subaru dealer, and Subaru dealers are all affiliated with Subaru.
Right.
They have to be, they're a part of the company.
you have to be.
They are not open on Sundays.
I was going to say yes.
Because
you
in
can't be open
Subaru,
on Sundays.
in the Subaru
yes.
family, Sunday is family day. And so
Right.
that right there is like, as far as a manufacturing company goes, because at the base end, Subaru is a manufacturing company.
Right.
They also have sales that they do, but they make
They
cars.
make cars.
That's what they do.
They just got to sell them also.
Exactly. I guarantee you Ford's working double fucking shifts 24/7, pumping out as much product as they can. They don't give a fuck about their employees.
Ooh, Subaru cars are more. They're also more expensive. That makes sense.
That's true.
That the car is better though. I mean,
Way more expensive to maintain, too.
certainly.
Different product, different manufacturer.
Yeah.
I think the real situation here, right, when you really boil it all down, is that unions and union shops, union companies,
This is such a good conversation.
are a part of the free market.
Yes.
They're just
and they should be.
They're football team.
Trenton.
Yep.
I love you, Trent.
I heart my Subaru.
My Toyota. I love my fucking Toyota too.
I like my
love-
Toyota
and
a
I've
lot.
heard good things
I like
about
my
that
Toyota
company.
way more than I ever liked my Subi.
Yeah.
We'll just say, but maybe that's just because it wasn't a truck, and that was the first car I ever owned. And
Toyota's sick. I don't know anything about their company. Zeke, find somebody who works for Toyota. Get them on here.
yeah, let's see what's going on here. But
I did drop $50,000 on a Tubby 2024 accident. God damn!
But I mean, when you think about football team, right? Football team, it's free market. Everybody joins the team, right? But the 300-pound linebacker is not the same as the $185 kicker.
Yeah.
Everybody has their roles to play. Everybody does these things, and if
True. Subis are that for the quality. Yep.
Yep, there you go. And in the market of employment and labor, different companies are have more power than others, this, that, and the other thing, but it all kind of generally works in and amongst each other, and that's what creates this giant bolstering economy, so on and so forth. So these things have to coexist together, and not all jobs need to be union jobs. Nothing bad's ever happened when you totally centralized one sector of in an economy, right? Nothing bad has ever done there.
Nothing should have to be a union, you know?
Yeah,
And
ideally,
nothing should have to be a union, but like you're saying, like when you incorporate human beings and their different drives and their different whatever, you know, people that are willing to do shady shit like stock buybacks and whatever, and again, the same
comes a dirty
to
game.
fucking tack one last thing on the government for it, right? The government, when they do these buybacks or the buyouts, they almost never put in there also, you can't buy back your own stock with a bunch of this money.
Yep.
And that's what they end up doing, you
Yep.
know, is to raise their own stock prices.
Oh, yeah. The
So-
CEO of Alaska Airlines just took a
Yes.
40% pay raise, and nobody else did.
Right. And that's what, you know, these numbers that they're talking about for wage increases, that's where they're coming from, is that the CEOs have gotten 40% wage
Yep.
increases over the last 4 years. And they're like, so that's what we want, you know?
Yep.
I get where they're coming from, you know? I think the only thing I don't approve of is just the generalized, all of the shit. I don't like the way it's being handled. I don't like the interactions between the two groups. I don't like any of that shit.
It's also very dehumanizing,
Yeah.
right? It takes the people factor out of it, and it just becomes this big collective versus that big collective.
Right.
This big powerful entity versus that big
It's not
powerful
people
entity.
talking anymore.
No.
They're representatives. They're like fucking generals from armies, you know, that are like, at that point, they're not going to not fight, you know. When
Yeah.
you're this close that you're in the tent and you're talking and your armies are back there and you can hear both of them, you're not going to not fight. You're going to definitely fight now because you're both right the fuck here, you
Yeah.
know. And it feel like, especially the way that, and I'm not shitting on him, it is what it is, he got elected for this reason, but the language and rhetoric that Sean Fain is using, the head of the UAW, you know, that, like, we're standing people up and calling them to fucking come in, and, like, there's a lot of very militaristic shit that's just like,
Oh, yeah.
this is a battle, you know, and it shouldn't be, though. Like, this should be, we should be incentivizing, like I said, good relationships between employees and employers. This
Yeah.
is something we should want, so that you don't have to do this shit, and you don't have to pay people out of union funds to not work and stuff. Like,
Yep.
it doesn't need to be this way.
And let's also remember too, like at the end of the day, if you really had been playing your cards right as the union, and you prepared thusly for an occasion like this, because you all knew it was going to happen since 2008, you should have been squirreling a lot of money away for the inevitable. We're going to come back. They're not going to pay us,
Yes.
and then everybody just needs to fucking stop working to make this shit very seriously and have enough money that you collected from your members to be able to get everybody through however long that needed to take. Because otherwise, you resort to this weird-ass guerrilla tactic shit, and
Right.
you don't know whether or not you're going to go to work that day, or you have to go to work and then stand outside on the picket line all day. You can't go home and hang out with your family.
So if you were really communist and based, then you would have enough money to give people more than what their wages are, you know, for the time they're striking.
Yeah.
This is what you should be getting paid.
Yes.
And that's why
the
this
true living wage.
2008 was, that's exactly what I said, Trent. That's why I had to do so much research about, I think it was Wednesday night, Jordan came out from Dax's bedroom from putting him down. She sat down.
What did you say to
she's-
dry her up
She
that
says,
night?
what are you doing? You know, I'm on my phone. I was like, I'm trying to learn about the 2008 auto bailouts. And she said, of course you are. And she just sat back and turned on the TV. Of course. What else would you be doing on a fucking Wednesday in 2023 besides learning about the 2008 auto bailouts?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she asked me again like 40 minutes later. I was like, I'm trying to understand the differences between a fucking defined benefits retirement program and a direct contribution retirement program. It's just like, what? It's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is the world we occupy.
Yes.
It's tough business.
Last night I was going over all this with her. She's like, I think like I'm on the side of the union. I was like, yeah, I think me too. I was like, I think that's where I'm at too, unfortunately.
Yeah. If I had to put money behind it, I'd these guys have been getting screwed.
Yeah. I have one more question, point thing that we can go over really quick, and then we can end this segment and we can move on.
Sure.
There's been a lot of talk, breaking points in particular, just because I've been watching them a ton this week, but they're very against right to work. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right to work is a law I believe that we have here, but a lot of states have it, in which what it means is that you are not required to join a union.
Yes.
That you could. So we must not be, because if you have to be joining a union to work at Dana's Heating and Cooling, then we must not be a right to work state.
No, we are a right to work state because you don't need to go work at Dana's Heating and
Oh,
Cooling.
okay.
There are other shops out there
Okay.
that are ununionized.
Okay. Yes, but it just means you're not required to join a union.
To work.
Yes, to work. And so this Crystal Ball has been calling it like it's anti-union, right? It's anti-union to have this right to work thing, and it's not good. And someone else was talking about, what's that fucking presidential candidate that we didn't know who he was? He said something about,
Oh, yeah.
things. So are you pro right to work then? It's
Yeah.
like, so my question,
Yeah.
and maybe it's very easy, but like, my understanding of it is right to work anti-union or pro-choice?
It just depends on your outlook.
Yeah.
The true nature of a right to work state is that means they are pro-choice. If you want to work, go get a job where the fuck you want to get a job.
Yeah.
You can make whatever kind of money you want. Whereas in a non-right to work state, if you want to be an electrician or if you want to be this or that, every state's different, but if you want to do this particular thing, then you have no choice but to go. Every single company that offers that kind of employment is part of the union. The workers are part of the union.
Right.
Which just seems about the most un-American thing I can think of, to be honest. If you do not have the right to control your own labor, what the fuck are we talking about at this point? You might as well just be a part of the Soviet state at that point. You just need to go do that because this is what you're told to go do.
Yeah.
If you want to make money outside of this, then you're anti-union. Yeah, it's slightly anti-union because you're not forcing everybody and their mother to go work for a union. The minute you're not a right to work state and you want to go into this line of work, well, too fucking bad. Get ready to pay dues.
Yeah.
You have to go join up with these people. Can get ready to not be in charge of how much money you fucking make. You have zero individualistic bargaining power for your labor.
Right.
You just got to throw it all away. Throw it all out because that's just the way it is here. Fuck all that noise. But again, I think I'd have to look more into it, but I'm pretty sure even in non-right to work states, it's only in specific industries.
Yeah.
And it's usually industries that the state relies super heavily on just to maintain their own coffers at that point. It's like, I would imagine at one point, maybe like a West Virginia might have been or something like that. Because, if you're going to go in coal mining, let's say, there's no non-unionized coal mines or something like that.
Right.
You're going to have to be a part of the union if you want to go do that. But yeah, no, I fully against taking away people's rights to control how their labor is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I'm gonna. That's good. That's a good cap right there.
I like
right to
it.
work or not, she's a commie, so of course she wants everybody to be a part of a labor union.
Of course.
Because she'll be. You think she'll be out there fucking spinning wrenches and pounding hammers or putting doors together in a fucking... No. She'll be a part of the union organization that will help run the union to protect those workers.
Right.
Because she has zero discernible skills.
Right. She's a journalist, Colin. You're not a journalist.
She's not a journalist anymore. She already said that. She's not a journalist anymore. Just because she does acts of journalism doesn't necessarily make her a journalist. If she was on the grounds of January 6th, she should be locked up because she's not a journalist. No, they're just a corporate mainstream.
What?
I'm just trying to remember when they were
Yeah.
talking about the case with the
Yeah.
But no, she was 100% a journalist. Actually, I don't know if she is anymore or not, because they have research teams and all that. I think they might just be news people now that sit on camera and talk. But I would assume they do their own research for their particular monologues they do, which is an act of journalism, which would make her a journalist. So I will renege on that. Krista Ball's a journalist. Just as much of a journalist as that Washington Post. See you next Tuesday that put that hit piece out on Dave Portnoy. I cannot wait to bring that up. It is, that'll be good. Is that all we did? We just hit unions and Hunter Biden. That's all we had. That was it.
Yeah.
Woo!
Unions is mostly what we had. F-35. We talked about the plane.
Oh, yep. There you go. We talked about the plane.
Yeah.
The plane.
Yes.
It's a plane.
No, I love
One
this
thing.
conversation. We got some guests cracking, you guys.
Yes. Very excited.
2 episodes, we got Josh Keaton coming back.
Yes.
Teacher friend. We are working with a few other people. Colin reached out to somebody who's potentially locked down for the next episode. I'm going to reach out to Riley and Nils this week, see if they can get locked in for the 2 November episodes. And that means that the last 4 episodes of the year will all have guests. This studio will have a third person right here. It will be great because it's a very central location
Indeed.
for most of these people. It's
We
easier
have
than
way more central.
the Hansville studio.
It's literally in central.
Yes,
Get that.
that's right. It's where the people are anyway.
It
So.
is indeed where the people are. So, because there's some people here, some of which might not know what's coming down the pike as far as the rest of the year goes.
Yes.
Do you want to maybe just give a brief little kind of thing about what we usually do?
Yes.
Things we might have cooking.
Typically, we take the month of December off. I got kids. My birthday's Christmas Eve. We got shit that we're doing.
It's the holidays, bro. It's tough business.
We're doing stuff, traveling, doing all kinds of stuff. We will still be putting out content. We have some other things in the works. We will potentially be reaching out to some of these members of the government of Bremerton and trying to figure out some stuff with this homelessness. We have other content we'll be working on. We have 2 studios now, obviously, that are fully up and running, and so we have the ability to make twice the content. Colin has some stuff that he's going to test out over Christmas time, I think, and I will be hammering out exactly how I'm going to be sharing my writing and stuff next year, because I did one piece that on the Patreon already, and so we'll be able to get into more of that later in the year. Yeah, so we have 4 more episodes left after this. We have the 2 in October, 2 in November, and that's it for the rest of the year.
It just seems like time goes too fast, bro.
We'll be back in early January, and it'll be sick.
We'll be back with the live shows in January.
Yeah, live shows.
Definitely still be good content coming our ways. And you never know how things go. Sometimes we get sporadic things pumped up our ass, and we're like, I gotta go live and talk about this.
Yeah. So we'll have new content. Like, it won't just be clips and stuff. There will still be clips coming out, but
some original content coming out.
Other new content. Definitely some things. I'm excited to produce more content in here. So be excited.
Love the new digs, bro. I can't stress that enough.
Turned out pretty good.
We're a few hours into this thing, and I feel real at home.
Nothing's fallen down yet, Everything's hanging on.
The floating, you can see one of them in your shot. The floating bookshelves turned out better than I could have imagined.
There are 2 of those cracking in here.
And there's some fucking weight on those things, bro.
Traditional Don style.
Dude. Nice. Good job, my man.
I got 2 more, too. So.
Fucking proud of you, buddy.
Thank you.
Looks good. All right. Let's take a little break, skis.
Yes.
And come back with some definitely not going to be World War III talk.
No. With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3 of Salt of the Streets, episode 157. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We've been thrilled to have you in the new studio. You can, of course, find us at our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe, and you can help us make more better content just like this, just like Zeke, executive producing every single segment that we put out, every single piece of content. It's fantastic.
The man, the myth, the legend himself.
Yes. With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3. Thank you very much.
Peace.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the
to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always said forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always said forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always said forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always said forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the south of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 157, part 3. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We're thrilled to have you here. This is the international segment, so we have a lot of stuff going on. Of course, you can find us at our social media, personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter, and at Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both those things, and you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Okay, Ukraine, right?
Indeed.
You want to do that first? You want to do... Yeah, it's all tied together.
It's all tied together.
It's all tied together.
It's funny how that works with international, geopolitics, right?
Yes.
But first, I got to tell you, very excited. Got a new beer coming from the brewery coming out very, very soon. My buddy Spenny, who you've met from soccer, used to work at Valhalla, now works at Echoes. He drove up to Yakima the other day to a hop farm to go get I forget how much, it was like fucking 50 pounds of hops or some shit like that, fresh, ready to go. Drove immediately back from Yakima, back to the brewery, and he's making a fresh hopped double IPA. That usual, the Wave, the double IPA we've had on the show before.
Yeah.
Just put in a gang of fucking fresh hops in that thing. And so when that comes out, boy howdy.
What is going to be different about it?
It's going to be... The aroma will taste like pure hops. It will add... Double IPAs a lot of times are really malty, right? But it'll add like a nice new...
Hey, Mama Pam found us again!
Yeah, look at that.
Wait, Brian wants the link.
Brian wants the link. I forget how I do this. Boom. Maybe? There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, haha! Damn the bad luck.
That's what's up. They got us again, though.
Almost got that link to the feet pics, Brian. My bad.
Yeah.
You got to be quick. You got to be ready to go.
It seems good, though, that we've been found 2 episodes in a row, right?
Let's go.
Seems like a positive thing.
Yeah, I love having spam bots enter the chat.
Well,
but yeah, I'm very excited.
Really jazzed on it last time.
I was, it's good, but it's not good.
You were hyped, bro. Don't fucking lie to me.
It's good, but it's not good.
Why is it not good?
Huh?
Why is it not good?
Spams up the chat, dude.
Chat?
I don't want none of that shit.
Sorry.
I get worried that like every time there's a spam pod, I'm like, what are you trying to put into my computer? Leave me the fuck alone. Goodbye. Get out of here. A lot of really important things rely on this tower right now. We can't compromise nothing with this thing.
That's true.
There's 2 things that get done on this computer and 2 things only. Show prep, I guess writing counts, and then there's a little bit of video gaming every now and again.
Yeah. So...
Zelensky, Ukraine.
There you go. I was trying to decide where I want to start. I'm good with that. Yeah.
I was like, there's some words, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, because there's a billion different avenues to start from there, but...
well, let's start with these clips, right? We have a couple of clips that I want to talk about that are just they're a little more general, but also focused on Ukraine, right? Because as I was trying to find these particular Jake Sullivan clips, I found some other Jake Sullivan clips that
he's got a lot of good clips.
Very interesting.
Worth taking a look at.
So Jake Sullivan is the
piece of shit. Sorry.
He's the National Security Advisor for President Joseph Biden, and he says a lot of stuff. So let's see this clip. Let me see if this is the one I found from NPR. But if not, I got another clip that we can...
As you all know, President Biden underscored that it's not just the future of the people of Ukraine that hangs in the balance as they bravely fight every day to defend their rights and their sovereign territory from a brutal Russian invasion. The president spoke about how critical it is that the U.S. and the world send the unmistakable message that in the 21st century, a dictator cannot be allowed to conquer or carve up his neighbor's territory by force and threaten the fundamental values of freedom and independence that matter to every American. If we allow that here, it will happen elsewhere in ways that will undermine the fundamental security, not to mention the values that the American people hold so dear. Following up on...
You thinking you've seen this one?
I have seen this. This is not the particular one that I'm talking about. The one from...
Because this is like the generalized overall line that they've always used,
The
right?
one from up first is like very short. I'm just going to play it on my phone because it's legit like 10 seconds.
Nice.
It's not even worth trying to find on your computer. And
I also don't have to worry about echo. That's really nice.
And I still have this episode up. So, okay, so this is just a comment from him that I found very interesting, and it's about global involvement by the United States. And then we have some other stuff, another clip that we can find. I'll send you this link really quick. God damn it, maybe I will.
Maybe you will. We need power. No go sleep, laptop.
Yeah, and I'll send this link to you, and it is at 32. Nope.
As an aside, while you're looking,
Maybe I don't even need to send you this link. I don't. We can just talk about some of the stuff that he talked about. We can just play this particular clip, and then we can talk about it because it's more. I literally almost just said it right now.
I tell you, it's so clutch. We even forget it's there.
Sullivan characterized the U.S. role this way.
We see at this point a strong demand signal for more American engagement, for more American investment, for more American presence across all continents and all quarters of the world.
But of course, the 2024.
So I thought that was really weird, right? That he's talking about, whatever,
empire-y.
everything that he just said, right? So while I was trying to find these comments, I watched an entire other Jake Sullivan deal where he was at the press briefing, right?
A whole press conference? You poor bastard.
He was talking about an expansion of funding from the United States to the World Bank. And we're doing this because we want to provide, clean alternatives for developing nations to be able to get investment from. That's why we're doing this.
Because it's clean, baby. It's clean, right?
Low interest, and they're all good to go, right? And
for fuck's sake.
He's pitching it as... It was very interesting because he's questioned about, what does this mean for China and what are you trying to do to China? He's like, well, nothing, because China's part of the World Bank. We're just trying to give clean loans. Well, who the fuck else are you talking about or targeting if you're trying to provide clean loans to developing nations outside of China, who's really the only large nation who's investing in developing nations, right? So just the discussion around it is very weird, and
it's so fucking crazy.
And they're doing this so that they can just enable more further investing in other developing nations, right? The reason that I found this very particularly straight is that I've been reading this book lately.
Yes,
and it's
Overthrow.
It's called Overthrow, right? This is the book that I've been reading. It's the book club book this month, and it's a very good book so far. I'm behind on it because we were doing studio stuff, but I find this interesting because this whole book is about all of the different nations that the United States has a hand in overthrowing, or leaders that they've deposed, or coups that we've backed for the last 150 years or so, going back to fucking Hawaii the first time, which is late 1800s.
It's always in support of a nation in development.
So we go there, and the first thing that we do is invest financially.
Yes.
Right? For one reason or another, whether it is because we want to develop your nation, or we have private companies that come in and we want to, tap into some of these resources, and in turn we're going to invest in your nation. Those almost never work out, right? Those people just fuck over the country and then they leave.
Please see Halliburton and whatever the fuck Joe Biden's brother's company was in Afghanistan. Those were different versions of the same thing.
Yes.
Instead of investing in the World Bank so that these people can get more money to access to blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It'll be an outside fucking company that comes in there to make their goddamn dollars, to launder the money so they can get fucking paid, and these people are still left fucked over.
The only difference between the way that the United States hands out money and the way that China hands out money is when China hands out money to invest in infrastructure in a country, they say, we're going to give you this loan, and this is the interest rate. And they know that they're not going to be able to pay the interest rate. And then the loan also says, and when you can't pay it, we own this piece of infrastructure and all the land that's underneath it also. We own all the shit that's here now, and you can just pay us this way and it'll be fine.
That good old Belt and Road Initiative,
The difference
baby.
between what the United States does is when we give you a bunch of money, we say, also, we're going to put somebody in your Treasury Department who can watch over your books to make
be
sure
solid, you know?
to make sure that your money's going where it's supposed to, so that you can make your payments, so that you don't find yourself in default, because that's the last thing that you want is to be in default.
This sounds
right?
a lot like old mobster coming in.
Those are
for
the only
protection
two
money.
differences, right? When that is done, they have effectively installed somebody in the government of that country. They have a non-voting member of Congress who is within that country's government, because while they don't have immediate action, they are there all of the time. They're looking at all of the books, all of the numbers. They're helping control the money. We have someone in the government already. This is how we begin coups in other countries. Jake Sullivan is telling you we are going to begin to try and invest in coups in other developing nations. We are at a point where we are feeling like China is doing that. We were competing with China to a certain point with the World Bank because we're both invested in it. China for long enough has now been doing shit on the side that they have control of enough nations that we are fucking freaked out about it. And so we're going to put more money into the World Bank so that we're putting in more than China so that we can help developing nations around the world.
Yes.
Really, it's so that we can control more nations around the world, because we can't do it for military reasons anymore. We can't just go there and put a base anymore. That's no longer favorable, right? This American exceptionalism thing that we used to be able to use to try and expand businesses and military, that shit's out the window.
People started to cop wise about what was really going on.
Now
so it doesn't really work that
yes.
way, and we couch everything in national interest. It's in the national interest to do this thing,
and the extension of this, it's in our national interest to bring up other nations around the world. It's better for us. If you're doing good, we're doing good. So it's better for us to do this.
Or to protect democracies. It's the same. It's a parallel line when you look at Ukraine, right? We're in a spending war.
Yes.
With opposition nations.
Yes.
We're in a spending war. We're going to outspend Russia in Ukraine. Be damned with all the people that are dying. We don't really care about that because we're getting what we want by making sure the rest of the world knows that Russia is a paper tiger, that they're expending all their military resources, this and the other thing. And we, thanks to modern monetary theory especially, can just keep bankrolling them, and they cannot compete with us because they're dealing with real currency issues, and we're just dealing with monopoly money. So we can outspend anybody. It's the same type of shit. It's wars are financial now. That's really all you need to do. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that we're just going to continue to double down on the same system that we've been doing for this long.
Yes.
And it is it comes as no great surprise to me that you're reading the exact same thing that has gone down for decades upon decades, for over 100 years at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, when the fuck did we overthrow Hawaii?
The first time it was that we overthrew it
initially, and then we put up fucking Navy base and all that shit.
We brought it into the Union in the 50s, and we first started investing money in there on a corporate level in the late 1800s. That's when we first got there and started squaring away positions in the government so that we could square away pieces of the sugar market.
Yeah.
And in turn, all of it.
And I mean, we did the same thing with Imperial Japan, which is why they became part of the Axis of Evil during World War II. So we did the same shit with them. This is just what we've done. I'm trying to think back. It kind of just feels that this is what we've always done. This is just what great nations have always done all over the world, right? We're no exception to that rule. We're no different than any empire of old.
This is what has replaced the overt empirical action that we used to take. And because even at that time, the first taking of Hawaii, that's I don't know if that's the right way to classify
the first taking of Hawaii, baby. Let's go.
The first taking of Hawaii, we couldn't just do it because of expanding empire. It doesn't
work sell anymore.
No.
Yeah.
So even then, that was an issue. There were some people that were okay with that, like some fucking Teddy Roosevelts and whatnot, that were like, fucking America, just take everything.
Let's go.
But
manifest destiny. It doesn't just start it doesn't end at the Pacific.
Right. Are we the baddies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been pretty bad. We as Americans, not always that bad. Our government's bad.
Government's in a bad way.
Always.
Yeah.
And is it a sign of desperation that we haven't found new ways of maintaining like power on the world stage, that we just have to revert to like the same old things we've been doing time and time again through economic terrorism or through like the threat of force. That's an interesting concept. There's better ways to make influence around the world to make new friends, and it's usually not by screwing them right off the bat.
Right.
But
I would have to think about that.
Yeah, I just thought about that.
Why we're still doing it this way, that I would have to think about, because immediately
it's not like it's got a good track record of working lately.
One that's immediately the thing that comes to mind is that this is how the government has been established. This is what it's prepared to do. It
just does what it does.
This is what we know how to do at this point, because we've been doing it for so long that we haven't developed another strategy on how to bring other nations into our direct sphere of influence without just taking control of them or instilling our own leader who's friendly to what we want.
Yeah.
That's the only way we know how to do things now.
Yeah. The art of the proxy war is never ending.
Right. I don't know. I would have to really think about that.
Yeah, because in like the utopian sense,
we don't trust people.
Just thinking out loud, right? In the utopian sense, there's no reason to trust them.
Right. We got the biggest guns. Everyone's gunning for us.
If you are, say, in good faith, coming at trying to like get a cultural victory over somebody, trying to convince them to be a based ass westernized nation, right? To embrace free markets and liberal freedoms and so on and so forth. All it takes is one totalitarian to gain power to be like, we don't want to do this, get the fuck out. And then through force and whatnot, they stamp down on that, and then through force push that entire concept of culture out.
Yeah.
And then rely on something else, in which case you can't win that battle, more or less, unless you start throwing some heavy hands around.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to win over the nation of Iran by like, hey man, look how cool freedom and liberty is, and free markets, and everybody makes a bunch of money and has a good time, and then everybody lifts up and you guys can just do whatever you want. There's no way that's going to work.
You don't think so?
I mean, not anymore. I mean, it did at one point. And then they got a little too hyphy. We overthrew the government and installed the fucking regime that we still deal with today.
Yeah.
I mean, there's pictures all over the place of like the Middle Eastern nations in like the 50s and the 60s and sometimes even into the early 70s where they're just, it
looking
looks
totally cool and normal.
The what?
Looking totally cool and normal.
Yes. Yeah. I was like, I didn't know.
Look at how
Bidenomics over there. But yeah, that's an interesting question. Because at a certain point, like I was having a chat with my military-industrial complex shill of a buddy the other day, and it's very evident that dealing with the situation as it is now, like you can't just isolationism, we'll just say for lack of a better term, doesn't work right now. Because we're already in over our skis at this point. So, like, you can't just sever things off and then just everything's cool. There's a lot of bad blood out there. There's a lot... I mean, we have military bases in, like, 100-plus countries all over the fucking world.
Right.
You can't just rewind the tape and be cool with everybody anymore.
We're too globalist already.
Oh, yeah. And not to mention the fact we have zero economic basis to thrive on our own. That's just not a thing that can happen. Not anymore. So at a certain point, no matter how much I might be disgusted by it, there are necessities for various showings of national force throughout the globe. Because otherwise, worse shit will happen.
Yeah.
Then the real question is, how do you wind things down or roll things back so that an entire collapse doesn't take place over top of it? How do you... If the geopolitics of the world has been established thusly that a power vacuum created will be filled by a despotic nation or leader or group of nations, how do you back out of that without allowing that to happen? At a certain point, Roman Empire's got to be the Roman Empire until they can't anymore.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, Libya happens. You know what I mean? Otherwise, the way I would think about it is if tomorrow the entirety of our international expansion militaristically just receded, you would have a Libya times 1,000 all over the world. Wherever we're fucking around. We can't just rip the Band-Aid off and call it good, because the entire fucking world at that point that we have coerced into doing whatever the fuck we've wanted to for the last 100 years.
They was policed for X amount of years.
Yeah, it would implode overnight.
Yeah.
That'd be bad news bears. Which, so I'm thinking.
I can tell.
Yeah, it's problematic. I don't like entertaining the concept that these really terrible things that we do may or may not be necessary right now. But they kind of are, when you think about it. As much as I don't want the military-industrial complex to be getting hundreds of billions of dollars given to them by the U.S. government to continue a World War I-esque fucking war over in Europe, I don't know how we back away from that without causing something worse to happen afterwards. Whether it's in Russia, whether it's in China, wherever it is.
You're talking specifically about Ukraine now?
Well, mostly because Ukraine is like where the focus is right now.
Yeah.
Like that's where all the major, we've spent more money we spent equal to or more money now in Ukraine in 2 years than we did in 20 years in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's the main thing right now. And so if we were to cut off all funding, all support to Ukraine, which I would advocate for because it's not our fight, more or less, then what would happen on the back end? Not just in Ukraine, but then throughout the rest of the world once they realized America's kind of done fucking around. Somebody's going to step in, people are going to start pushing back, and then I feel like things might get worse. But
worse,
I don't know.
Worse for who?
Everybody. Maybe not us here at the homeland. Definitely for our dollar, for the economy that's propped up by this entire system. But it's not clean, I'll say that much. It's like, as much as I would really like it to be idealistically a clean thing to do, Europe should handle its own fucking problems as far as Ukraine goes. That should not be our fight. I don't want to go to war when fucking China invades Taiwan. But ideally, let's just use Taiwan as like a test case, right? Because we've talked at great length about what may or may not happen if Taiwan gets invaded by China, right?
Okay.
China invades Taiwan for realistic reasons. They have an ideological reason to one China policy, blah, 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 this whole thing. They want one China, word. But realistically, they want Taiwan because they feel they have a claim to it, and it's because that's what controls the manufacturing of all modern day weaponry and technology.
Okay.
Right? So what happens if that goes to China? Two things will happen if that falls to China, right? If Taiwan doesn't do the suicide pact thing and then just destroy all intellectual property and all manufacturing facilities themselves once they get invaded to remove that off the board, then China gains control of all all high-tech chip manufacturing that goes throughout the world.
Okay.
Right? Which means then they own the market on it and they can choose whether or not to sell it to anybody or not.
Okay.
And so then we are at the mercy of China at that point on whether or not we get the chips that we need
what about
to
the
build
CHIPS Act,
Yeah, exactly. Well, that'll be fun in 10 years.
Yeah.
If we have the same level of technology, which I would highly doubt. But so there's a realistic consequence if we lose that, right?
Okay.
Either they allow us to participate in the market and they just control the flow and may or may not have, some form of tracking or whatever it is, whatever China fucks with, they will just own all the means of production to all the high-tech chips that we use for fucking everything, including military tech.
I wonder if we would even buy those. Or if the government would be like, we're not going to buy chips from China.
Yeah,
because
everybody turn in your cell phones.
Because they stole Taiwan. And now we're not going to,
Yeah.
on a moral stance, we're not going to buy chips from
Yeah,
China, Taiwan.
I would highly doubt that that's a realistic way to go about it, because where else are we going to get them? Because you still need them. You can't just cut us off from the market at that point. I mean, even all our best high-tech weaponry relies on that type of shit. But that puts China into position to be top dog around the globe, essentially. Bing, bang, boom, done. And is that bad of a thing? I mean, we get super cheap TVs because of the manufacturing in China. We get super cheap electronics for the most part. It's.
So what is the question that you're asking me?
How much do we how much can we realistically get away with as far as pulling back our international involvement and international fuckery around the globe? How much can we get away with pulling that back before there are real life severe consequences?
It depends on what your area of concern is. If your concern is what's happening around the globe, then not very much. If that's not what your concern is anymore, then I don't think that it matters. I think the point of withdrawing foreign investment in a lot of these countries is to reinvest that money in the United States.
That would be nice.
That would be the point. That's I don't know why else you would withdraw that money, but that's certainly the people who are advocating for withdrawal of that money. That's what they want to do with it, is to reinvest it back in the United States.
Yeah, you'd probably help build up. You could probably reinvigorate investments in cities like Detroit. You could probably offer a bunch of shit, and if there's more money to be spent there, some serious incentives, get some companies to move in there and uplift some shitty neighborhoods, and cities and stuff like that around the country.
If the goal, or if what you're talking about is like a rollback, like you're saying, of the military infrastructure that we have around the globe, then we would be required to take a more defensive posture around the globe, and that, or domestically.
Because I think ideally that would be the end goal, is to withdraw ourselves, specifically militarily, around the world. Just be able to bring the troops home, as it were.
Yeah.
Right. Close down bases in foreign countries that we shouldn't be fucking around with anyways. Things are going to happen there without U.S. involvement, but how much of that is really going to affect us at home? When you're talking about in fucking Sudan, probably not that much. When you're talking about Taiwan, maybe more. But
yeah, so I think it just depends. I guess they would need to know what the goal is.
It needs to be more specific.
What's the question? Yes, that's just it's an interesting idea, but for me to answer that question specifically,
it needs to have a specific question.
Just what's the goal?
Yeah.
Like what
The goal, in my mind,
because that's my answer. How much we can get away with entirely depends on what the intention,
what our ends are,
and what the intention is in removing and withdrawing those funds and withdrawing that that infrastructure, whatever it is you're talking about.
So let's bring it back to where we started, right? With the investment into the international bank, the World Bank.
Yeah.
What would be bad, or what's the pros and cons of us supporting the World Bank by infusing them with more money, and what would be the cons of that?
The cons is that there's better shit to do with the money. There's other places for it to be spent, and not for it to be spent sending around the globe, because we're running a $2 trillion deficit, and we're financing all of our debt. So we're borrowing money to give it to other people around the globe.
$33 trillion in debt.
It's a nonsensical idea that's what we're doing, but that's precisely what's being done. Is that we're borrowing $2 trillion a year to give it to other people. That's insane.
Fucking nuts.
But that's what we're doing.
Yes.
So that would be certainly the negative aspect of it. The positive aspect is that this is a way to almost
covertly maintain that reconnaissance that surveillance that you're doing around the globe, because there's always going to be agents from America in those countries to make sure the infrastructure is going well, to fucking be doing tests or be doing whatever, when they ask, like, well, this is how we do it in America. In America, there's always a government official up your ass making sure your building is fine.
Yeah.
So that's how we're going to do it in your country.
And at the end of the day, that is maintaining some form of control over what's happening, say, with that money.
Yeah, because there are tons and tons and tons of people, and I mean tons, who used to work for large companies like Honeywell or any number of like defense contractors that once worked for the CIA or once worked for facets of the government, who still have very close ties to those people, or who perhaps still work for them, maybe just not in public record.
Mm-hmm.
And those people get sent to... I happen to know someone very personally who worked for Honeywell and was... Oh, God, I wish I could remember the country he was in. It was so obscure. It was an obscure African country. And we were at this large dinner together. He's someone who's involved in my family. I don't know him well, but I know him very closely. Mm-hmm. And we were at a very large dinner together. He had paid for a group of 15 people to go to a 5-star restaurant in Seattle, and then for us to all go to the Nutcracker afterwards. Woo! It was an incredible evening. While we were there, one of the people who has less fucking social manners than I do, because even at 21 I still recognized what was and wasn't appropriate to ask. This person is asking, like, yo, I heard that you were in so and so random third world country like a couple months ago. What are you doing there?
Yeah.
The guy's like, oh, we just go different places, like the company sends us stuff. And he's like, you work for Honeywell, right? Honeywell they're making everything. They're an everything company, right? They make all the stuff. They make shitters, fucking, thermostats, anything you could think of.
Don't they make air purifiers for
everything.
your house?
They make everything, right?
They're a 3M type of company.
His answer as to why would Honeywell have a member of their company in so-and-so company, he says, I was monitoring the election.
That's another level
you
of
work
fuckery.
For Honeywell, right?
Honeywell, bro.
So, and that's what he said. Like, that was his response. Is I was monitoring the election. Like, we just keep tabs on shit. Honeywell just keeps tabs on shit.
Dude used to be Dude's a spook.
That's how.
Dude's a spook.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
So, that's how you do that shit, in my personal opinion. That's how that shit gets done.
Yeah. It was really, as a quick aside,
and it's fuckery. Like, it's
fuckery.
It's fuckery, but
it's the empire at work.
If you don't want open ass military bases, with fucking we're just rotating people out continuously.
Mm-hmm.
You just have dogs, the same way that we monitor fucking China and North Korea with bugs in the room or whatever, that we can listen in particular rooms that they're in. The same shit they're doing to us, that's what we do to other people. That's true. If the concern is still generalized global and national security, but we don't want to be physically as stretched out as far
overtly government, then that's the way you could do it. Yeah, it's funny. I was listening to NPR on the way over here, and there are two sponsors. Well, two of the sponsors, Honeywell, who made a claim for ESG, which was hilarious. They were like, "Yeah, that was great. We're an ESG company," and then the next one was fucking BlackRock.
Yes.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. So, so it's like, do you have government?
Pfizer too, like,
oh yeah.
I don't remember Axios. Axios always Pfizer. Pfizer's always there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what are you doing right now? What are you doing to yourselves?
Well, there was that fucking when that tennis player that wasn't able to participate in the U.S. Open for a couple of years because he refused to get vaccinated.
Djokovic or whatever.
Yeah, when he won the other day, or I don't know if he won or not, but he had a shot of the day, a nice highlight or whatever, and it was a shot of the day brought to you by Moderna.
So awesome.
And I was like, oh, dude, it's so gross. So essentially what we're looking at is you could pull back overt government involvement and go more, just rely more on clandestine corporate involvement because we're essentially talking about the same types of people. We're talking about like members of the intel community that are embedded in these other companies. Or you get the rotating door effect.
They're double dipping. They're
yeah,
getting two
that's
paychecks,
just what they do.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
it's,
that's just what it is. And we talk a lot about the politicians that do that with like the military-industrial complex or whatever.
Right.
What's this? The social media companies, they picked up a bunch of people from the IC.
So different, yeah. There's I fucking.
I don't like none of that.
I hate what a status. We sound like a horrible status podcast right now, but again, if that's what your goal is, right? If that's what the goal is, then there is a national security interest in having members of the intelligence community that serve like that are operating within companies around the globe that are also doing supply checks or whatever the fuck in a factory, but then also on their way back to their Airbnb. They're fucking taking a little dip into the government building and be like, oh, so the fuck is this about? What the fuck is this? What is that right there on this paper? And then he goes. And he comes back in 6 months and he's like, all right, looks good.
Shit fucks me up every time I think about it. Because like, okay, so if that's the goal, should that be the goal? Should we have a different goal?
As the nation?
Yeah. If so, like, what should it be? Because you feel like it should be more focused on making, for lack of a better term, making America great again, right? Maybe all of the amount of effort we put out into the rest of the world, making sure that we can maintain our national interests and our, hegemony across the world. Maybe if we were to start to focus some of that energy back here, might be nice.
I would be cool with spending fat on defense and entitlements, like rolling back
everything else,
pretty much everything else, and
foreign aid. First of all, that's the first to go.
Making sure that all this bullshit regulation, this nonsense that hinders people from just kind of sustaining themselves, all that's rolled back, so that you don't have an excuse. There's no barriers to funding for you to get a house. Shit, for government regulation rolled back, so it's all cheaper. It's easier to get like this funding. The protections that you need, the basic ones to ensure that people are able to access those things that they need to have a self-sustaining life in 2023. You're going to need still some money, that's coming in.
But you can start to remove the barriers.
Remove the barriers while spending fat on defense so that we're letting our citizens do what we want. And so also you have to let our citizens do what they want. Nobody else gets to come over here and fuck with anybody because we're just chilling. We're just letting them do them. And the government's sitting back, and the people who need help, we're fucking helping them. We're helping them, get a little bit of land. We're helping them make sure that they can get by. We're helping them get fed and everything. And they're good. And then as soon as they're good, we're done. We get them a job, and we piece the fuck out again, and they don't see us until they have an issue.
And at the end of the day, ideally, the more regulatory rollbacks and the rollbacks of the laws and this and that you could do on the home front, the less requirement there would need to be for any kind of assistance there. Like the free market would kind of start to pick things up, and it would just be easier for everybody to live at that point than anything else, ideally. So that means we got to stop funding Ukraine. I was like, how do I bring this back to...
No, but I think that even though it wasn't about Ukraine, I think that that's a very, very useful thought experiment to go over. Should we withdraw funding from Ukraine? What does that look like? What does that mean on the back end?
Yes.
It almost definitely means that Russia takes huge portions of Ukraine. Almost definitely, because the amount of funding that is... And I even struggle to say this because who knows how much funding is actually required because of the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse that's going into the money that flows over to Ukraine. So were all the money actually to be spent on defense over there? I don't know how what that would actually be required, but were that threshold to be met, or to meet that threshold, it can't be done, could be done not easily by the European powers. They would easily go immediately into debt trying to pile that amount of money together. Fucking guy on Team Kessler. Actually, they've donated more money than us. Collectively as fucking 13 countries, you dumb fuck.
And that's since the war started, by the way. That's only since then.
Yeah.
Maybe. And we're talking a collection of how many fucking NATO nations?
As
you look at that chart, we're still way out front. Period.
Right. As far as other countries go, whether in Europe or wherever the fuck, right, around the globe, you can't beg for us to be involved in your wars, in your bullshit, in your continent, right? Because I'm not an isolationist, but I'm definitely an America first guy. I'm a let's focus here first. I'm even more into let's focus in the Americas before we fucking cross the oceans to go to Europe, right? We separate
Whatever's
from
part of our collective land mass.
Yeah.
We could talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, and as facetiously patriotic comment, we fucked off from those guys hundreds of years ago. We don't need to have anything to do with the fucking Europeans. We're done with them. We don't need anything to do with them if we don't want to. And so I'm much more interested in focusing on the Americas. You know, the shit that happens in South America affects us directly and immediately with the people that come here, the products that come here, the fucking ideas that come here, you know.
It is weird to think that when you think about like our best and most steadfast like allies around the world.
I have to interrupt. This is what I was saying was you can't, as European powers, ask for us to be involved in your wars while also admonishing us for being involved in other countries. It doesn't work that way. We're going to do both if that's what you want, but we're not going to just do one. We're not going to stay at home until you need us and then we'll come. It doesn't work that way. If you want us to be involved, we're going to fuck around everywhere. We're just going to fuck around everywhere, and we're going to do the shit that we need to do, and we're going to do what we feel like we need to do, and no one else is going to tell us how we're going to do it.
Because then we can control, more or less, when we're involved and where.
Yes. Or we can fuck off, and we can focus on our own damn place, and you guys can figure your shit out because it's your fucking neighbor. And then we can focus on Mexico, we can focus on Latin America, because that's where our domestic issues are coming from when we're talking about immigration, drugs, crime. These issues are impacting everyday citizens 1,000 times more than the money that we're sending to Ukraine and whatever the fuck that's going to.
Yeah.
I get it as a global collectivist human idea. We are all Ukraine. We are all one. That shit has nothing to do with me.
No.
That has nothing to do with me. All you've done is fuck up my dollar and increase my gas prices, make my groceries more expensive. That's all you've done.
Yep.
That's all anybody has done with the money that has been sent over there. Yep. I've not seen any benefit from that other than, don't you feel good that we helped Ukraine?
Yep.
I don't.
I got a few friends that have benefited.
Yeah.
But that's just because they're all their overtime and all the work they do working for the defense manufacturers.
Right.
That's one sector of the economy that's been going gangbusters. Because in the hundreds of billions of dollars we send to Ukraine, most of it goes to Lockheed and Raytheon and Boeing.
Certainly the vast majority of the defense spending, yeah.
Yeah, which is like, why aren't those guys the richest motherfuckers in the world? People are going to start talking some commie, record profits and shit like that.
Right.
Well, look at those bad boys. Their bottom line numbers right now got to be through the roof, as it were. So it is interesting.
I thought most of it went to
Hunter Biden's Coke dealer. No, bro, he's got the hookup with that one. He knows the hookup for the dealers.
Yeah.
I think it is really interesting when you think about how all of our closest allies around the globe are 5,000 miles overseas compared to like Mexico and everybody that's way closer to us that's attached on the same, like you could drive to.
Right.
We'll put it that way. That seems weird that like, Central and South American countries' economies aren't fucking gangbusters because we're doing all the business together. We're doing all the shit together because we're all part of this whole deal.
The reason that we can't invest there in any of those South American countries is because we fucked them all up.
That's true.
We're the
because
ones
we
that
tried to do the coups and this, that, and the other thing.
Yes. That's one of the last sections I read in there was about Nicaragua and the
Sandinistas.
Yeah, and so Stephen Kinzer is he's like, there are a few countries that you can draw such a linear pathway from American involvement to the country being fucked like you can in Nicaragua. And I bet I can find it because there were two other little sections that I bracketed out in here earlier.
Did they talk about Argentina at all?
Not yet.
I'd be super curious because I think of the post-World War II era, when all the Nazis fled, the ones we didn't pick up in like Operation Paperclip and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
They all went down to Argentina. How did
Right.
Argentina not just start popping off with some crazy ass tech and shit like that?
So check, this piece is about American exceptionalism. Why did Americans support policies that brought suffering to people in foreign lands? There are two reasons, so intertwined that they become one. The essential reason is that American control of faraway places can be seen as vital to the material prosperity of the United States. This explanation, however, is wrapped inside of another one, the deep-seated belief of most Americans that their country is a force for good in the world. Thus, by extension, even the destructive missions the United States embarks on to impose authority are tolerable. Generations of American political and business leaders have recognized the power of the noble idea of American exceptionalism. When they intervene abroad for selfish or ignoble reasons, they always insist that in the end their actions will benefit not only the United States but also the citizens of the country in which they are intervening, and by extension, the causes of peace and justice in the world. And we've talked about that idea of American exceptionalism before, and that doesn't exist here anymore. And that's why everything that we do is couched in like helping other people, and if nothing else, in domestic or national security. You know, because that's all that we have. We don't have a moral plane to just spread our fucking seed of freedom around the world anymore.
Yeah.
All we can do is offer you the opportunity. If you want something of kind of what we have, then we'll give you access to it. And if you're too crazy, then we'll just really, really fuck around in there and get it done. You know,
Comes with a lot of strings attached, as it were.
Yes.
That is such an interesting concept when you really think about it. Because like you poison the well at a certain point, and then because you did things the wrong way for so long, at a certain point you just can't play the same game anymore. So you got to shift up the rules of the game. And now we just call it something different. Now it's couched in national security, or you know, in the national interest, as it were, and that concept of bringing badass American values or something like that, you know, through the eyes of national exceptionalism, right?
Right.
That's gone now. You can't go back to that. And then you're still stuck in the same exact situation now, except you can't play the same game anymore.
Yes.
And then you become the world's bad guy instead of the world's. It's the shift in the nature of cops, right? Cops are good, now all cops are bad. Like, at one point, certain people were happy to at least see the veneer of the U.S. police in the world as a good thing. And as the curtain's been pulled back and the terrible way we used to go about it has become like just public knowledge around the world, now all of a sudden we don't want those bad cops anymore. You guys are bad cops. You're not good cops anymore. So then that just breeds resentment, and there's no good way to pull that back.
Right. Well, probably won't be able to find this because I actually want it, you know.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man.
Isn't that always how it goes? And I can remember, like it was up here. I remember looking at the fucking top left when I saw it, but
And ain't that the way it always goes?
That's what I get, I guess.
The worst thing is that every page looks basically the same.
They're all exactly the same. Yeah. There's another piece about Alan Dulles, who was...
Dulles Air Force Base.
Word. Dulles believed that the heritage of the United States, which he described as, in its essentials, a religious heritage, placed Americans under a special obligation. He felt what he called a deep sense of mission, a conviction that those who found a good way of life had a duty to help others to find the same way. Like his father, he was born preacher. Like his grandfather, a missionary. When the 1950s dawned, he was looking for a way to channel his Christian insight and Christian inspiration into the fight against the evil methods and designs of Soviet communism. And it's
That's tough, dude.
It's that type of charge that people would personally take as like their manifest destiny, right? This is in between those periods of manifest destiny. We're still kind of working with American exceptionalism, and like, not only do I have a great idea, because I have a great idea, I have to help other people realize this same fucking great idea, which, you know, is sometimes very cool and other times is very fascistic.
Yeah.
Ends up toppling nations around the world. So it's an interesting thing to consider, you know.
The old democracy through force.
Yes.
Democracy or else.
Oh, it was this really cool thing about, you know, fucking this turned into this, and then this to the Sandinistas, and then this fucking this, and, you know. Oh my God, here it is.
Hey!
In few countries, it is possible to trace the development of anti-American sentiment as clearly as in Nicaragua. A century of trouble between the two nations, which led to the death of thousands and great suffering for generations in Nicaraguans, began when the United States deposed President Zelaya in 1909. Benjamin Zeledon took up arms to avenge him. Zeledon's death inspired the young Sandino, who in turn inspired the modern Sandinista front.
Direct line.
Straight through.
Right through.
It's very, very interesting. This has
Dude.
been a very good book.
That's good.
Yeah.
I remember did you have trepidations about hitting that one in the stack?
I wasn't sure about it.
Yeah. And I'm glad it's been working out.
Yeah.
All right, so let's, as long as you're okay to move on. This has been some nice high-level discussion. We have some more pointed things that have been going down concerning Ukraine rather recently.
Pulling the undersecretaries, all the undersecretaries of defense got pulled out.
Indeed.
Zelensky came for more money, obviously. And there's some reports, I couldn't find this, like an article to back this up, but Sauger has said that he heard from some defense somebody who came out and saying that this $24 billion that Zelensky asked for is going to turn into a quarterly ask. Every quarter they're going to be asking for $24 billion, which is $100 billion, obviously 96, but $100 billion a year in funding until this is done.
I'd say that just sounds about the right track we've been on, so
Also,
we'll just keep it going.
As I was trying to...
I'd rather look forward to it every 3 months instead of waiting until every other week. It's some more $100 million, some more few $100 million, $500 million.
Something to this $24 billion number, because as I tried to find evidence of that particular statement, I found a shitload of different articles going into the past that are all Joe Biden says $24 billion. Like 6 months later, Joe Biden $24 billion. So I don't know why it's always $24 billion, but that's happened multiple times. That's what it's been. Maybe that's just what they decided. Jesus Christ, the number is. This is what we'll do for 3 months or whatever. But something about that number is very interesting. $24 billion in particular.
Yeah, because sometimes the government just picks a number and then they just ride with it. But
so maybe that's what they're doing.
Usually there's reasons.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Obviously, my children are home. If you guys can hear the thumping, so
they're hanging out.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad.
Yeah. Remember last episode we looked at some of the maps, the war maps, showing that Russia still holds about 20% of the country.
I have some
they
from
have a
BBC if you want to look at them again.
Land bridge all the way down to Crimea.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, part of Zelensky's narrative at this point is to retake all of Ukraine. This is our country. We're going to take it back. Well,
can't give up a single piece of it, he said.
No. And one of the major things they have over in Crimea is a big-ass Navy port. Russia
Crimea is
does.
an island, right?
Huh?
Crimea is an island, right?
Yeah. Yeah. If it's not an island, it's one hell of a peninsula with a bridge that connects to Ukraine. But I don't know if there's a land bridge on the other side. I'm not totally sure.
It might be slightly connected.
But either way, Russia on that side, so it works out. But they also have their Black Sea warm water Navy is over there, which includes their naval headquarters for the Black Sea Fleet.
Warm water because the water is shallow there?
Because it's an inland port. It's not right off an ocean somewhere, you know what I mean?
Because it's in a lake, right? That's what it...
It's
or is it the Black Sea? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's the Black Sea. We'll do some geography here.
Fucking retarded over here.
Hey, it's interesting to do the old how the IP address changed like that. Huh? It's funny. So this is the Black Sea.
Union shells,
it's an inland sea.
gangbusters, commies, fascists, military-industrial shells, and complex all in one episode.
Nice. We hit them all, bud. So the Black Sea it's like an inland sea, right? And the only way to get through is go through Istanbul, which is pretty
Has that
standard.
always been there, or did they dig that out?
I don't know. It looks like it's always been there.
It was just a river.
It's been a strategic powerhouse, Istanbul, since the Roman Empire.
So it's probably just
before
natural.
the Ottomans. Everybody's had their hand on that shit.
Probably just natural.
Yeah. So when you look at Crimea,
what an interesting deal! Just those tiny waterways right there.
Yeah, dude, super. But yeah, it's not. It's a warm water port because it's connected to the Med. And then at that point, you got to go past the Horn of Gibraltar to get out to open ocean. So you're just kind of stuck, or you go down through the Suez Canal, and go through the Middle East. But
imagine if
so you're
someone
stuck there.
Imagine if someone owned part of like our peninsula. Somehow they had just like scooped up an island or two, 200 years ago. Like, wouldn't that be weird?
If you look at the Aleutian chains, it kind of works that way. Although we kind of took that from them anyways. But yeah, because Russia. I mean, the Aleutian Island chain goes all the way over to Russia.
Yeah.
Our territory cuts off at Attu Island, which is way closer to Russia than it is to America.
It's pretty far over there.
But hey, we're looking at a different part of the world. So
yeah, those little islands, those are part of Alaska, or those are territories that we have?
Those are part of Alaska.
That's
it's all
weird.
part of Alaska. That whole Aleutian chain going out that way.
That's weird. I did not know about that.
Yep. Yeah, and there's a Coast Guard station on Attu.
Would have showed me a picture of just those islands, I'd have been like, that looks like a weird picture of Hawaii.
Right?
That's a weird, fucked up picture of Hawaii. Why does it look like that?
You think, it's still closer to the main landmass than Hawaii, which is hilarious.
Dude, the first chapter in this book was about Hawaii. We fucked those people so bad.
Oh, dude. Yes, we did.
No fucking wonder they're upset, dude.
Yeah, but when you look at Crimea, right, you have Russia on one side, and there is bridges. There is a water passage through there.
That's gotta be a long-ass bridge.
Yeah. And hence, this is the bridge that keeps getting blown up and shit.
Oh.
That's the bridge. So it connects
how long it takes to
Russian
drive across
mainland
that thing.
to that. Yeah, look, there's a little island in between there. That's kind of cool. Supposedly. Look at that. Yep, the old Crimea Bridge. But yeah, so obviously Russia had a naval base there for a long time and has for a long time, and that's just kind of the deal. Part of the reason they were able to take over Crimea because
they were already there.
They were already there.
Right.
They just said, well, we own this now. Well, the naval headquarters on Crimea, that is the Russian Black Sea Fleet headquarters, got knocked out.
It has got to be...
A bunch of people got hurt. Looks gorgeous over there, too, by the way. Beautiful weather.
It's got to be fucking insane to see that in real life. To be one of those people standing in front of that video.
Yep. Sun's out. Let's go down to the waterfront. It's nice down there. And, missiles are fucking dropping. So...
That's terrifying.
So Ukraine is dropping missiles in Crimea at the Black Sea headquarters. So that's going to be interesting. This just happened yesterday.
Which is extra interesting because we saw that interview with Zelensky on 2020 or whatever it was. And they're asking him about... Ukrainian drones being dropped inside Russian territory. He's like, no, we don't do that. We would never do anything like that. Mm-hmm. That's fucked up. We would make us just like the Russians if we did that. And then immediately afterwards is like, also, we'd be doing that because then
they invaded.
Yeah, and then they can be scared. They can know that their skies are not safe.
So I thought this was an interesting kind of dichotomy because...
So I wonder what fucking country's flags are on these goddamn missiles that are being dropped inside of these fucking buildings. Sorry to swear so much, but it's just like...
Nobody's flag's on those things. For reasons.
Just the letters NATO on one of the tail fins.
Yeah. But I thought this was really interesting because along with this Wall Street Journal article, Biden just told Zelensky U.S. is willing to provide long-range ATACMS missiles.
Cluster munitions, right?
So I don't know if these are cluster munitions.
Yeah.
Small number of the missiles will be sent to Ukraine initially, and more could come later. But this is if we all remember, not that long ago, when everything started to kick off, we weren't going to be providing long-range missiles because we don't want our weapons to be dropped in Russia to create an even worse conflict. Well, Zelensky's statement the other day, along with our continual upping of what we're sending over there, this just makes sense. So
we're sending long-range cluster munitions over there.
And that sounds pretty fucking terrible.
Yeah, I saw that today. We're sending cluster munitions over there.
It's a good thing we're not a part of that International Criminal Court, right? Because when we first started this thing, I remember when cluster munitions were a war crime.
There you go. You can see a video of them. So it was just not less than 6 months ago that they were up in arms about sending cluster munitions over there. Now we're sending long-range cluster munitions.
Let's go.
That aren't just going to be used on the battlefield. They're going to fucking go inside of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
To almost
even though Zelensky just said we wouldn't use we wouldn't use the weapons you guys provide us to do that.
I'm sure no Russian civilians will be killed in the use of these fucking cluster munitions.
Yeah, so that's a good one. Along with that, this comes from Timcast. Poland has been probably the number one NATO nation that has been against more and more funding, more and more weapons, all this stuff. They've outright said at this point, Poland's going to stop supplying arms to Ukraine.
They have some other issues with Ukraine too.
They got a few. Yeah, this one, Poland no longer supply arms to Ukraine amid its ongoing conflict with Russia. Since the onset of conflict in February 2022, Poland has been a vocal ally of Ukraine and one of its top major arms suppliers. All the planes and everything that we were talking about sending, all the tanks, it all goes through Poland and then comes down.
Right.
And they're looking to get out the game, particularly because of a tiff they've been having with Ukraine grain exports, as it turns out.
Yes.
They said,
that's what I was just going to
we're
talk
not
about.
going to deal with this no more.
So Poland and one other country, I don't remember who it is, but they have been refusing Ukrainian grain imports for the entirety of this war.
Yes.
And so they can regulate their own grain markets. Ukraine has since began lawsuits into Poland and that other country because of their refusal to accept Ukrainian grain imports.
Because they need the dollars.
Yes.
But the problem is with that, you're going to destabilize their markets.
It'll
Because
fuck
commodities
Poland's
in,
market.
commodities out,
Right.
that fucks with massive amounts of money.
Yeah.
And not to mention supply chains to actually get down to making food for people.
Right.
It's a real big deal. Probably a really good call on Poland's part,
I
to be perfectly
shared
honest.
an article on our story this week about the grain lawsuits. Jesus Christ. And I said something to the effect of like, wait, a country fucking looking out for its own interests? I can't believe this, you know? But that's what they're doing. They're like, we're not going to fuck our own country up because you guys need to, you know, because you're doing whatever you're doing. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's a weird concept, a government looking out for its people. It's very odd.
Yes. But what if it's in the national interest, bro? I mean, that's the people, isn't it?
It's for the world. It's for the greater good.
It is for the greater good. So I thought that was particularly interesting. They're starting to get some pushback vocally on the world stage, which is especially from within NATO itself.
Yeah.
Because as far as I've been able to tell at this point, every other NATO nation is just full on, no, we just do this.
Right.
America, you kind of got to do more than everybody else because we're not going to fuck around too hard. But as far as the entirety of NATO, we're all involved here. And Poland's starting to be like, bro, I see where this is going. You can't be fucking with this like this.
And it's at this point that I feel like America either doubles down or they take it as a signal that, oh, wait, we are allowed to do something that's good for us and maybe isn't as good for the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that that's what we're going to do. I have a feeling that we're going to double down.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, we'll say, oh, well, if Poland wants to fuck off, then we'll just fill whatever financial gap they're, you know, leaving in.
And next thing you know, Poland and us ain't going to be that close of friends no more, which is highly unfortunate. And I think
also,
a part of this,
like you were saying, then how do you deal with all the planes and shit you're trying to send over there? How the fuck do you get those over there then? You're just going to fly them over there now because nobody else is willing and close enough to actually send them over?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
right.
because let's consult the chart again.
Well,
Let's consult
right.
geography.
I say, yeah, right, like they won't do it.
Because why is Poland the one doing it? Because they're the most squared away as far as the rest of the NATO nations that border Ukraine. Because you've got Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Moldova.
The fuck is Moldova? Is that just a giant farm? Is that what that is?
It's a beautiful place full of beautiful, vibrant people and a wonderful culture.
Check-
You
click
leave
on
those
what the fuck
Moldovians
is
alone.
Moldovians?
Let's do some Moldovians here.
Yeah.
They fuck
What do
around
they
with castles.
make? What do they do?
Moldova, an Eastern European country and former Soviet republic, has varied terrain, including forest, rocky hills, and vineyards.
They make
Its
wine?
wine regions include a place that I'm not going to pronounce, known for reds, and Kurdu, home of some of the world's largest cellars. Capital was Soviet-style architecture and the National Museum of History, exhibiting art and ethnographic collections that reflect cultural links with neighboring Romania. So it probably was just a part of Romania until the Soviets came in and were like, nah, and now they're Moldovians.
They probably asked one guy on one farm, "What are you?" And he said,
"We make wine."
I'm Moldovian. Like, all right, you
I
get
don't
your
know
own
about
country
you. I've
then.
never had any Moldovan wine. I gotta start looking out at Total Wine for that.
No, I bet now that we have recognized that it's a country, we're gonna hear a news story about it this week. We're gonna read some fucking article about Moldovia.
Probably.
We're gonna see some wine. You're gonna go somewhere
Yes.
and they're just gonna say, "This is sick shit I got from Moldovia."
Yeah.
So I just learned this is a country 5 minutes
Let's
ago,
go.
and now everything I see is Moldovian.
It's like what happened when I realized Croatia was like a thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, ton of Americans go to Croatia to have vacation and stuff like that because it's apparently just basically like Greece.
That's my new
except
lie.
Mobetta.
This is my new lie. Everything Moldovian.
Moldovian.
This
It's
is, what kind of dog
Moldovian,
is that?
bro.
Dude, it's a Moldovian
Yeah.
fucking shepherd, bro. It's insane.
It's a Moldovian shepherd.
I've never seen nothing like it, bro.
Grew up in wine country. They're good dogs.
It's a Moldovian Mastiff. It's no big deal. Why is it so small? Because it's Moldovian, bro.
I just
What,
love
you
that
don't know anything about Moldovia?
Yeah, I love that description on Google. Yeah, they have rolling hills, forests, rocky outcroppings, and a lot of wine country.
Wine.
What?
Deep ass cellars. The
Jesus.
biggest cellars in the world. What?
That's your Google like shill for that country.
So where Hitler stored his wine?
His wine.
Bring me my wine.
Bring me my wine.
From Moldovia.
Yeah. Everybody know Lenin only drank wine from Moldovia.
Yeah.
I think as a part of this whole Poland situation, I think it's very interesting. Reuters had an issue here that the Prime Minister of Poland has had issues with Zelensky more or less on a
that who
personal
that is
thing.
next to
That
him?
is him, yes.
Neither of them look pleased.
They're Eastern European, bro. They have a hard look.
They never look happy.
They usually, their look tells people to go fuck themselves. But Poland's Prime Minister told Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday not to, quote, insult Poles, maintaining harsh rhetoric towards Kiev after the Polish president had sought to defuse a simmering row over grain imports. So they started to get pissed off. Zelensky and the way he likes to talk about things. If you ever listen to the way he talks, depending on how the translations go, he's very, very dismissive and belittling of people that aren't on his tilt. It's real bad. Poland don't take kindly to that because they're also Eastern Europeans and they're way stronger than Ukraine is, and so strength means a lot in Eastern Europe.
Like, listen, we have a wall of sausages
Yes,
here, okay?
but
I don't
he
wanna hear
also, it's interesting that the, let's see if I could find the part there. Poland holds a preliminary election or a parliamentary election in October 15th, and the PM's ruling National and Justice Party has come in for criticism from the far right for what it says is the government's subversive attitude to Ukraine. And so he might be trying to like be extra on edge now and be kind of hyphy with them just so that he can get reelected, because the actual, what's been going on here back in with Ukraine,
doesn't want to look like a Ukraine.
they have their like delegation to Ukraine or whatever. Let's see if I can find it. Politico, Polish foreign minister. Try and do that one.
Zbigniew Rau.
Said
It's so awesome.
Yeah, Zbigniew.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, but so the Polish foreign minister has a totally different tact on their relationship with Ukraine, and he says he wanted to see a strong Ukraine state emerge from this war with a vibrant economy, and that Warsaw will continue to back Ukraine's efforts to join NATO and the EU. There's absolutely no contradiction here, Rowe said, supporting Ukraine against Russian invasion and protecting our citizens and safeguarding them against unfair economic competition both serves Poland's interests simultaneously. So, two different kind of narratives coming out of the Polish government. Mostly the prime minister kind of like talking big, carrying a stick. He also might be kind of upset because of the accidental Ukrainian missiles that have hit Ukraine and killed their civilians before. So that also might be a thing, especially if it's a more right-wing party, a more nationalistic party. They're not going to, his constituents aren't going to take too kindly to that, just taking a few on the chin because your neighbors are a bunch of fuckheads who can't shoot their missiles in the right goddamn direction.
European politics is weird.
It's super weird. So that's all just kind of like another angle to what's going on with Poland. And it kind of makes you wonder who has control over, does the Prime Minister have ultimate control over if they're going to be done selling weapons, or does the foreign minister have a little bit more sway? So time will tell with that situation.
I do like to see a country nutting the fuck up, though.
It does not suck.
I really like to see that.
It is cool to see, especially in the era of, glory to Ukraine. Everybody has to help Ukraine. It's like, well, maybe somebody has some interest outside of just doing that, and especially after Zelensky's trip to the UN, which he made some interesting statements that I thought were kind of right alongside. He's like just some things about like green energy and climate change to be like, hey, I'm one of the homies here at the UN. You all should back me.
Before you play this, did you see that on Ukrainian television they played his speech at the UN, right? When they did it, they wanted to make the crowd look larger.
Yes,
you saw that,
and they fucked up because he's in the frame.
Yes, so they used, for anybody who hasn't seen it, they wanted to make the crowd in front of Zelensky look larger, and so whoever in Ukraine, someone in the government propaganda department,
That's all they have, by the way, over there.
Yeah,
there's no such thing as freedom of the press. None of that.
Took clips from a full UN audience and cut those into his video. They failed to notice that the clips they used of the audience, he is in. He is sitting in the audience. So in the shit that you saw, if you live in Ukraine, you saw him giving his speech, and they cut to the audience, and he's sitting in there, and it's a crowd, so you might not notice. I bet almost no one did,
Until you freeze frame that bitch.
Until someone points it out to you, and then you're like, no shit, that is him. Oh, bam!
Remember that?
Oh, my God.
I saw that making the rounds again.
It's so good. Oh, that video is good. Yeah, it's a bad look.
I thought I had it stuck in my bookmark somewhere, and I just did not put it up. There it is. All right, so this is when they cut to the crowd during his speech. There he is.
Boom.
Hanging out right over there.
Yes.
Pretty fucking great.
It's really awesome.
Yes. And I think
4 seconds. Boom. They cut to it. And
he's right over there. Cut back again.
It's awesome, dude.
Nothing is fucking real, dude. Nothing's real anymore.
Not in Ukraine, it's not.
No.
And then there's another one, too. If you go back just a second, he's sitting there again, too.
Yeah, I think it's right.
It goes to past that shot.
It's on this one.
Boom. He's there. And towards
there he is, right there. Yeah. He's there.
What a bunch of fucking idiots. What a bunch of absolute morons.
They're not.
This is a zoomed shot. You picked a zoomed shot that he's in. He's bigger in this one than the first one.
And the sad thing is, when you do this, right, you just play it. Cut for like a second or two. This one, he's gone, and this one. Like, you're sitting there cutting up this thing, and you don't even have the wherewithal to be like, okay, let's do a Where's Waldo here. Where's the olive green motherfucker sitting in the crowd?
Unless they're doing it on purpose. Unless whoever the propaganda department was doing it on purpose.
To try to send a little message out there?
Yeah, to try and just fuck with them.
Could be.
Just to be like, just so the whole world knows, this is what we're doing here,
And just a reminder to bring up that line that Dave Smith always, it's in his intro. If you want to look at who America's next great enemy is, look at who we're funding now.
Yes.
This is going to be it, dude. I'm telling you right the fuck now. At some point, Zelensky is going to be a bad dude. And we gotta get in there and put in somebody that's solid.
You don't play the piano with your dick if you're cool.
He does a lot of dick stuff during his comedy routines.
Really?
I've seen it. Yeah, there's one where he's looking like he's having a seizure up on stage, and it's really him just trying to make his wang flop in this fucking little unitard that he's wearing. It's not a good look, bro. It's not a good look.
Some blue humor over there, and
nice blue humor over there in Ukraine.
I don't like it.
No,
I don't like your dirty jokes floating here.
All right, so we've got 2 points that we want to hit real quick. One of them is relatively short.
Your counterpoints? Do they still call them the points on that show?
I haven't really heard that.
That show sucks.
Super sucks, man. It makes Breaking Points look good.
Ryan Grimm's terrible.
It's the worst.
We talked about it this week. He is.
Pretty sure he's got a learning disability of some kind.
He's really bad.
So, the new tilt from the Zelensky regime is he's adopting some of our worst, how would I put it? America's worst authoritarian tendencies, creating narratives where it gives them like a moral stance over the populace, like climate change.
Yeah.
I'll let him speak for himself.
Even though humanity is failing on its climate policy objectives, this means that extreme weather will still impact the normal global life, and some evil state will also weaponize its outcomes. And when people in the streets of New York and other cities of the world went out on climate protest, we all have seen them. And when people in Morocco and Libya and other countries die as a result of natural disasters.
What the fuck is he talking about?
So, the generalized climate narrative, right, is that unless we do something about climate change now, people are going to die, blah, blah, blah. Then we look at every single natural disaster that happens over the world and go, this is because of climate change. He's adopted the same rhetoric. There was massive flooding over in Libya that killed a gangload of people.
Right.
And they have... I saw another video
But why is
yesterday.
he talking about the climate? He's there for money, right?
Well, he's one of them.
There
He's
to appeal
showing,
to the-
I'm there, I'm a part of you, I believe in climate change just like you do. I believe it's an existential risk to humanity all throughout the globe, and the world is failing on their promises. And everybody, he's saying the same shit just to show that he's a part of the club, because maybe then, not just the NATO people, but also maybe some of these UN countries will also join on this side and give us some more fucking money. He's a fucking shill through and through, dude. It's not good.
That's really weird.
I was not a fan of that
and at
situation.
the UN, no less.
Well, UN is where everybody goes to proselytize about
This
climate
is the
change.
place, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The dog licked my leg. Scared the piss out of me. She gave me just a little kiss, just a hello. And
It's like,
I was
"Hi,
like,
Dad.
what the
What
fuck?
So that was an interesting turn of events that has come up recently. And this is also a fun one that just
Is this
kind
real?
of came. This is real. This is a local.
It looks like AI or something. I don't like.
This is Fox
It's so
5.
weird.
I don't know where they're out of. There's a tower over there.
I like that lady.
I don't know. That's good for you, bud. All right.
All right.
Different strokes, different folks.
Okay.
Don't be misogynistic
I
on
didn't
this
say
show.
she was a 10. I said I like that lady.
What did Dave Portnoy say? Did you catch any of the stuff with Dave Portnoy in the Washington Post?
I did not.
Okay, we'll get into the grab bag now. We'll save it. He pronounces, some people say, like, instead of advertisement, they say advertisement.
Yeah.
He has a different way. Industry. He has a different way of saying misogynistic.
That's awesome.
But it's not because he's pronouncing it wrong. It's just because he's Dave Portnoy and he's a sports bro.
It's
pretty great.
I took one AP class when I was in high school,
Mhm.
and it was AP biology, and the teacher's name was Dr. Fowler, and he was from the UK. And he was a pretty cool guy. He was bald and had a mustache, and he had a jackalope head mounted on his wall. You know what jackalope is?
Yes.
Yeah. So he had one of those mounted on his wall.
It's a non-existent creature.
Yes. Yeah. It's a rabbit with horns, with like deer horns.
Yeah.
And small ones, obviously. And
it's an
they're
antelope, it's
proportional to the animal. Is
Indeed.
really what I'm getting at. I just don't want anyone to picture like an animal weighed down
Right, some
by
fucking
its
moose horns.
They die just
Some
because
moose
their
paddles.
head gets too heavy. No, but he was from the UK, and so he said like aluminium,
Aluminium.
like that type of shit.
Spells
It was
color with a U.
banana,
Like a proper individual. Gray is with an E.
banana.
I like it.
What's the gray? The EA thing is just a language thing, or what's the?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because I thought for a long time that like AY
Gray
was
gray.
the color and EY was like a name. You
I
know?
think in the U.S. context it is.
That's generally how it is.
I'm pretty sure over like in the U.K. gray is just spelled with an E.
Because we get colors at work, people will spell it with an E.
I do
And
it
I'm
all
like,
the time
where
just
the
to
fuck
fuck
are
with
you
Jaden
from?
a little bit. I will spell gray different every time.
That is awesome.
Just to be like, what the fuck? He probably thinks I'm fucking stunted, to be honest, at this point.
It's like, this guy's retarded. This tall guy in the corner is retarded. Yeah.
Fetterman style. All right, so
Yeah, let's
stop me when you know who this is and what this is all about.
Oh, God.
A local reporter working on the
Ooh, I
front
don't
lines
like her
in Ukraine
anymore.
is getting national attention.
She's got that standardized, I'm a newswoman voice.
Local reporter.
Yep.
She's like a cartoon character. Started over. A local reporter, she says.
Looks like she's got a mouthful
It's
of cotton.
yes, something in her mouth. That's no good.
Maybe she's to get through her job, which she knows she's just going to lie to whatever American people she's talking to. She's got to get baked beforehand. It's got cotton mouth.
Ooh, she's zinned up. She's double zinned up over there.
Okay, so first of all, doubles in don't do shit. It's once you start stacking 4 or 5 in there, that's when shit gets sideways. You start sounding real rough.
I used to chew pouches of like actual chew, you know, because I started and I had braces still. And so I would chew the pouches so it wouldn't get stuck in my braces. And then I just preferred them. It's like just a cleaner operation, you know. And it's a pretty
Doesn't
fat...
get all the shit out.
And it's a pretty fat dip. Like one of the pouches is a pretty fat dip. Yeah. And so eventually I would double stack those pouches. Yeah. And it would be really fun. I would just put them right on top of each other. You know, you fucking just a chunk right there.
Yeah, man, what's going on?
I was trying to hide it. I put them both back here. But if I was at home, my mom hated it too, so I was always fucking with her. I would just double stack them.
All right, so the way we're doing this, because I'm noticing we're just getting a lot of feedback, so I'm cutting the mics down. So if you want to interject, just give me a little high five beforehand.
A local reporter working on the front lines in Ukraine is gaining national attention, also getting some recognition from officials in Las Vegas as well.
Sarah Ashton Cirillo was honored for her work in Ukraine today at Las Vegas.
Yes,
So you know who this is?
I know this person.
This is fantastic.
Yes.
So she got a local award from some place over in Vegas.
Vegas City Hall. She served as a war correspondent since March, and recently she enlisted as a combat medic, serving on the front lines with other soldiers. She originally went to Ukraine to write.
Important to remember.
She's been fucking around.
She is not a she.
She trans, right?
She trans.
She has a wig on. It's definitely a wig.
I don't know.
Oh, it's
who knows?
Look at it. It's definitely a wig.
I saw a...
Give me an F in the chat for a wig. That's definitely a wig. That's 100% a wig.
I was like, because I saw somebody yesterday that was definitely a trans person when I left here. Oh, this was heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. I left here and I was like, I was starting to get hungry and I was like, I'm going to swing by Chipotle real quick and grab me a burrito before I go home.
It's a wig.
Zeke says wig, and we don't argue with the executive producer here. No. He's the one that makes all the magic happen. So
it's Final Cut.
So I go to Chipotle, and I'm lying damn near to the door. I'm like, I'm committed. I parked at this stupid fucking parking lot. I'm here. We're gonna do this. So I go in. I'm waiting. Slowly moving up, and there's a gal up there. She's talking to another gal. One of them gals is a big woman.
Yeah.
Tall. Shoulders, the whole 9 yards.
Aren't they always?
Generally speaking. And eventually, get a few people down, and then a bunch of people start peeling off from the front of the line. Peeling off. And then this really sweet, kind of like, just big old black lady, she just starts looking at everybody. No meat, no rice. No meat, no rice, as she's walking out. So everybody's getting they have nothing. Chipotle cannot serve nothing.
Right.
And so eventually... The two women that are a few people in front of me peel off too, and as walking by, I notice there's a big old Adam's apple on this. It is, but all natural hair, long, wavy,
nice,
gorgeous, luxurious locks. So I never like when I see a trans person now, I don't assume they're sporting a wig.
No.
I'm like, some people just have glorious hair, Mr. Donovan. If you transed up tomorrow, you get away with a lot.
Could grow
as far as your hair. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I assume. I mean, that is obviously a wig.
Yeah.
And that's why I said that. Okay. Not because I assume. It's because that is obviously a wig. F in the chat. Boom.
Yeah.
That's a wig. Goddamn, I hope Russia nukes them.
Oh, God! Let's go!
That country's fucked.
All right, we carry on.
About the refugee crisis, numerous lawmakers, including Governor Sisolak, Congresswoman Dina Titus, and Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, gave her certificates of recognition for her work overseas.
The reasons I'm fighting along with every other soldier are the reasons that the people in the United States and elsewhere can enjoy the lives they have here.
And this week, she also met with members of Congress and was even asked to give one of her military uniforms to the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C.
So this is about as much as we need to know here, right?
What are we doing here?
And so essentially, when she says that they're serving on the front line, right? They're not.
Right.
I'm just using there because I don't know what to do here, but
this person,
homie, ain't doing that. They got a job in the Defense Department of Ukraine to kind of be the English spokesperson for the Ukrainian
Cook up the
military.
prop, yeah.
We ain't fighting on no front lines.
Right.
Although, built like a freight train, you probably could. Problem is,
load up that motherfucker's plate carrier, send him out there.
Let's go. Because you're not allowed to leave the country if you're an able-bodied man. So good luck with that. And they don't fuck around with none of this nonsense.
Ooh, I wonder how they're handling that.
I'll tell you exactly how they handled it. Basically,
let's see your penis. That's what they said.
That's what they said. Drop trowel.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening here. This person, God, the last statement they made on Ukrainian TV or whatever it is that they do the reports from, kind of hit the internet and went around, and I think it was reported on in somebody's podcast somewhere. They went over it, but talking about death to anybody that doesn't support Ukraine and like some wild ass shit.
Wild shit.
Once that hit the airwaves and it kind of got around for a minute, this person that was just awarded all these things, asked to give the uniform to the Smithsonian, was summarily fired and discharged from the Ukrainian military because we can't be having that shit.
Well, and
bad press.
I saw the two different clips. The one talking about how that you're saying about you're a piece of shit if you don't support us, and then another one where
like we're gonna find and hunt down anybody.
Yes, and
us.
like fire and brimstone and
Yes.
like very interesting like European style language, like shit that you would expect like Vladimir Putin to say.
Word.
You know, just the way that it was worded was very elegant. You know,
Yes.
it was very weird,
But it was dark as fuck.
Yes, yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, and it was after that they were like, all right, you gotta
Yes.
go, man. You can't be around here no more. It worked for the West for a while because they like seeing a trans person there supporting Ukraine. But
Yeah.
you done crossed too many lines, sweetheart. You gotta go. Take your balls and go home. All right, and my capper to Ukraine is this tweet from Jimmy Dore. It says, America's so fucked the government starves its own people while endlessly funneling money to their donors in a public money laundering scheme called the Ukraine War, which they intentionally provoked in order to start funneling money to their donors. Honestly, the only thing that can fix this level of corruption is an actual revolution where the government and the media are taken apart.
Hey,
now, this is because
Jimmy Dore?
Jimmy Dore going at it. Jimmy Dore based dude. And this is because you might remember Simone Atiba, who was summarily run out of the press corps because started to give Psaki and KJP a little bit too much guff. Comes from
dude, the African guy. Oh yeah. Okay.
Who's become a fucking all-star on Twitter since then, by the way.
He's
always doing great.
He was always hitting, you know. He's always yelling.
Real good. But he puts out this thing about this memorandum that Biden signed. Well, I pulled the fucking memorandum down.
Oh, God.
We're in the midst of a possible government shutdown. They're trying to fund things. Matt Gaetz, because of the noose he tied around McCarthy's neck, is forcing them essentially to vote on single-issue spending bills.
Yeah, I hate to support
total
that.
of like 12 of them.
I hate to support that guy, but goddamn, is he doing the right thing?
I know.
God damn it, are you doing the right
I'm
thing,
there for
Matt
it, bro.
Gaetz? You
Yep.
Whoville fuck.
Yes.
You Whoville mayor-looking fuck.
He's the mayor of Whoville, bro, except a little sleazier looking. But
that guy was a creep, too.
But as a part of that, part of the problem is the DOD bill, which Matt Gaetz says he would sign, just the DOD spending, which goes with the Ukrainian spending, right? Mm-hmm. They still haven't voted on that stuff. So, memorandum of delegation of authority under blah, 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 for the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. We can read this. Delegation of authority, yep. By the authority vested in me as president, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including section blah, blah, blah of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, the FAA, I hereby delegate the Secretary of State the authority under this section of the FAA to determine whether it is important to the security interests of the United States to furnish approximately $128 million in assistance to Ukraine without regard to any provision of law within the purview of section blah, 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 blah. The authority under this section. Basically, to sum it all up, he said, fuck the Congress. I have executive power over at least $128 million. Secretary of State, you have full authority even if there's a government shutdown. Part of the big government shutdown issue with the spending bills is money in Ukraine. So he found a way to circumvent it through executive action.
I'm just going to do it anyway.
There it is.
This guy don't give a fuck about you.
Nope. And that is my last piece of Ukraine news.
You don't care about anything, dude. Oh my God.
The tranny got fired, and Biden said, fuck it, spend the money anyways. Let's go. We don't even need Congress. So there you go. Happy fun times.
That's horrible.
How do you feel about that? Feel good? You feeling about time that you need a grab bag in your life? Is this what we're looking at?
Yes. Yeah, I was going to ask if you had immigration or if you wanted to hit it next time.
That's I think that's a next time thing. That's
Deal.
too big.
Deal. I like it.
We'll just say, to sum up real quick.
Shit's fucked.
Almost 300,000 people allowed in the country this month alone. And it hasn't stopped. There's a fucking train on the way that's getting ready to come over.
It's an average
so
of like
goddamn bad.
Like 4 to 6K a day, and some weekends
and that's
it's
just
like
in
10.
And that's just in the knowns.
Right, and that's also in one state.
Yeah, Texas. Yeah, the government of Eagle Ridge, I believe is what it's called, declared a emergency. The biggest thing that's going on, I think, with the immigration thing, not just the numbers, right?
Yeah.
The real scary thing that's going on now is Governor Wheelchair has finally got up off his ass and started throwing some shit down.
You're terrible. You're terrible.
He activated the National Guard, and they're actually, because the feds, Border Patrol, are down there cutting away the razor wire, allowing people in,
right,
showing them in, doing all this stuff. And so what's the Texas National Guard doing? Putting it back up.
Right.
As soon as they cut it down, they put it back up. And then as soon as they put it back up, the feds go cut it down again. And I have a lot of clips. Maybe I can find time next week to just maybe do a little solo segment on this thing.
Yeah, but I definitely,
a lot of this stuff.
Definitely next episode we should,
for sure.
We should hit that because I think that would be.
It's
a
not
good
going to go anywhere.
Yeah,
it's probably just going to get worse.
That'd be a good conversation.
Yeah, we'll hit that next week.
Yeah, as it's cooling down the climate, like the seasons, there's going to be more people that come across anyway because the summer is chilling out and it's like you can actually do it. You can, you know, when it's too hot, there's shitloads of people that die. And it's not necessarily as worth it when you can wait in 2 months and
Well, the nice thing is we had a couple people. Well, should phrase that a little differently, but we had a couple people drowned crossing.
The nice thing is
crossing the river. But the nice thing is that the Biden administration got a hold of a bunch of Florida Border Patrol people to come up here with their fan boats. And they've been going around to the Mexico side of the river and handing out life jackets to people so they don't drown coming into the country illegally. That's, good sir, the state of our border. And if you don't think the two issues coming into like the next primary or even just the next election shouldn't be inflation and immigration, I don't know what you're smoking.
If there's one thing that we know that Trump can win on, it's goddamn immigration.
There it is. For sure. Yeah. All right. Let's get out of here.
All right. With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4. Thank God, the grab bag of episode 157.
I mean, careful what you wish for.
Thank you, guys. Everybody, we'll be back just a little bit. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
You can find us on our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Berberdolphin. Both of those things, you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Executively produced by Zeke. Thank you again, sir. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4.
God damn, I hope Russia nukes them.
Thank you.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to stationed in your rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. My name is Donovan from Salt of the Streets.
I'm Colin.
This is episode 157.
Also from Salt of the
We
Streets.
are thrilled that you are here. You're watching us here on our YouTube, youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. And of course, we have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. And you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. We are executively produced by Zeke. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and share. This is the Grab Bag. We're here. We're doing
It's gonna be high highs and low lows today. We're gonna do that.
I was like, why is this here?
Yeah.
My son was here.
Yeah, Dax was. He was
Children
like,
at
it's
home.
my turn on the microphone.
You can potentially hear them through the microphone. I hope that's not too bad. But
yeah, I think we're proud. We're good. We're gonna start off light today. Have a little fun.
Let's go.
And then we're gonna get depressing, and then we're gonna finish it on some sweet notes like we usually do. First question I have for you today is actually a question portion. I love seeing these things. They come across my Twitter all the time. This particular one says, which table are you sitting at? There are 5 tables. The first table, Dr. Jordan Peterson, Fauci, Chrissy Teigen, Ron DeSantis, and Chelsea Handler. That's an interesting table. Table 2, DJ Trump himself, Rachel Maddow, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee, AOC, and Kid Rock.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a
right.
good one. He would be so fun to watch just sit with Rachel Maddow,
dude.
AOC.
And Seth Dillon just be getting jabs in, and then Kid Rock just be coming in heavy.
Oh, it's
Table
so good.
3, Tucker Carlson, Joy Behar of The View, Mike Pence, which also means Mike Pence's wife is going to be there. They didn't include that. But Meghan Markle and LeBron James. I feel slightly outnumbered at that table, but also Tucker is your backup on that one, so that might be fun. Table 4 is Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Jen Psaki, Dana White, and Nancy Pelosi. I feel like the tables are equally outweighed in that one, except towards more of the base side. You have essentially Psaki and Pelosi holding it down, and then Dana White, Musk, and Ramaswamy that's a heavy load.
Right.
And of course, table 5 is a very interesting one. Tulsi Gabbard, the Honorable Clarence Thomas, Joe Rogan, Don Lemon, and Kamala Harris.
That one, okay, I'm torn between...
What table are we hanging out with, and why?
Torn between 4 and 5. And 4 is because Jen Psaki and Nancy Pelosi, it's only 2 of them, but they're heavy hitters. They're like, Psaki is a dominant in conversation. So
Yes.
she's going to be tough. Pelosi's going to be awesome. That's a lot of huge tits at one table. I'm into that.
Damn heavies, bud.
Yeah, all at one table. Table 5, right? Those 2 idiots, Don Lemon and Kamala Harris, would be
tough.
hilarious to watch, talk, and to just destroy throughout dinner. Just to
Yeah.
listen to Kamala Harris talking, like, do you fucking hear this woman? Do you
Oh,
hear
dude.
what the fuck she just said?
And Tulsi, the one that fucking,
Yeah.
hit and run.
I think 5 oh, goddamn, that's tough.
I am not at all interested in table 1.
No.
JVP is the only one that's semi-interesting there.
Mhm.
And luckily...
Table 2 would be lit, though.
Table 2 would be lit. But luckily, JVP would be the only one talking the entire time because nobody else would be able to get a word in edgewise.
Right.
Maybe Chelsea Handler, but she doesn't stand a chance. Table 2, DJ Trump and Seth Dillon and Kid Rock against AOC and Rachel Maddow. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That might be interesting. But the Tucker Carlson, Mike Pence table with Joy Behar, Meghan Markle, and LeBron James, I have zero interest in being at that table.
It's all bad news.
That seems tough.
Table 4 for sure. Big
Big
tits,
tits.
lots of brains, and a dude who can fight. Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. Yeah.
I think
I'm
on
going-
the same tilt. I'm
Yeah, I
going
think I'm
table
going
4. All right.
I was really torn between 4 and 5, but I think I'm going 4.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
That's the real man's answer. is table 4.
Unfortunately, we both agree. I wanted to argue about this a little bit, but no, that's it. We're moving on. Congratulations. We're hanging out at the same table.
It's the real man's answer is table 4.
Glory to the world. Project Veritas, after ousting James O'Keefe, is officially donezo.
No way.
Yes, this comes from the Post-Millennial, the illustrious Libby Emmons writing this herself.
Who is that?
I think that's probably one of the reporters over at Veritas. I'm not totally sure. But yes, several months after James O'Keefe announced he'd been ousted from Project Veritas, the company he founded back in 2010 has imploded. Former Veritas employee and investigative reporter Bobby Hare, that might be Bobby Hare, announced that Project Veritas has suspended all operations effective immediately, which the Post-Millennial later confirmed. And then they show when the text of their tweet that they put out. A source close to the matter told the Post-Millennial that journalists who were left on staff after the August 17 mass firing, because that was another thing that happened, a few months into it, they had to start laying off everybody because they didn't have any fucking more money left, were terminated on Wednesday. The journalists who had remained were essentially relegated to fundraising as the company was floundering. So that's it. No more Project Veritas.
Wow.
You kick out the founder, the cornerstone that held up the entire company, and it's gone now. And now you've made James O'Keefe even more powerful than he was before.
So he's still doing the same shit.
Yeah, he's doing OMG Media, O'Keefe Media Group, which also OMG, bro. And he just got back from doing a bunch of investigative stuff over on Maui, so that'll be interesting to come out. It is a for-profit company, so they're not held back by donors and stuff like that. They have subscribers. Unfortunately, I don't know if their reach has come close to where Veritas left off.
I'm sure.
There's been some interesting things I've seen come out across like the public wire over on Twitter, but it's always like, to see the rest of this, become a subscriber at OMG, blah, blah, blah. So I'm sure they're doing still fantastic things. I can't wait to catch whatever they do put out for Maui. The little I've seen at this point is stuff we've talked about with massive corruption, keeping people away from their homes. It's private property, yet they can't get at it. All this weird ass shit. It's dark stuff, but
yeah.
It is nice to know though that everything we thought was going to happen with Project Veritas happened, and they are indeed no more.
That's what you get, you fools.
R.I.P. Project Veritas. 2A news. Very, very good news coming out of the state of California. A federal court has determined California's standard capacity magazine ban is unconstitutional and ordered enforcement to be halted.
Fuck yeah.
However, the court delayed enforcement on the order for 10 days to allow the state time to file an appeal with the Ninth Circuit Court. So they're going to appeal, but either way, hard W right there.
Bodes well for us if that
Indeed.
passes, yeah.
Because if it happens down in California, we have legal precedent to stand on. Let's fucking go.
I like that.
So, once again, we may be able to get some standard capacity magazines again.
You ride around with a hockey stick in my pants, it's no big deal.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's like hockey stick. Oh, got it.
Also, I have that shit in the Instagram DMs whenever you want to do that.
Yeah, we'll jump into that.
Nice.
So, brought it up earlier in the show. Formerly known as Gage Grosskreutz. Grosskreutz or whatever. Grosskreutz. The guy that tried to kill Kyle Rittenhouse during Kenosha.
This is the guy that got shot in the arm, right?
Yeah, got most of his arm blown off.
Evaporated or whatever they said.
Yeah, he's still hanging out in Milwaukee. He got involved in a hit and run the other day. And here's the video.
A busy spot both day and night. Brady Street at Warren Avenue became the scene of a hit and run Saturday, September 2nd, around 9 p.m. This surveillance camera captured the moment a gray SUV on Brady Street quickly turned left, slammed into a pedestrian in the crosswalk, and kept driving, leaving the victim injured in the middle of the street.
All the people that saw it and didn't stop.
Didn't stop.
You just said that. Yeah. Sorry, I had to turn it off. Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting situation. And I don't know.
Gross squirts? Yes.
Yeah, gross squirts. Gross squirts. Yeah, because when you shoot his forearm, it squirts out really gross. Like, I don't know about. It didn't look like he looked before he crossed. I don't know what was going on there.
You can't really see his head.
Yeah, you can't really see his head. But yeah, he got taken out. Severe injuries. He had like a lacerated spleen and a couple other things, but he was still alive in the hospital.
Let's watch it again because the person takes a left, and it looks like they're trying to cut in front of the white car because the white car sees it all happen.
A busy spot both day
and night.
Brady Street at Warren
Oh,
Avenue
see, they
became
cut
the
left.
scene of a
White
hit
car
and
is
run
coming up right
Saturday,
there.
September
I think they were
2nd,
just trying to
around
cut
9
left
p.m.
before the white car
The
came up.
surveillance camera captured the moment a
Ooh.
gray SUV
It
on
does not
Brady
look like
Street
he looked, but
quickly
I
turned left,
But even then,
slammed
they're
into
very
a
defined
pedestrian in the
sidewalks,
crosswalk,
Yeah,
and
and it certainly looks like more of a side street, more or less there, but
kept driving,
got
leaving the
fucking
victim
taken
injured
out,
in
I
the
think
middle
that
of the
person was
street.
trying to hit a left before the white car got there.
and then just drove off.
Yeah.
Which is...
That's really fucked.
That's messed up, dude.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Shouldn't be doing that, man.
Take accountability for yourself even when you make mistakes.
Like, I want to sympathize with this guy, but I have a hard time doing it.
Fuck him,
Kinda
but
feel
also
like
in general.
Karma's kind of a bitch, but yeah, don't hit people. And then there was a hit and run on my fucking road the other day.
No shit.
Yeah, did I not tell you about that?
No. Oh yeah. Oh, yes.
I was driving to work, right?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm driving to work, and I can't remember why, but I was coming in early-ish that day, and I had probably driven by this area about 5:45, and I noticed off the side of the road a bike hanging in the ditch. It's whatever. There's a bunch of transient people walk that road in the middle of the night.
Totally
Who fucking
abnormal.
knows? Don't know what's going on. Get another mile down the road right before I get to the shopping center down there, and there's a fucking a cop on the side of the road, or like driving slow rolling up the highway, and he's got his searchlight out looking at the lights and shit, and I could see it moving back and forth. I'm like, I thought maybe it was like a construction crew or something like that. Yeah, because both ends of the neighborhood now have construction going on each fucking side. It takes me an extra 15 minutes to get out of the fucking town. Terrible. But so I didn't think anything of it. Drove by it. I was like, oh, where I live, shit goes down every goddamn night. So they're probably just out there looking for who knows what. And
especially with the casino and shit out there.
Yeah, exactly. The casino, the tribe's right there. There's it's a heavy crime neighborhood right there.
All them fucking natives. I'm just kidding.
A lot of crime going on in that area. A lot of break-ins, a lot of all sorts of shit. And but later on that day, I see that from the Kitsap County Sheriff Twitter account, there was a hit and run right there. and they reported it happening within 15 minutes of me being there. So it like had just fucking happened. And on the way back home that night, drive by it's all still down to one lane at this point. They're letting people go through, the fucking forensic teams out there, and now they have this whole thing painted up. They're looking at skid marks, all this shit.
Damn.
But the guy ended up being airlifted to Harborview, and then I didn't have any updates from there. But it's weird to see how many hit and runs are happening when you really pay attention, like the local news in Seattle, Tacoma.
There's so
just
many car accidents.
Fucking constantly.
So many car accidents.
Constantly. But yeah. Gage Grosquirts now is not known as Gage Grosquirts. He changed his name. And I don't remember what it was. But yeah, after that ordeal, I probably wouldn't...
and his arm's all fucked up, yeah?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's all fucked up now. Got to wear long sleeves for a long time. It's tough business. This was kind of a fun little thing that I heard come across the wire today too, or the other day.
It's good to be back in the People's House, where House Republicans are ready to continue delivering on our promises to the American people. One important aspect of our common sense agenda is actually protecting Americans' financial privacy, particularly when it pertains to this lawless administrative state. That's why I reintroduced a bill yesterday called the Central Bank Digital Currency Anti-Surveillance State Act, which puts a check on unelected bureaucrats and ensures that the United States digital currency policy upholds our values of privacy, individual sovereignty, and free market competitiveness.
This guy has introduced this bill a couple of times in the committee that he's in.
Okay.
And it's the long and short of it is it's a bill that will outlaw, make it illegal for the Federal Reserve to create a centralized digital currency.
Fuck yeah.
So this is a direct, because this is all something we're very, very concerned with, especially if, it's a government-controlled version of Bitcoin, if you will, if that were to happen, right? And it leads to some very, very dark paths. And some good news on this is not only did he introduce it again to committee, they actually got to the point where they can vote on it, and it passed out of committee. So it's actually going
to the floor, huh?
It's going to the House.
Wow.
So we will see what happens with that. That'll be interesting. I don't know how long it's going to take. It's probably not going to come around until at least next year, and it may not even hit the floor, to be honest. Because
see if it actually gets a vote.
Yeah.
Because they have to debate to whether or not they're going to actually vote on it.
Yes. And so that'll be
a
thing.
Whether or not they're going to debate on it, and then debate on whether they're not going to vote
exactly. On it. Because right now, they're not doing shit until October, because they have until October to get all the spending bills done.
Government's closing
and
down.
then if there's even what they call a quote-unquote partial shutdown, that just means they didn't fund all the government, just certain ones. They'll continue to do that until it's fully funded, in which case, I don't know the rules. They might have to be passed out of committee again or something at some point. But either way, big fucking ups against the fight against the CBDC, which is huge W in my mind. I like that a lot. So I will also be watching that as time goes on, because that's very, very important. This is an old clip of Nancy Pelosi. Not that old, because you can just tell by looking at her how long ago it was.
Yeah.
But I just want to listen to what she describes and tell me what you think about it, because I think I covered up the tweet before you saw it too much.
I did not read
to
it.
give the game away. But it's relatively telling.
Shutting down hospitals and the rest of it. So they don't want them to see that contrast, so they focus on something.
Dated enough, they have the Twitter logo.
Yeah.
So I forgot to turn the mic up.
Else. And it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident. But I think I'm worth the trouble putting down hospitals and.
So she just defined
a hit job.
All
A political hit job.
All the political hit jobs that we've been subject to for the last 6 years. And longer, I guarantee you.
It's a tactic.
It's a tactic.
We'll call
it's
it
what you
wrap-up
do.
smear. We even have a name for it.
And then what do they do during hearings? They pull out, well, the Washington Post reported this, and the New York Times reported this.
Right.
So, yeah, because you guys fucking said it when you knew you were lying to begin.
Right. And that's why all these reports are people with information on the fucking topic.
Exactly.
People reporting on deep background or whatever the fuck. Like,
this is it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's called the wrap-up smear, and that's how you play the game. That's how you get the, piss tape, the Donald Trump piss tape. That's how you get all of it.
It's really just a staffer for a congressman or a senator who's calling in saying something to one of the news companies.
Or if they say something on mic sometime.
Right.
They just say it, and then the press reports it, and the press does what they do. They won't say, like, well, Nancy Pelosi said this. They say, it's been reported that this has been said, or whatever the fuck. And then next thing you know, it's getting played back during fucking hearings because the press reported on it. And it's just this vicious, it's a fucking tactic, as she says.
Gross.
A little peek behind the curtain there. This is why I hardly pay attention to what happens in these hearings anymore, because it's all just nonsense.
Yeah.
It's built to play that exact game. Every time they get on mic and do a press conference somewhere, they're playing this game. These people do not care about us. All they want to do is lie to us, so that way the press can get around there, and then they can go campaign on it. They can make money off of it and use it to throw mud at their political enemies, even though it's a baseless lie that they themselves started. It's a pretty sweet tactic.
That's gross.
Yeah. So not that long ago. Yep. She let it all be known. Maybe this is when maybe she's starting to go. Maybe we need to throw her on the dead pool too. See what's going on there. I don't know if you've seen these new stats that have been coming out now. That some time has passed since the initial COVID vaccines and all that stuff going out. The CDC has kind of pushed themselves into a corner by tracking certain stats. Estimated COVID-19 hospitalizations prevented versus potential myocarditis cases, for every million mRNA COVID-19 vaccine doses. And this is in kids 12 to 17, right? A very particular age group when you're worried about adverse side effects. So
specifically myocarditis.
Indeed. Per million doses in 12 years, and this is over the course of 6 months, they're claiming that they're preventing 19 to 95 hospitalizations, 5 to 19 ICU admissions, and 0 to 1 deaths prevented.
By kids getting the vaccine?
With kids get the vaccine. And unfortunately, the myocarditis risk alone is substantially higher. Uh-oh. You just got some news.
This is... That's the picture that Kevin is going to draw for us.
Oh! Yeah, don't show the camera. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. So, long story short of this is that...
sorry to do that.
Due to adverse reactions, essentially we're looking at, as I say, 1 million mRNA COVID shots for teens will prevent 0 to 1 COVID deaths and cause 100 to 200,000 severe side effects, according to this data.
Jesus
so this
Christ.
is these are your controlled categories here, and you're looking at tens of thousands just in that age group alone. I mean, it's terrifying. So if you need any more reason, well, you probably shouldn't be getting your young kids shot up with this thing. Take a look at the numbers, man. Severe side effects don't necessarily mean myocarditis, I might add, but it could be a massive number of debilitating things. I mean, we've seen bouts of, what's that type of palsy called? Bell's palsy.
Yeah.
Temporary stroke out, essentially, on one side of your body.
Kids dropping while they're playing sports and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people be essentially stuck to having 30 to 40 various medications that they're required to take after types of injuries and stuff like this. So probably not a thing that we need to be fucking around with right now, especially anymore. Okay, food deserts. You ever heard of a food desert?
Yes.
What is a food desert?
A food desert is when, I guess, is the idea when you don't have access to like quality grocery stores in your area. You just
Word.
have like convenience stores and shit.
Word. Apparently, it's a problem in Chicago. There's a lot of food deserts in Chicago, so they say. And this has caused the new Chicago mayor proposing a, some might say, radical idea for at least this nation. Proposes city-owned grocery stores as Walmart, Whole Foods exit leaves food desert. So because of the high crime in Chicago,
Yes.
we've seen a number, and this is all throughout different cities, but
Yes.
we've seen major retailers pull out. And in Chicago, Walmart, Whole Foods ain't fucking around there no more, man.
Right.
If even in their main, what do they call it, the central district or whatever it is, that kept getting fucking all these crazy ass mass lootings and shit go down, they're not going to want to stick around anymore. They don't have that kind of budget to fuck with. Walmart, they work on a fine line too, man.
Right.
All these retailers have a fine line, and when crime's too high and the city does nothing about it, they're going to fucking leave.
When you sell shit for that cheap, you don't make that much money.
Yes.
And Whole Foods is just too classy to deal with too much crime.
Exactly. And so the Chicago mayor, the new Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, who just recently
Lightfoot's out.
Yeah, she just beat out Beetlejuice. Said he wants to open up a city-owned grocery stores to serve neighborhoods that have become food deserts after 4 Walmart stores and a Whole Foods closed.
Damn.
4 different Walmarts in the Chicago area pulled out. So Johnson announced last week that his administration would partner with the nonprofit advocacy group. Good word. Nonprofit advocacy group Economic Security Project to put stores in underserved areas of the city, a proposal Republican called somewhat out of Soviet-style central planning.
Yeah, that's legit like actual government cheese.
That's literally actual government cheese. So your thoughts, good sir, about Chicago bringing in state-owned grocery stores because their crime's so goddamn bad.
I mean, motherfuckers need food, but
they're just going to steal from the government store.
yeah, it's not good that it's so...
Although the government doesn't like to be stolen from. So maybe in a weird upside-down type of
they'll
universe...
enforce that theft.
That will be the Fort Knox. You want to stay safe? Go to the government store.
They'll bring in the fucking National Guard to stand outside of that shit.
What other stores do you know that are government run?
Right. Government run stores. We used to have liquor stores that were government run.
And some states like fucking New Hampshire, Bastion of Freedom, still does.
Yeah.
We also don't have no legal weed up there either.
Yeah, the weed, those are private stores. They're very heavily regulated by the Liquor and Cannabis Board. The rec stores are.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But still, privately owned.
The Department of Licensing, I don't know if you call that a store.
I wouldn't call it a store.
only go and buy shit there.
You go and get money siphoned from you.
That's true.
That's a place where people just go pay an extra tax for the luxury of living in the nation.
Yeah. No, so that's it, I think.
That's it.
It's just liquor stores,
Yep,
but we don't even have those anymore. Just grow your own.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It's tough to do that in Chicago. Besides, if you got a kick-ass garden that's fruiting like crazy and the neighborhood people are hungry, they're going to come steal your food.
Yeah.
So good luck with that, bud. But also, we should all be trying to grow our own food, right?
Right.
I didn't this last year.
I don't think that's what Kevin's talking about. Actually, he grows food too. So he's talking about cannabis too. But
oh yeah, there it is.
Kevin grows an awful lot of cannabis, but he also grows medicine. That's what what Kevin grows.
Indeed.
But he also grows a fuckload of food too.
Good. Well, I'm sure, yeah, because if you can grow cannabis, you can grow food.
Yeah.
It's a pretty particular plant to grow if you actually want it to do what we want it to do.
He lives in California. California is pretty welcoming to, like, it's
Good climate.
very friendly to outside growing.
Oh, yeah.
It's easier to do.
Are we? I don't know if we are.
Yeah, you can do that here. The time window is obviously just more, it's just more narrow. But people do it. It's very common.
I used to get regular shipments of some homegrown.
Yeah.
From
it's easier to do indoors.
Yeah.
It's just because it's
never been good though.
The temperatures here are really harsh and shit. You know.
Yeah, it seems like it.
It's like
seems
the window is just smaller.
Yeah.
And if you grow indoors, you can grow all year round. You just follow the cycle of the plant.
Oh, you got to show me his plans. Or his plants.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Post
some
him
good
on his
plants.
Instagram all the time. Yeah,
The
he's got
heart, it
tons of
was
shit.
blocking me. I thought it
Fuck
was
the
plants.
heart. The heart is always in the way.
Can we heart our own?
Yeah.
Or would you give ourselves 100?
Boom.
What are we doing? Indoor is so easy to control everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That'd be nice. That would be nice one day.
There used to be a hydroponic store on 6th.
Oh.
It was a whole store for hydroponic stuff.
On 6th? The cool street? No?
I mean, in Austin, Texas, 6th is the cool street.
I thought 6th. Where's fucking location at?
It's on 4th.
4th. 4th is the cool windy street.
Yeah.
6 is a few up on towards the top of the hill, and it's kind of the
Street
main.
runs, directly
Yeah.
through town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And on 6th Street down towards Callow, there used to be a hydroponic store.
Hmm.
A whole store just for hydroponics.
So I'm trying to flex my Bremerton knowledge a little bit.
You'll get there.
I did a project right at the corner of 6th and whatever the main drag is by the water for a while.
You should just, next time, a couple times when you drive home, drive through town. You know? That's where all the food is anyway. Just drive through Bremerton.
That's where the people are. Of course the food's there.
That's where all the people are. Exactly. So you'll see. Just drive through Bremerton a couple of times, and you'll know where all the shit is.
Yeah. You know what the sad thing is, too? Like, I've done it before for work. I've done it a couple times where I've come essentially from this area and then driven through West Bram into East Bram and then gone that way because there was another job site over there. So I had to do it. But I'd be lying if I wasn't GPSed up at that point because I get fucking lost.
You just got to find Wheaton Way. And Wheaton Way is going to carry you all the way through town. You know?
Don't you have to turn like on a bridge somewhere and then go the thing?
Well, Wheaton Way turns into Warren Avenue, or you go over the Warren Avenue Bridge.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Wheaton Way.
We'll get there eventually.
Wheaton Way is what goes through East Bremerton, and then when you hit that bridge, it turns into Warren Avenue. Oh. And Warren Avenue is what goes the rest of the way through Bremerton.
Goes right by the school and just carries on?
Past the school, yeah. And then eventually you hit a dead end, and there's like a parking area, and then the police department is right there, and then you have to turn left or right to go to the ferry or to go to Callow. If you take a right, then you'll head towards Callow. You go out of town that way, or left to the ferry.
Shit. Well, one day.
There's like a Jimmy John's down there, and that's where the movie theater is and stuff, too. If you get to the end and take a left, you go like 2 blocks, and then the movie theater's right there.
What's the movie theater called?
Seafilm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've driven by it before then. Okay.
Seafilm is lit. Seafilm is like the newest theater in town. So
Okay.
we're like in this area, you know.
And then there's a theater up by City Hall.
The Admiral Theater.
Admiral Theater, yeah.
That's just a couple blocks up from Seafilm.
I saw a fucking show there once. That was
The Admiral
cool.
has a ton of shit. I've seen.
And then Ashley's Pub is like right across the street or something. It's right
Ashley's
there.
Pub, is right in that. There's a fuckload of bars all in that little area down by the ferry. And there's like Ashley's Pub, which is like a block or 2 down from like the Horse and Cow or something. And they're all those bars. There's like 2 or 3 barcades that are up there. That's where all the shit is. That's actually like a pretty good time at in the evening.
In Quarters Arcade?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and so that's
Man
like
who knows what's up right here.
That's a pretty decent time to just kind of like bar hop down there because there's a fuckload of bars, and so you just can.
You got Ubers down there?
Yeah,
you got Uber up and
it's
running
down by
yet?
the ferry, bro. It's right by the ferry. Of course, there's Uber by the ferry. You fucking kidding me?
I have one restaurant in the entire North End that'll deliver any kind of food to me. Okay,
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
it.
I don't
know
know
what none of this stuff even is anymore.
I don't know that they're going to Uber you to Hansville, but but there are Ubers down there for sure.
I'll be sitting on the app and like, trip canceled.
Yeah,
fuck.
exactly. It was
Trip
like,
canceled.
fuck you.
Well, God, I told you that story about a friend of mine and her boyfriend went out and saw a show or something like that and came back and just was like assuming there was going to be an Uber, a taxi or something like that, and there was just none at the end of the night and had to walk a mile back to their house in the middle of the night.
That's really funny. That's all right. West Bremerton looks sketch, but you're pretty safe walking through there. Like,
yeah, it's like certain blocks really that are
no one's
kind of more
really
sketch.
gonna fuck with you. You know, there's a lot of shit going on. It doesn't feel good, but nothing's gonna happen. Like it's not. I just mean like there's people walking around and there's there's drug deals that are happening. There's just shit that's going on at night. It's an active.
But if you're
area.
not fucking around, you're not gonna find out.
If you're
just
walking,
cruising,
no one is gonna just fuck with you. You know, I mean, obviously there are crazy people, whatever. But normal people are going to just fuck with you.
Yeah.
You know, no one who's even out doing crime or anything.
It's like muggings and shit are not very common in West Bremerton, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They break into people's cars and shit, but it's not,
Oh, they fucking do that shit in my goddamn neighborhood too.
Yeah.
I mean,
and mostly because people who are walking don't have shit. You're walking.
We had a fucking
you
break
don't
in
have a car, so
we had a break into the Keys last week.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, break in. It was like a new construction house. That close to being finished.
Yeah.
Like it was real close. Oh man. Story for another day. Let's carry on here. You remember we talked the bolt or the jab before?
I thought they weren't allowed to do this. I thought the FDA said no.
Well, we're opening up to human trials for Neuralink.
Get
now.
out of here.
Let's go, bud.
We received approval from the reviewing independent institution. Get the fuck out of here. Don't do this,
Let's
guys.
go.
Don't do this.
So, we have questions, obviously.
Don't
right?
put the internet in your brain. That's a bad idea.
Right now,
the bolt or the chip, is that where we're at now? The jab, the bolt, or the chip. That's what you get. Those are your options.
I feel like the chip is probably more appealing than the bolt. The bolt is a little too,
the bolt
Frankenstein.
Is bad.
The bolt is rough.
It's intrusive, to be honest.
It's a little
I mean, it's very obvious. You can't hide it. At least the chip is
You look
inside
like fucking
of your
Neo
brain.
from the Matrix, basically.
Yeah.
Plug me in, daddy. Plug me in, daddy. Oh, I love it.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, it's official. Neuralink finally got the go-ahead to start human trials. So they're looking
You shouldn't be doing
for
that.
people. Now, this is the way it's going down, though, right? They're looking to, if you're paralyzed, would you maybe not want to try to walk again?
Dude, I get it.
If you're
I
blind,
understand what they're doing. You shouldn't be doing that. I don't. This is a bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
That's a bad idea. It's going to be cool for a while. A lot of people are going to be helped. We're going to be real thrilled with it. Someone's going to die. Someone's going to die because a robot hand grips their throat when they're having sex and they die. And I'm not okay with that, and I don't think we should go down this path.
It's funny you should mention that, because there was another thing I was going to put up here, but I decided not to. There was a sex bot somebody had purchased at one point that during Happy Fun Time with the robot attempted to cause harm to the owner.
Did you see all the robots at the Bolts game? The Chargers game. Look up
Bolts game.
Look up whatever, AI or robots at Chargers game. Watch this.
I don't want to watch that.
Watch this. Robots attend the Chargers game. Watch it.
Watch it.
You open your fucking eyes. You watch it.
It's real fucking...
It's creepy, and it's going to give you fucking goosebumps,
what
and
are
you're
we
not going
doing?
to like it.
So while it's loading... Oh, here we go. The Chargers, home city of Los Angeles, is tied to Hollywood in a myriad of ways, and they take advantage of that fact. During their Week 1 game against Miami Dolphins, a Disney movie called The Creator, looks super dope, by the way, was the latest in movie promotions to occur at SoFi Stadium. This time, there were creepy-looking AI robots in attendance and in the stands among human fans.
Watch it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I just muted us. 8 segundos. Why is it giving me in Spanish?
I don't know.
en.as.video. What did you get me to, Google? I'm assuming that
Doesn't
means...
matter.
Okay,
Watch.
here we go. Let's do it. Oh, good. It's just one of these. I don't like none of that. Whoa.
Look at that.
That's not an actress?
Nope.
In a costume? There's no way. Those are real people, man.
They're robots.
There's no fucking way. What the shit?
Yeah.
Because those are like the new robots from their movie, The Creator.
Yeah. Yeah. You shouldn't be doing this.
You put them in the stands, bud.
You shouldn't be doing this.
You shouldn't be doing this, Donovan. I don't like this at all. Archer cyborg moment. Yes.
Yeah, you like that?
No, I don't like that at all. Your mind's supposed to be blown, not mine.
I already saw it. I already lost sleep over it. I'm already tortured by it.
And the worst thing is, most of those fuckers don't go down with your standard AR ammo, bro.
No way, dude.
Not even.
You definitely
They just take over.
You definitely need green tip to kill those things.
Yep.
Definitely need green tip.
I would have poured so many beers on those things. Yes, there you go. Fuck up their electronics, bud.
You definitely need green tip.
I mean...
And you probably can't even fuck with a short AR. You need the full 16 inches. You need all the velocity off of that thing.
Yep.
Boom!
My 6.5 Creedmoor will do some damage.
That'll
though.
do it.
That thing pushes fucking weight.
Line them up.
That's fucking terrifying.
Yep.
I don't like none of that. None of that.
Shouldn't be doing that.
You are a man that has really helped get me back over to the world of the jigsaw.
Nice.
The jigsaw is a solid tool. You can do a
Jigsaw's
lot of things with it. I don't know if you know that there's endless potential within the jigsaw.
Oh, God.
Have you ever... We'll just let it play.
Cutting circles with a jigsaw can be a tricky thing to do.
It is kind of a
Even
bitch.
We're just going to let this happen. Fuck that guy's narration.
Really funny. Look at him.
So, yeah. He's like, oh, no, bad infomercial style. We could drill it. We could bring out the hole saw. We
Yep.
could do that. We could put the hole saw on. And even though we have the tools, definitely not brought to you by Milwaukee because they should pay me to do this. It's obviously a paid advertisement. But
Yep. Put a hole
you
in
could
it.
just do that. But we're
Right.
going to jigsaw this, though.
Why? He already has the thing.
Because what if you don't have the hole saw and you want to jig it out? Upside down, the game changer for the jigsaw, bud. You have
No more drilling holes.
You got to be inverted, dude.
Wow.
You got to be inverted. That's how you do it.
That's lit.
Yeah, that ain't going to work. But yeah, you hold that shit upside down.
Ooh, that's smart.
You got to get the right angle so that it'll start cutting into it, though.
I bet that's how you're supposed to do it the whole time.
Probably.
I bet the person who made the jigsaw was like, yeah, that's how I made it, you fucking
Yeah.
idiots." It's like, I made it like this for a reason, you fucks.
Yeah. It's like, you ever seen the South Park episode with about the toilets and like the TSA, the Toilet Safety Administration?
No.
Oh, okay. So
with the giant shits?
No, this is different. Might be the same episode because there's usually two different things going on in one episode.
Yeah.
So
'Cause
basically,
I remember the giant shits.
You know, the character Clyde.
Yep.
Clyde's mom dies in a horrific accident.
Yeah.
Because Clyde continually forgets to put the seat down on the toilet.
Oh,
right?
yes,
So he goes and
yes,
pees.
yes. Okay.
And to the point where his mom comes and scoops
Right.
him out of school one day to chastise him.
Right.
Well, she dies on the toilet.
Right.
And so the Toilet Safety Agency or administration was created. And then you have to sit on the toilet and you got to put the safety belt on. And
Right.
at a certain point, the boys get together. They find a medium. Or I don't know if medium's the right word, to summon the ghost of the guy that invented the toilet. Turns out we're doing it wrong the whole time.
Penny.
Oh, that was me, probably. Unless she's running into you.
No, there's no.
I'm just making noises with my feet.
No, the light went out.
Oh, you know what? It's because I stepped on the power button. That's what that was. But yeah, it turns out you're supposed to be sitting on the toilet in reverse so that you have a little tray
Right.
for, your pen and your quill or whatever you're doing playing some video games. And I've just always thought that was a brilliant idea. But it gave me those vibes, man. When I saw that, I was like, God, I'm a fucking idiot. How have I never figured this out? Mind you, tools don't come with an instruction manual.
Right. That's genius.
It's genius. So I don't know if that's technically the way it was designed or
I
what.
like it though.
But I'm going to try it out next time.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
He's got a pretty short jigsaw blade.
He does. It's brought up pretty hard. Well, and his cutting surface isn't like. But it's always just got to do with the angle.
Yeah.
Because you just need the teeth of that thing to start sawing into that, and then you could just push down like a chainsaw, really, and then it just, boom, then you're in business.
That's really smart.
So I'm fucking into it, bro. I saw that, and I was like, immediately thought of you. Okay. This is either the most awesome thing in the world or one of the worst things in the world, and I haven't been able to figure it out. DJ Trump recently went to someplace where he was handing out pizzas to people. He ate pizza with people. It was a beautiful thing.
I would eat pizza with Donald Trump.
I would too. And I also want to hang out with this girl because she's down as fuck, apparently. This is... She's got a pen. She wants him to sign her shirt, and it's just like, what do you do?
Keep it forever.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't know what to do about this.
Right.
I can't just sign it. So he like kind of like reaches for this little tank top thing she's wearing. He's like, I don't know if this is a good idea. Eventually, Miss Lady comes in and is like, let me hold it and create a thing.
And look at the distance on his hand.
Oh yeah, good smart man. Good smart man. And
I mean,
pay attention to this right here. Right before this happens, watch the guy in the black t-shirt. I think that's his girl or something like that, right? He kind of looks at that and he goes, wait a minute, it's cool, go to town. He got permission. He's like, I don't know what to do here, we gotta sign this. But then he's still far away on the pen, he's doing it right.
He's Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yep. He's being smart about it.
You know, this is good for him. I'm pleased with this. She's like, I'm gonna get this fucking tattoo. Blasted with Donald Trump's signature.
Just blasted it with DJ Trump all the way through. So there's that.
Good for him.
Down for it. Man of the people, they say. I don't think he's a man of the people, but he's a man for the people.
Should move to Bremerton after he retires, dude. Be where they are.
I mean, if he wants to truly be amongst the people. Okay. Side pitch. Let's do this. Let's start talking to the mayor, because we got connects now. How would you like to feel about a massive infusion of capital into the city of Bremerton so that you can build as many homeless shelters that you could possibly imagine in your wildest dreams? I know a guy, might have been a big deal in politics for a few years, that would love to build a new high-rise in downtown Bremerton and put his fucking name on it, and he'll make it worth all of our while. What do you think?
And then Trump would never let the homeless be in one of his buildings.
No, exactly. We'd have a nice new skyrise, probably a good restaurant to go with it, and the golf courses would instantly get a couple few raises on what's going on here. That would be fucking sweet. So I'm all about it. But yeah, I saw that video. I was like, I can't believe Donald Trump is out there signing chicks' chests like that.
Good for him.
That's pretty wild. Shout out. Did you catch any of the... it was rough when Biden was on his overseas thing to Vietnam.
No.
It was real bad. It was so bad. Have you heard any anecdotes about the whole, well, I got to go to bed now?
No.
Oh, I might have that clip for later. But at the end of his speech here, because it's a big thing between Vietnam and the United States, trying to, do some nice stuff. And he was kind of winding down. And
It's
right
so
at the end.
painful to me now. I don't like it. It was funny for a while, and now I'm just like, we look so bad.
Oh, it's
we
so
look
bad, dude.
So bad every
So
time
rough.
something like this happens.
Yeah. There was a couple of them where he had made a speech about something, and then he started to just trail off into nonsense. And then Karine Jean-Pierre just jumps on, like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. And they queued up the music, they cut off his mics, and he just kind of saunters off. And then there was another one where he's like, well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to go to bed now. And then puts the thing and then walks away. But with this first one, I believe this was the kind of, they cut him off, you got to go type of thing. And because the music they played right afterwards is...
They played him off?
And Tim Dillon, as he does, narrates it perfectly.
He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know where he is. The poor guy, they're talking about his son. He's walking off to jazz. Is that the music they played in the room? I mean, Jesus Christ. Play his exit one more time. It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen with the jazz music. I thought that was dubbed in.
No.
The fact that this is the real music playing as this guy leaves is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Talk about the sun setting on the empire. I mean, watch this.
Thank you.
Are you bringing U.S. strategic interests above human rights here in Vietnam?
I've raised it with every person I've met with.
He's talking. He's not even in the mic. And then he just walks off to jazz. Just some fun, soft jazz. Thank you for watching The Quiet Storm.
God,
dude, Tim Dillon again for
can't
the
even
win.
get it. Oh God. Not even a Here Comes the President. Not even
Nah.
a, oh
No.
my God.
So I told you earlier today.
It's like he's at the Grammys or something. Oh my God.
That's how we project power on the world stage, Donovan. I don't know if you know this. But I told you earlier today we have a clip about Liquid Death, right?
Yeah.
There's been a wonderful partnership formed out there.
It's fucking stupid face.
Tom Segura.
Looks like...
This is his new commercial. We're just going to play the whole thing because it's fucking amazing.
Introducing the Tom Segura Recycling Glory Hole by Liquid Death. Because there is nothing more glorious than saving the planet. Hey everybody, I'm Tom Segura, and I am partnering with Liquid Death to launch my very own Glory Hole. That's right. Just walk up and slide your junk right in there.
Hey, yo, will it take my junk?
Unfortunately, no. Plastic isn't actually recyclable. 95% of it gets sent to landfills.
Hey, can I stick my big can in there?
Is it too big? My mouth hole takes tall boys of all sizes.
How much I gotta pay?
Just go to liquiddeath.com and make a one-time payment, and then you can use it again and again, as many times as you want.
And don't forget, Tom, women can use it too.
Good Lord, Becky, it's 2023. Everyone can recycle. My Glory Hole is perfect for all sorts of occasions. Pool parties, office parties, retirement parties, divorce. Whatever makes you happy and you want to celebrate, use my mouth. So what are you waiting for? Pull your cans out and stick them in my mouth hole whenever you want. We can all run train on plastic pollution together.
Get your Tom Segura Recycling Glory Hole by Liquid Death today. Available.
I didn't look this up because I wanted to look it up on the show.
Oh my God, to see if it's a real
liquiddeath.com/gloryhole.
I want it to be real.
We're just going to go liquiddeath.com/gloryhole. Oh my God, if this is a real thing, I'm going to be so fucking excited. There is the website.
Buy now. Oh my God.
Buy now.
Oh,
they're sold out already.
I bet. Oh, that's so funny.
Nobody can do it like Tom Segura. Mr. Ladybug himself. I saw that shit. I was fucking dying, dude. I had to watch it 3 or 4 times. I was like, no fucking way.
That's awesome. I love that it's a real product, too.
Mhm.
I wonder how many they made.
Oh, I don't know, man. But also for $58 too. You know how much fucking money you can make off that? That's cardboard. It's a cardboard box just to store recycling in. And it only stores up 3/4 of the way.
Still starts spilling out of his mouth.
Yeah.
That's really funny. The picture is so hilarious too.
It's so good because like it's smaller towards the bottom,
Right.
and so you can tell it's an upward.
He's really great.
Angle. It's so fantastic.
That is great.
So I don't know.
Him and Gillis need to make some skits together because those would be piss your fucking pants hilarious.
I saw a more recent Gillis clip that came out.
He's making a new show.
He's got a new show coming out.
Yeah.
That'll be really cool. Because you go back, you ever gone back and watched those old Gillian Keys, right? It's Gillian and Keys.
Yeah.
Keeves. You ever seen any of those skits?
Yes.
They're fucking great, dude.
I never watched their special. I really should.
I don't think I've ever seen their special either.
They put out like an hour-long special that I think was just like a series of skits. That are combined somehow.
I'm remembering now. Okay. Because this is all happy fun times at the end. Ooh, with a real tearjerker at the end. I wanted to talk about Barstool. And let's be smart about this. We're learning how bookmarks work. the saga of Dave Portnoy and what has happened here between him and the Washington Post is one of epic hilarity, and it really has just really pulled. It's another example of like the corporate press coming out for who they really are. And this first clip, it's 12 minutes long, so we're not going to watch it. All the really important stuff happens within like the first minute or so. And what is happening here is that Dave Portnoy got an email from his sponsors for the Pizza Bite Fest or whatever this pizza festival he was throwing is, right? He got an email from some of his sponsors that was a forward that it was an email they're getting from a couple of reporters at the Washington Post.
They're going to write a hit piece on him.
They're going to write a piece on the festival. And so he got wind of that because the email was very threatening, and he'll go over it. But obviously intended to do that, and his sponsors actually came through and were like, hey, dude, just so you know, this is happening. And so he jumps the shark, and as he says, I caught wind that the Washington Post was writing a hit piece about me and my Pizza Fest, so I did what I do. I went on the offensive.
This is Emily.
Hey, Emily, this is Dave Portnoy calling. I'm recording you right now, but I've noticed a bunch of people. It seems like you're sending. We have this Pizza Fest happening on Saturday, and you're reaching out to our advertisers, and you're basically sending an email that says, to the effect, Dave's a misogynist, racist. Do you want to defend yourselves?
Remember before I was saying that he has a problem pronouncing certain words?
Yeah, what did he say? Masogenic? Is that
Masogenic, which is what the actual email says was misogynist. So he says masogenic because that's just what he got grilled about some of it from the other Barstool guys on one of their podcasts afterward. They were like, bro, what the fuck? And he's like, apparently that's just the way he's always pronounced it.
Advertising at this event, right?
I'm sorry, what's your name, Dave? I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm the guy you're writing the article about, Dave Portnoy.
Oh, you're Dave Portnoy. Oh, hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. No, I'm not. I haven't said anything like that.
I can read if you want. If you want, I can read what you actually sent. I have it.
Yeah, read, because I sent a bunch of notes, so I want to make sure I know which one.
Okay. We are planning to write about the festival and how some of the sponsors and participants have drawn criticism by seemingly to associate themselves with Dave Portnoy, who has a history of misogynist comments and other problematic behavior. I want to make sure that Blank had a chance to respond to this, since the company is the most prominent of their partners of his festival.
Oh, that's the one I sent to, which was definitely the most pointed of them, because I really did want them to respond, and I was hoping to get something from them.
Do you think that's fair? Like, I totally disagree with the assertions of what you said, that misogynist and all that stuff. So, like, it kind of backs people into a corner. So I'm happy to go over anything. I mean, that is pretty pointed. You said you didn't do it. Then I have the exact evidence of you doing it. So
no, I didn't say I didn't do that. I said I did. That was the one that was the most pointed.
Well, no, before I provided proof, you said you didn't really remember doing that, and then I read it to you, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I did it that one time." So you did do it. I'm happy to talk about the comments, because to me, it's kind of like torturous interference. Like, we're doing an event. Everyone's happy about the event. I've raised $50 million for small business. I've helped pizza. None of that. I
do like the fact that he instantly brings up the fact that, like, it seems like a tortious, like, he's dropping some legal language there, but like, it might be like tortious interference, like you're trying to like pull money away from me. I can take you to court for this.
Right. Dave's misogynist and problematic, and I'm happy to talk about it, because to me, nobody would like if someone's going around sending that email to their sponsors. And again, you're not like questioning. It's almost like a statement of fact. This is what I am.
Yeah, so I do want to talk to you about this. And I just want you to know that the story I'm working on with a colleague. And I want to kind of loop him on this, because we did want to talk to you.
When were you going to reach out?
We were planning on doing it tomorrow morning, but
So you're going to write the article and then give me, like, I've had that a bunch. People write a full article and then give me the points after.
We're doing a bunch of reporting, and we wanted to make sure that when we finally did talk to you, we could really kind of present what, or talk about things more fully based on
Like what? Like it sounds like you have your opinion made of me based on that email.
Uh-uh.
So then how, if you don't have your opinion made of me, how do you say in an intro email, Dave Portnoy has a history of misogenic comments and other problematic behavior? That's how you introduce the email.
Yeah. So look, I just want you to know that this is no, I want to talk to you about this, but
Don't you think you should talk to me before sending that email?
What I wanted to do is I wanted to talk to you when we were having some specific questions for you. And so I wanted to kind of have the full idea of what we were.
That's not a full idea. Like anybody who's rationally reading that email being sent to an advertiser would have to be like, this is a hit piece and you have your mind made up. Why else would you put? No, you call me in the intro. I'll say it again. Dave Portnoy has a history of misogenic comments and other problematic behavior. You didn't say Dave Portnoy raised $50 million for small business. Dave Portnoy saved thousands of pizza places. You didn't mention. You said it in a way that is putting sponsors on the defensive.
So what I worried about when we contacted you, I was worried that we would have sort of one shot to talk to you, right? And so what I wanted to do is make everything that we wanted to talk to you about before I reached out to you. That's why I was waiting to call you.
Because you wanted to have everything together before you talk to me. I got to be honest, this sounds like something who's going to hit me last second, be like comments and all this negative stuff.
I think that's, you get the picture.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Kind of got her, and see what she is trying to do, and she'll go on to explain it in the video. It's 12 minutes long. We're not going to do the whole thing now, but she goes on to essentially state that this is it's a journalistic tactic. We're just trying to do good reporting here. We, unrecognizing that obviously she's going into this thing with a massive bias against Dave Portnoy, right?
Obviously.
And so if you're, hey, this guy you're doing business with and about to host this big festival here in a few days has a history of misogynistic, I almost said misogenic because that's just what he does, but misogynistic and other problematic behavior. You've already made up your mind about who this is according to this email. And so now you're coming at the sponsors, the biggest sponsor of the festival in particular, which is where he got the email from, that's going to paint a picture, and they want to state that, get the company's reaction from their statement, and then call Dave Portnoy the day before the article comes out and say, hey, this sponsor said this about you. What, this is what's going on. What do you have any response to this? What's going on? Your misogenic fucking tendencies, whatever it is. I mean, it's a dirty ass fucking tactic, and he was smart about it, stated he was recording them, recorded the whole thing, and then instantly put it out for the public to see. And the whole situation has indeed evolved because Washington Post did put out their story, but of course they did have to alter certain things about it because they did already get caught by the time they put the story out. So in this discussion, she just continues to be aloof about the whole thing and says there's nothing wrong here, that they didn't fuck up any journalistic integrity whatsoever, and just wants to set up a phone call for 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. That's the only time they could do it. Let's just do it. We can do 10 o'clock tomorrow. Is 10 good? Is 10 good? They agree essentially on 10 o'clock.
We're going to hear that?
Yeah.
It's a fucking firework.
Was it firework?
It's the second night in a row.
For fuck's sakes, bud. Where are you living at? People be launching. You sound like my house. People just be launching fireworks off. I thought for a second, that might be Brian. Point being, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Dave Portnoy. That was a weird sound, so don't feel bad. Oh, yeah. They agreed to have Dave would call her at that number at 10 o'clock. He said, that's the only time I'm available, so let's do that. He says it in the interview, calls her at 10 o'clock. She said, I can't do it. Can we reschedule towards 5? He says, no, I'm not going to do that. We're not. I said I can only do 10. So they came out when their piece came out. I said Portnoy agreed to a full-fledged interview, but then the Post asked to reschedule. He declined an alternate time and declined to offer to answer questions in writing. Dave says, translation, Dave Portnoy caught us red-handed. Our frustrated reporter lied again and said she was always planning on contacting him to get his side. She then scheduled a meeting. She then canceled it till one minute before the article was due so she could claim she tried to talk to him. This is not the first time this has ever happened.
Exactly what he accused her of trying to do in the video.
Exactly. And it's a very, very common tactic. And ultimately, the day of the festival, or I think the day before the festival, because I think the festival was supposed to be today, but it was like pissing rain and having issues. But this is from Team Portnoy for immediately. Today marks the official death and honesty of fair journalism in America. Emily, caught red-handed heel, and Tim, probably an ugly loser, Carmen of the Washington Post, put the final nail in the coffin with their weak and dishonest hit piece against Dave Portnoy and his One Bite Pizza Fest. Earlier this week, Portnoy caught wind that this hit piece, after Hale started reaching out to advertisers and pizzerias to try and shame them for participation in what will be the greatest day in the history of pizza. So either way, he ends up just calling them out, stating the facts of what happened in the conversation, and then just be like, journalism's dead, see you in hell.
Yeah.
Very, very cool thing. So hard W for Dave Portnoy on this one. And without any further ado, we can get into the last cappers,
DMs?
the funds.
Oh, nice.
The funds. Oh, yeah, we'll get into DMs after that.
No worries.
So let's see, when is this going to go wrong for this kid? I actually don't know why there's no sound.
Full execution, huh?
Bro. Wins Chubb's gonna get his. He's gonna eat it and fail, right? He's got to. Just waiting for it.
Whoa!
Nothing. Just like last week's.
The full
You're
flip.
about to get hurt, dude. You're about to get hurt. And this kid just nails it.
Big boy parkour is lit.
I know.
That's way cooler than regular parkour.
Like, you almost have to be better at it because you can't get away with any
The
bad
momentum,
landings.
yeah, the momentum you're carrying too. You
That
can't
shit's-
stop.
No, you can't stop. You're gonna end up like Roof Dude and just fucking destroy every bone in your entire body.
I wonder if that makes the front flip easier or harder.
I mean, you get more weight in the front end, I guess,
Right.
but I don't know.
Because his legs look pretty lean.
I've never been able to do a flip anyway, so it's problematic. I've always blamed it on the fact that I'm just tall as fuck.
Just too tall.
Now, we watched. I watched this go down when it happened. It was hilarious. It was from the Seahawks game the other day.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 7. It's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here. Excuse me. 10-yard penalty and a loss of down. Second down.
Talking to America here.
Yeah,
That's
Seahawks
awesome.
had a fucking foul, and some guys talking to him, and he starts getting all up in his face. Bro, I'm talking to America here.
That's
Sorry,
awesome.
just move along, sir. Gino just takes it and rolls with it, dude. It's fantastic. Okay, this was in Spanish or Portuguese or something like that. So we'll just narrate. Finds like a baby little kitten there, just
That's
on the
a
side
cat?
of the road.
Oh
It's
my
a cat.
God.
So brings it in, nurtures it back to health, doing great, fantastic. Starts to grow up, and there becomes to be it's a weird looking cat, right? Super weird looking
Ooh,
cat.
that's a jungle cat. That's a leopard, bro.
Yo, that ain't no regular cat. That's a fucking panther.
With a
dude.
collar on it? Holy
Oh, yeah.
shit.
Born and raised.
Oh my god.
With
Can you do that?
a Rottweiler best
Oh!
friend and
Look
and
at it
they're
pouncing
human.
that dog.
Oh yeah. Bah, gotcha.
I wonder if
Could
that-
totally kill that thing if he wanted, but that's been its
Off
buddy
the
since it was a
tree?
baby.
Wow, can you really do that? I wonder if that fucking works, man.
I would imagine. I mean, it would save the whole fucking thing's life, man. Like, that's the only other animal it's ever been around are those two people, right? Grew up
Oh
with
my
the Rottweiler.
god, look at its tail.
Yeah, dude.
Holy shit.
How cool is that?
That's a cat and a half, bro. That's multiple cats. That's
Yeah.
insane.
That's super cool. Like, that's so cool, man.
Oh, its fur is so beautiful.
Fuck a tiger, dude. I want a panther.
That's sick.
That I raise from a little. I mean, it still had an umbilical cord on.
Yeah.
I mean, it was freshly minted and
Just
gonna die.
fell out of the mom or
Yeah.
something? That's wild.
Okay, and this is the last heartwarming video we have before we switch over to the Instagrams. This one's tough. This one, it gets me. We're going to have to watch it a couple times. Nonverbal autistic child.
Hey, good morning. Are you sick? Good morning. Good morning.
Just in total shock, dude. First time kid's ever spoken to him.
Wow.
It's fucking powerful.
Sick? Good morning.
The look on her face.
Good morning.
Oh. I've seen this video like 100 times. I'm already fucking
Wow.
getting teared up, man. That's powerful stuff. Ba-bonk. Definitely heard that
He's
one.
playing.
All right, let's go to... Wait, let's get off this thing here. Messages, right?
You just go to ours, mine. Like, go to the conversation. Yep. And scroll up a little bit. Just scroll up until you recognize...
The last one?
You know, yeah.
Oh, here we go. We saw the
we
saw that one.
We saw that. We saw that guy.
One.
Yep. Don't
This
need to
is
watch
it?
Lucas. That's the...
Oh, that's the gun
yeah.
grabber fucking
So,
governor.
After that, start there.
That's it? All right.
Oh, I put the AI robots thing in here. There we go. That's really funny.
Perfect.
That full
Comic-Con is lit, dude.
That full suit of power armor.
That's legit.
That video is louder than shit.
Yes. Yeah, we're trying to do some on-the-cuff audio adjustments here. I will say this: a lot of Twitter videos are really, really quiet.
Yeah.
I'd rather than be on the high end, to be honest. That's nice. Some more robots. Yeah, that's still as uncomfortable with that as I was the first time.
The robots?
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
What? That? All right. It's gonna be awesome. Please say what? That? All right.
I was just saying, like the minute he beefed it, just trying
It's
to turn
gonna be
around.
awesome.
Probably should have been a good indicator. Maybe I shouldn't have. Right in the throat, dude.
Right in the throat.
Oh. Fuck Bob Ferguson? What is this one? Filed a lawsuit today against Gators Custom Guns and Kelso for violating the state's ban on the sale of high-capacity magazines. Gators unlawful and constitutional, or unlawfully offered more than 11,400 high-capacity magazines for public sale since the ban started. Based as shit.
Got him.
Let's go, Gator. Shout out to them. Where's Kelso?
I don't know.
I'm wondering.
By myself,
Walk by accident, end up-
to the moon. Trying to get to
What?
by myself.
Like he decides to go fishing instead. You know?
Gotcha. That's
Trying to
All right,
get
that was a miss. That was a miss. I'll take it. That's a miss. I'll own that.
just south
It's
of
just
Chehalis.
south. There you go.
All right. Shout out, Brian.
Oh, this is nice.
Well, hello, buddy.
Well, hello, buddy.
How about a fully balanced breakfast, cooked in the middle of a cedar swamp?
French toast,
yeah. Your Game Boy Color, yes. those sausages, the strawberries, some eggs.
Some tree juice.
Some tree
and
juice.
some orange juice.
Okay. That's just supposed to be a nice, well-balanced breakfast out in the woods. Either way, big fan of that situation. All right, now let's find out what we got here. Donovan's getting another call. Yep. Either way, let's find out what's going on here. POV, it's 1986 and you're getting away clean from a major heist. So this is obviously the new theme song for Donovan's heist novel. I like how humorless this dude is. Got to wear the 1980s style aviators. Let's go. This is it. We're gonna have words. Just some good tunes. Is this what we're doing now? Yeah, that was that. That is absolutely okay. This one feels good. Bam Bam 0069. Just heard some sweet 1980s heist music. I'm pretty sure for reasons.
Just got lost in the curtains.
So that's your new heist novels theme song.
God dang. Look at how many pizzas.
Whoa, that's a lot of pizzas. What the shit?
You like shopping at Costco? God, I love America. Look at how many pizzas.
Yo, that is about as American as it gets,
You like
dude.
shopping at Costco?
Let's
God,
go.
I love America.
I love America. Dude, lady loading up hundreds of Costco
pallets.
pies, dude. And then an A10 Warthog flies over.
I can't believe there's anywhere that you can buy that many pizzas.
I would hope you have to call ahead.
Yeah, I bet.
But Costco needs it. All right, what game is this? The Saints, maybe? Yep.
There's the...
Oh, that was such a good fucking...
So come on, he said, I can't help
you
it.
can't help it. You can't help it. Tell me you're somebody that doesn't enjoy football without telling me you're somebody that doesn't enjoy football. Yes, you can. Wrong. I can confirm right now. Good for you. You saved it but didn't watch it. Good for you. All right, got two more. Let's see here.
This about a
news.
French, yeah. So we can talk about they're putting out signs warning people when companies have made their packages smaller, but increased their prices. Yeah,
that's like it's the shrinkflation that's going on here because this is over in France.
Yeah,
that's fucked up. The French government's more based for their consumers than we are. Well, Biden's got an election coming up, so that makes sense. It reminds me of that kid was blowing up the rollback scandal at the Walmart.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't trust anything Walmart has rolled back. They ain't rolled back
This
shit.
is the one. This is for you.
I thought so. There's a Zin can there. Unfortunately, Spearmint ain't that bad.
When
That's a game changer. Assistant to the regional manager. That's the way I need to take my coffee. Yo. Is it fucked up that I actually want to try that? Keurig?
I bet it'll work.
I mean,
I bet it'll get you fucked up.
Word. Just take one of these pouches, rip it open, just pour it in my morning coffee. That seems like a bad fucking idea, dude. All right. That concludes the ceremony for today.
I love that.
That was fantastic. Good way to cap it off. You're getting there for the grab bag game.
Thank you.
It's getting close. It's getting close.
there.
One day soon.
Thank you.
Just take us out of here, baby.
All
What do
right,
you got?
well, I don't know. I wasn't sure. Usually you go on for a minute. I thought there was like some things or something. There's like
Oh, I will end with this. Brian and I have talked about this show a little bit at work. I watched a show called Trash Taste, and it's these 3 dudes that all live in Japan. One of them was born there, but he's dual citizen there and Australia.
Okay.
Right? The other dude moves there, makes anime content. They all used to make anime content. Don't really anymore. Now it's like Japanese culture and shit. Either way, hardcore anime fans, hardcore manga fans. One of the dudes, he's from Wales. Hardcore One Piece fan.
Nice.
Hardcore One Piece fan. And the question was asked the other day, what do you think of this live action shit? What's going on here? Obviously, they say it is what it is. I mean, it's going to be a live action thing. But they were all more or less strangely, like, okay with it.
No.
And, you know, they said they changed around a lot, obviously. But every single one of them came to the conclusion that at the end of the day, as far as live action animes go...
Is that Brian? What the fuck is going on out here?
I don't know. That was some weird shit. That was super weird.
The studio is cursed. We cannot do the show in here anymore. We have to go back to your house.
Shit's just wilding right now.
I'm just going to make this my bedroom instead.
There you go. But yeah.
I'm in your walls, he says.
I'm in your walls. But yeah, ultimately, I was surprised to hear that they all had positive things to say about it in its own right. They said, obviously, you can never compete. You can't do certain things, blah, 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 blah. But I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it.
He opened a beer. He's outside.
I just popped a beer. I was going to say, you pooped a beer? That's
Shit
hilarious.
can.
That's what that was. And now that you say that, Brian, I know exactly what it is. All right, let's fucking call it.
With that,
Brian.
everyone, yes, thank you very much. My children are going to bed. I will see you guys in 2 weeks in the same studio, hopefully with 2 mics, more figured out. We may or may not have a guest. I think we most likely will.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's going to be fantastic. So I want to thank you guys, of course, for watching us here, youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. We have our own personal social media, Salt of the Streets, on Salt of the Street on Instagram, or on Twitter, and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a big bird off in both those things. saltofthestreets.com for everything. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Executive produced by Zeke. Thank you very much, Zeke, executive producer. With that, be smart, be strong, be safe, be free.
Congratulations.
See you guys in 2 weeks
on the new studio, my friend.
Thank you very much, sir.
The hard work shows. Peace out, guys.
See you guys for 158.